Hey everyone. Before this video starts, I wanted to take a moment to do a shout out for a family friend called D's Bees Honey, and you can see their website at dzbzhoney.farm, and I'll also link that in the description. And I did this once before, and just like last time, this isn't sponsored or anything. I just wanted to shout out their business. But they make CBD infused honey, and you can get it with or without THC. And it's really good for like minor aches or pains if you experience those. And they also sell CBD honey candies, and they did give me a discount code that I can give to people, so if you do want to try out something there, you can use the code Somnium to get 20% off. But yeah, I just want to shout them out. I hope you all are having a good day, and I hope you enjoyed the story. I'm excited to see what you think.
Hello everyone, this is Rom. I just wanted to hop in here real quick and say thank you so much to anyone who has bought from D's Bees so far. Drew and his family are my very close family members, and knowing that I'm able to help them out by spreading word of their company makes me really happy. And thank you to the Dark Somnium for letting me put this message in his video.
I'm not homeless. I have a home. I just don't own it. But it's mine, and I work to keep it. Every city has its fair share of abandoned buildings to squat in, but usually you gotta deal with either cops or shitty neighbors. The Andale high-rise was neither. Police stay away, so do the locals. As a stranger from out of town, I stumbled across the place on my first night in the city and thought it a little strange that a 20-story tower block had been left to rot. Every window black, every light in the courtyard smashed. No cars in the lot, no booth for a guard, not even barbed wire on the fence. Barely half a mile from a playground filled with shouting, drunken teenagers, but none of them strayed in the direction of Andale. No fires or music or bottles hurtling through the air. It was silent. Inside, I found that the lobby had been torn to shreds. Double doors ripped open and left that way for what looked like years. Easy access for the curious, but I was the only one there. Most of the first story was collapsed, waterlogged ceiling tiles turned to mulch by shitty British weather. I know water is invasive, but it had practically colonized the place so bad that algae was growing up the walls. Even the elevator shaft was flooded. My own reflection looking back at me as I peered through the brackish water and caught a glimpse of the old rusted carriage just a few feet below. I couldn't help but think about standing on top of it, waist high, and reaching down to pull open the emergency hatch. It was only natural to wonder what was down there. A little metal box soaking in pitch black water for years and years. I thought about pressing the button and calling it up and seeing the elevator rise in spite of all logic. An image I still think about from time to time. Meanwhile, the empty shaft loomed above, cables whistling in the wind. I've learned not to linger by it. If you look up, you'll sometimes see something ducking out of the way, pulling its head through the doors before you get a good look. It finds it awfully funny, even tries to make a game out of it, like peekaboo. Play too much though, and it starts to pop out elsewhere. Any open door becomes an invitation. Sent more than a few people running for their lives in the middle of the night, but bad news for them. That thing is more than free to leave this place if it's part of a game. If you ask about Andale, most people just shrug or laugh. Kids talk about it the same way they talk about any haunted house. The difference is, no one dares anyone to go up there. No one uses it to get drunk or high. No one sneaks into the basement to have risky sex. No one hides their stashes there. It has all the hallmarks of your classic urban legend, only people actually stay away. They'll laugh and joke and tell scary stories, but they'll treat the soil it's on like it houses a radioactive leak. And the council, I'm surprised they haven't knocked it down, but they, out of everyone in the city, have the most to lose by talking about it. They built it in the mid-50s as government housing. Only a lot of young mothers who moved in there found their children's health taking a turn for the worst. Started with newborns, babies that wouldn't wake up after a peaceful night's sleep. The kind of deaths that got written off as neither negligence or abuse. Screaming teenage girls hauled off to prison on the word of doctors who didn't give a shit. It's always the mother's fault in some people's eyes, and these girls had no one to stand up for them. 2 in the first year, 4 in the next, and they kept on coming for every year until it closed. It wasn't until 1982 that someone traced the source of deaths to tainted water storage on the roof, and toxic metals leaching into the supply, not enough to kill an adult, but bad news for anyone with weak immune systems. 38 women had been imprisoned by then. Another 23 had killed themselves before they could be sentenced. And those are just the ones accounted for. Not all the deaths were from the water. Andale has a way of being bad for any child's health, no matter the circumstances. More than a few toddlers starved to death as their parents rotted in the tub from an overdose. Even more were lost when they found their parents' stash, little bodies racked with agonizing fits as their panicked mothers screamed for help. One tripped down the elevator shaft because the doors opened as if the carriage was right there, and those are the ones who were found. Plenty more went missing, written off as runaways. In the end, Andale's reputation as a cursed place got so bad that the only way out was to shut down the whole thing. Board it up, erase it from the records, pretend it never happened, and just forget. But Andale kept on killing even after the doors were officially shut. If anything, it only got nastier. I talked to a cop who told me he found a guy dead from sepsis on the 6th floor a couple years after the place was shut down. No one could believe it. They reckon this guy scratched himself on a nail and caught gangrene like it was the 1800s. Never went to the hospital, just laid there and died slowly and painfully as the infection spread. But not before he took every last bit of furniture in the room and shoved it against the door. Strange enough on its own, but it was the flag he'd made out of his own clothes that freaked everyone out. He'd scrawled "help" on it, like he wanted to get someone's attention down below, even though the lock was on his side. He could have left anytime he wanted. The cop I spoke to said he was there when they kicked down the door. Still remembers the look in Dead Man's eyes. He was glaring at the door 2 days after he'd passed, white-knuckled fists gripping a blanket that smelled sickly sweet from all that infection. There were others too, lots of people falling, many of them without good reason. Got so bad they bricked the roof door, but by the time I arrived, someone had cleared it all away with a sledgehammer. I still don't hang out up there. Not after I first went up there and saw pale fingers gripping the ledge, like someone was hanging off it and holding on for dear life. I reckon a lot of people see something like that and think a person needs their help. They go rushing over to offer a hand, but when I saw it, something about those grimy nails set off alarm bells in my head. Fingers looked all wrong. So I took my coat off and used a broom handle to move it closer to the ledge. Sure enough, those ugly hands snatched at the coat and ripped it out of my hands, sending it hurtling to the parking lot below. I've thought about taking a closer look from time to time, but I got a thing about heights and could never bring myself to investigate it much further. You'd think I'd leave, but it's my home. I own it as much as it owns me. People even refer to me as the caretaker now, like they forget I wasn't always here. The police treat me the same, can you believe that? Any reports of a break-in, and they call me on my number to go take a look, like I'm some sort of official. Only other guy who was in here as long as me was the philosopher. The only other guy who was here as long as me was the philosopher. I don't know his name. I just call him that because of the books he left behind. He came here back when the block was still just a place to live, and he stuck around for a few years after its closure. Lots of notebooks in his flat, talking about child sacrifice made to gods who don't like being named, along with pictures of strange things frozen in ice and medical photos that looked fake. At first, I thought he came to document the curse. He had dozens of books just recording all of the strange things he saw, like birds with too many wings, or milk that turned to clotted blood in the bottle. But after going through everything he owned, I found letters to a wife who died in childbirth. He kept her death certificate way at the back of an old-looking box filled with letters he'd kept writing her long after the date. Another box, just a row over, had the letters she'd written back. Awful things scrawled on random scraps, shit and blood for ink. He dated them himself and sometimes wrote notes about how they came to him. Delivered by a rat that was cannibalized in front of me. Pulled by my dentist from a cavity in my mouth. Written in the web of a spider with 14 legs. Anyway, he gives away the real reason he moved to Andale in one of the letters. Says that Andale was the key to helping her, that he was weeks away from figuring out how to open the door. Told his wife he'd bring her back, told her he knew how. I've never figured out where he went next or what happened to him, but his apartment was locked when I found it, and likely would have stayed that way if the key hadn't turned up inside my pocket on the first morning. Now I live in his old place. It's safe in there. He's written things on the wall that keep everything well behaved. Symbols that I don't understand, but which are easy to trace, so that's what I do. I go over them every couple of months, and so far, they've kept me safe and sane. Because you do need protection in Andale. I don't know when in its history the curse went from something mundane to something very real and very dark. It wasn't all just bad luck or poverty. Not by the end, and certainly not anymore. You can't just go strolling around Andale. Certainly not at night. It's dangerous. For one thing, it attracts a constant rotation of the deeply unwell who are likely to attack on sight, if you're lucky. They usually turn up dead in the halls come morning, although sometimes it's just bits of them I come across. Strips of skin floating on the brackish water that floods the basement stairwell, or bloodied fingernails embedded in the ceiling plaster. Weirdest one was a single tooth in a light bulb, bloody gum still attached to the root, the glass all around it somehow intact. Many of them come here with business, something a little like the philosophers, rituals, bargains, things like that. It's not a good idea to interrupt them, or to give them even the slightest hint you might be a problem. Every night, I lock my door and wait for Andale's business to finish, and come morning, I do a sweep, floor by floor, and clean up whatever's left of the tower block's strange pilgrims. Most of the rituals don't look real to me. In fact, I reckon a lot of people who come here just end up as victims of something or someone else. There's a lot of reasons to stay out of Andale at night, and most of its visitors strike me as a little naive. Most of what I see looks like it got stolen from a bad death metal album. I once found a book called Satanism and Witchcraft in the 21st Century. It's hard to imagine that the secret inner workings of the universe can be found in something with a ISBN number and 3,000 Amazon reviews. Of course, not all attempts at exploiting Andale's energy are so hackneyed. I had one guy turn up at my door and pay me $3,000 in cash just to show me the darkest corner in the building. I wasn't sure what he meant at first, thought he meant light and shadow.
Sort of,
he replied when I explained this to him.
Darkness like that can be part of it, but I'm looking for a corner. Has to be a right angle, or more acute. Ideally, more acute. You understand that term, right?
He seemed arrogant, and that last sentence confirmed as much. Good-looking guy in his late 20s, nice suit, looked like the stereotypical banker. Acted like one too.
There's plenty of places like that. Lots of funny rooms in Andale. People trying to make the most of limited space. Sometimes the walls meet at tight angles, sure, but I don't know what you mean about dark. There's the basement. It's flooded. Can you think of anywhere darker than that?
He bit his lip and hesitated for a second or two, as if he was actually contemplating it.
Not a bad suggestion, actually, but no. Too difficult to reach. And I don't just mean dark as in the absence of light. I mean dark like under the bed. Dark like that one chip in a wall that leads to a hollow space between the bricks, and as a child, you can't help but wonder what lives there. Somewhere that just inexplicably feels like it's not got as much of God's attention on it as everywhere else.
I thought about this for a second. His words were vague, but damn if I didn't know what he meant.
A corner?
I asked.
Has to be an acute corner.
He nodded.
I think I know the place,
I said, and he smiled like a real creep. I took him to a flat on the 8th floor. It was run down like everywhere else, but there was still enough of its old furniture lying around. You could pull open random drawers in there and still see the cutlery people once used. There's even an old analog TV on an old stand. You can perch on what's left of the sofa and stare at that TV and get the feeling that you knew who lived there once. Run your thumb over the dials on the toaster, the handle of the fridge, or the yellowing plastic of a light switch and feel an aching loss that creeps up on you out of nowhere. Look up and you'll see that light fixture has been torn out of the ceiling, like something had tried swinging from it. Not a big place, by the way. 3 rooms, a bedroom with a double bed all rumpled up, a living room/kitchen, and a tiny little spare room that looked like it had once been used for storage, or a washing machine maybe. If you were single and childless. A sliver of space. A triangle carved out of whatever room was left over when the other, more important walls had been put up. That sofa I mentioned, and the TV, they were all placed so whoever was sat down could always keep an eye on that room and its contents. You see, they'd put a cot inside it and it's still there, blue bottle flies circling overhead. You can't see inside the cot, not unless you went in and actually pulled the blankets out, but it's been decades and no one has managed it yet. It's dark behind those old boxes, a heavy shadow that dissuades a closer look, like there's something in there no one needs to see, and it spent a long time sat there, eating whatever little light there was. Even with the window in that room, daylight doesn't really filter down.
Perfect,
the businessman said when he saw it. He gazed around the flat, one detail at a time, his head pausing for a moment, and a smile creeping across his face as he laid his eyes on the broken light fixture and the cot, the sight of it, the flies that still circled above faded Winnie the Pooh blankets. It made the breath catch in his throat.
Oh, this is it. Yes, this is good,
he told me.
Dark like under the bed. You've earned that money. I could have had a dozen men sweep this place and they wouldn't have understood the brief as well as you have. Thank you,
I replied, even if that wasn't really how I felt. Quietly, the man sat down and began to unpack his leather satchel. No pentagrams to be found, although he did unpack 7 strange-looking candles. He caught me looking at them and smiled.
Homemade,
he said.
Each one shaped by my hands. I'm not a good artist, but it's the effort that counts. It took forever to rend the wax. Of course, that was the easy part. The hard part was getting the fat to make it. Did you know there can be a surprisingly high level of security around a hospital's medical waste department?
I didn't, I replied as he took out some flimsy bits of wood and a few small nails. He oh so carefully began to nail the splinters of wood together in what looked like random shapes.
Oh well,
he sighed after a few moments, his nails nimbly gripping the tiny hammer as he tapped away. Already, he'd put together at least 6 of the strange little wooden polygons, and with each new one, I felt a strange sensation.
Would you like to stay and watch?
He asked.
Absolutely not,
I answered. He stopped tapping and smiled once more.
Oh, you're clever,
he said.
That's the correct answer, by the way. And if I'm to respect it, I should inform you that now is the safest time to leave.
I made my way to the exit just as he lit the first candles, but not before I looked towards the cot one last time. I was surprised to see a hollow blackness that extended beyond the doorway, like a curtain had been draped across it. Only there was depth to it that drew the eye. The businessman paid it no attention, but after a few more seconds, he eventually looked up at me expectantly.
Can I ask what it is you want?
I said.
Everyone who comes here, I don't get the sense it ever works out for them. I'm looking for a new kind of afterlife. Do you need one? We all need one,
he said.
But only those of us willing to take a few risks will get a better deal. Everyone else,
He grimaced.
it's worth the bother. But look who I'm speaking to.
He looked to the darkness that enveloped the doorway. Shapes could be seen floating past.
You should leave now.
I pulled the door shut and, noticing that the sun was rapidly setting, ran to my apartment where I knew the walls would keep me safe. When I returned the next day, the man's satchel was still where I'd last seen it, propping against one arm of the sofa. The candles had burned down to the very ends of the wicks and left a lingering smell that's still there all these years later. And of the man himself, well, in the room with the cot, which still has bluebottle flies orbiting overhead, there is now a shadow burned into the wall. It's blurry and diffused, but vaguely recognizable as a man on his knees, his head pressed to the floor in a gesture of supplication. I've known it to occasionally move, to turn its head and look towards me, at which point my temples throb, my ears pop, and the darkness begins to encroach upon the edges of my vision. I never exactly considered that flat to be Disneyland before, but now I avoid it like the plague. Still, it could be worse. Not every ritual ends so cleanly, and at times I've had to personally intervene, something I hate bitterly. If people want to go poking around in the universe's undercarriage, that's their business. It's one thing if I've got to sweep up what's left of them afterwards, but at least that's a one-and-done job. Sometimes it isn't so clean. One guy turned up and told me he'd be a new resident, my neighbor, and we'd get to know each other. A bumbling old man with the look of a professor who was down on his luck. He sat up in the room next to mine, and no matter how little I spoke to him, he never really got the hint and kept trying to act like a good friend. Few times I did initiate conversation, it was to tell him that the place he'd chosen didn't have much in the way of protection. He pointed to some funny little rashes and told me they were his protection. Over the next few weeks, I'd bump into him from time to time, always on his hands and knees, scraping some dank corner or moldy pile of bumpy growths. He collected fungi, told me on the first day, and I'd often see him wiping his samples onto petri dishes that he'd whisper quiet words to whenever he thought I wasn't around. I didn't think he was sane, but he probably wasn't completely crazy because he lived long enough to get a sense of Andale and only come out in the day. Meanwhile, his apartment filled up with a growing collection of chittering terrariums and pickle jars, their specimens hidden by murky fluids. All over, he planted and cultivated strange mushrooms and molds. He encouraged them to soak up the darkness of Andale and set them to grow in the rife conditions he'd cultivated. Towards the end, his living room had mushrooms growing out of the walls, plaster crumbling beneath microbial armies until there was only concrete and rebar. And even then, mold continued to grow and thrive. A few times I peered in and found him feeding meat to the frilly growths that exploded out of the old furniture. During this time, the symbols on our shared wall would often grow hot, and I found myself having to replace them on a nearly daily basis as he tinkered away on the other side. I asked him once or twice to tone it down.
This is important work.
He growled, an unseen darkness creeping into his voice.
I'm not some ditzy crackhead trying to summon Baphomet. I'm not looking to get high. This is science. Progress. That is what I'm working towards.
Yeah, well, your progress is trying to eat its way into my flat. Can you ask it to stop?
He stopped, froze in mid-gesture like I'd said something either profoundly stupid or insightful, or likely a bit of both. He looked at the rashes on his arms that had, by now, started to sprout some of their own strange fruit. When he finally spoke again, it was sly.
This fungi,
He said,
they had samples of it in the university for 30 years. Can you imagine? They never even realized what they had until I found it and unlocked its potential. Now I've finally found the source and I can do things no one else thought possible. This entire time, my thesis has depended upon the idea that the fungus has a capacity for information processing way beyond anything we've considered before. And your idea is a good one, you know. Asking it might just be an option.
He scuttled off without another word, and for the next few days, he set about the building like a furious little honeybee in spring, poking and prodding, setting trap after trap and cleaning them vigorously of any rats or mice he caught. When I did my morning sweeps, I found him hovering over Andel's latest victim, scraping what was left of them into transparent bags for his own purposes.
"Don't mind me,"
He'd mutter.
"It's worthless to you, but these poor souls can help me achieve great things."
This persisted for another month. He no longer scraped mold or mushrooms off old apartments. He became interested only in meat, and by the time it came to an end, I can confidently say that I have never smelled anything worse than the prickly, musty odor that wafted out from under his locked door. It became so bad that I began to wonder if I might have to ask the police for help and have him removed when, finally, he simply disappeared from Andel's halls. One morning, he was there, annoyingly shooing me out of the way as he lowered jars into the flooded basement, and the next, he was gone, and Andel's halls were silent once more. But that didn't mean he moved out. Far from it, actually. It took 2 days before I decided to go ahead and break his door down. I kicked at it with a short, sharp blow, only to find my leg had immediately disappeared through the wood that had the texture of sodden cardboard. I freed my foot and tried a different tactic, grabbing the handle and pulling so hard that it simply popped right out of the rancid door frame. Free to move, the door swung open with an eerie creak as fetid air, hot and damp, blew out of the room. Inside, I found that the man's specimens had gone wild. Terrariums had shattered, their contents spilling outwards. Frogs as large as footballs glared at me from behind furry fronds, and insects with human eyes scuttled away before the amphibians could snatch them up. In one corner, rats had built a hive out of old cardboard, their backs covered with fungal growths that resembled human fingers and other appendages. In another corner, something that looked like a little black rubber sheet slapped furiously at passing vermin, and it took me a few seconds to realize it was a slime mold. When it finally caught something, it dragged the strange creature squealing into the dark corner where it grew and constricted around its meal like a fist. I stared at it, horrified, until one by one, black orbs unveiled themselves from within the strange mass, and I realized it had eyes to stare right back at me. It was a cacophony of god-awful terror, so gripping that it kept me from hearing the muffled noise of a human struggling to speak. Eventually, it did reach my ears, and I used my flashlight to light up the far wall without having to actually step inside. I found the scientist half grown into the wall. Algae and moss coated him head to toe so that he was no longer recognizable, but I had to assume it could be no one else. Wide eyes glared at me with terror and pain as nasty little creatures nibbled away at what was left of his shins. Meanwhile, strange tendrils prodded at his ears and head, never resting for a moment. He kept trying to speak, but the algal growths kept driving their way into his mouth until, one by one, they pushed too far and something snapped. His eyes went wider still. His squeals became hysterical, and his jaw slowly slid further down his chest until it hit the floor with a sodden thump. "Finally made contact?" I asked. "An awful idea if I've heard one. What would a mushroom have to say even in the best of circumstances, let alone one that was grown in the ruins of Andel? I can only assume you never got around to telling it to stay off my wall, did you? No, you probably had your own reasoning for doing all this, and that's what took priority." That made me wonder what it was he'd asked for. As the thought entered my head, I took a quick look around and tried to see if anything in particular stood out to me. Something was growing on the sofa and looked strangely human-shaped. It might have been just my imagination, but in the dark, it seemed to turn towards me. Meanwhile, the scientist continued to shiver in agony, his eyes focused on me and begging for help. I'll see what I can do," I said before slamming the door. Something about that strange pile on the sofa had deeply unsettled me. I put the word out, asked for a gun, but got a crossbow instead a few days later. A nervous-looking 16-year-old boy ferried it to my door. I was surprised he'd entered the building, but who knows who'd ordered him to do so. I've acquired a strange sort of respect among the locals, and it comes in handy. This boy looked like he would have stomped on my head and robbed me blind any other day, but when he spoke to me, he did so with more respect than I ever imagined I deserved. I thanked him and took the crossbow, spent an afternoon practicing with it, and then used it to kill the scientist the next morning. Took a few hits, but in the end, one thumped into his forehead and shut down his whimpered moans. I didn't see anything on the sofa this time, at least not anything human-shaped, which I guess I was thankful for. After that, it was a simple case of calling the police and beginning a long chain of events that ended with half a dozen men in hazmat suits spraying the room with noxious chemicals. For a while there, I'd been worried that they'd find a corpse and ask questions, but by the time anyone actually entered the room, there was nothing left of the scientist, save for a splotch on the floor. I never did figure out exactly what he was after, although it is not uncommon for my morning sweep to turn up a body, or part of, covered in fungal growths, and I've been known to occasionally catch glimpses of a strange person lowering themselves into the floodwater of the elevator shaft. Of course, I might actually just be making connections that aren't really there. All sorts of things live in that water. The entire level is flooded, and if something was down there, it'd have free reign over quite a large space. It's a strange world down there. I should know on account of one visitor who gave me a very bad time. I'll call him the fisherman, since he came to Andel because of the flooded basement. Saw a photo that had been circulating around for a while now, if you know where to look. God knows who took it and how, but it shows the flooded stairwell leading to the basement, and beneath the brackish surface is a hand that's all out of proportion. Fingers splayed with perfect symmetry like a starfish. It is reaching out of the depths and resting gently on the third step below the water. When I first met him, he was sitting happily with his feet over the edge of the flooded shaft, water up to his knees, with a rod and line set beside him. It was quite a surprise at first, seeing him there with a little fly fishing hat, a chubby but healthy-looking man in his 40s with an egg mayo sandwich in one hand and a phone playing Candy Crush in the other. I called out to him as I approached because, in my experience, startling someone in Andale is bad for your health, no matter how sane the visitor appears. He looked up when I caught his attention and smiled amiably.
Hello.
He waved with his sandwich.
You're the caretaker?
Yes, I am, I answered. And you are?
Just a tourist.
He smiled.
Care to join me?
The sun had risen only moments ago.
You weren't here when it was dark, were you?
I asked, more than a little suspicious.
Oh, no, you've only just caught me. Been here barely 10 minutes before you showed up. I was told you'd be willing to help in exchange for a small fee.
What sort of help? I asked.
Oh, just give me a nudge if any of the lines start moving,
he said while pointing to a rod he'd set up beside the basement stairs. The door was propped open and the line led down into the darkness below, water gently lapping just out of sight. Another line had been set up in a corner of the lobby where the floor had been torn away, revealing a hole straight down into the basement.
I can't keep an eye on all of them at once, you see. I have bells ready, but, well, 2 heads are better than 1.
What is it exactly you're hoping to catch down here? I asked.
Are you familiar with the primordial ocean?
He said.
The abyssal waters the gods split into light and dark and all that. It's not a physical location per se, but it does connect to certain bodies of water, depending on the time and place. Last recorded manifestation was in a glass of old whiskey underneath a forgotten bar in Mexico City. Some poor fellow knocked it over and didn't notice until the following day when half the bar was suddenly underwater. Quickly rectified, but some of the things swimming in that water were something else. And all from the bottle of glass no wider than my wrist. Imagine what could be done with this.
he said, gesturing at the water by his feet.
You think there could be fish alive down there? At least. I'd be willing to pay for any reliable information, of course. Do you have any idea what might be down there?
Not really, I shrugged, but I guess it wants to be left alone.
Yeah, you might be right there,
he said while looking at his other rods.
I didn't exactly put down any old lure, you know.
He reached into his pocket and took out a strange tuft of fur and ivory, holding it up for me to squint at.
A tooth from a man who drowned in the sea. A drone collected it off a shipwreck near the Norwegian coast. The fur is actually red algae that was found growing on his bones. I have plenty of these, and, well, other things that might appeal to what's on the other side. My research is thorough and expensive. Come on, take a seat. Flat fee, 1,000. Just sit here until the sun starts to set.
I just have to sit? I asked.
And let me know if you hear or see anything.
I groaned and sat beside him, folding my legs instead of letting them dangle in the water below. Despite my reticence, we stayed like that for several hours. He'd brought lots of food, good homemade stuff, along with plenty of cold beer. We sat there and spoke very little, but we did eat and drink a tremendous amount. Not the kind of thing I do normally, but I was being paid to be there, and I didn't really have anywhere else to be. It was, all in told, a very pleasant afternoon, until I fell asleep. When I awoke, it was with a terrible gasp. My chest was tight like something had been sitting on it, and judging by the terrible giggling and scampering feet I heard running off into the darkness, it might not have been just a feeling. Already, panic was setting in as my eyes darted to the open doors and saw that the moon was out and had been for hours. I fumbled for my light, and turning it on, I saw that there was no sign of the fisherman. All his stuff had been left behind, yet all that remained of him was his hat that still floated on the water. Even as I watched, a smooth, glistening shape curled beneath the water and plucked it off the surface. I recoiled and crawled away from it as fast as I could. This was bad. I knew deep in my heart that I'd never been as at risk as I was in that moment. The open doors that led outside were tempting, but just beside them were the stairs that led downwards, and I swore I could hear something approaching. I couldn't help but picture the fungal man I'd seen in the scientist's flat. Then again, the basement was huge, and who knows what lay down there. I decided to go for the stairs. The entire time, my heart was in my chest. I'd never been caught outside my room at night, not since my first night when I'd slept in the lobby with my coat pulled over me. You don't get lucky twice, not with Andel, so I knew I had to be careful. I had to be quiet. My only hope was to go unnoticed. I took to stealth, climbing out each floor in perfect silence, hiding in well-known spots at the slightest hint of footsteps, human or otherwise. Andel comes alive at night. Whispered mutterings from strange children who descend from air vents, living there for God knows how long. Other times I saw apparitions, including a toddler, the sight of whom made my stomach growl with an insatiable hunger that hurt just to contemplate. She stared at me with pleading eyes as I slunk away from her open door. I might have been tempted to help her were it not for the sight of the moon peering through her translucent image. And yet, despite all of this, I somehow made it to the 14th floor alive. Only it was there at the final hurdle, so close to safety that I came across something out of my worst nightmare. A woman stood outside my apartment door, silent, pale, dirt-covered fingernails. It was all too often I'd open my door and find muddy impressions on the floor made by bare feet. Now I knew who left them every night. I couldn't see her face from where I hid, but something about her seemed profoundly familiar. When she finally turned towards me, I remembered. I recognized her, even though most of her face was missing. It was the philosopher's wife. He had succeeded, it seemed, but I couldn't imagine at what god-awful price, because the woman who stared at me had clearly weathered some years in the grave. It was only the poor lighting and her long hair that covered up just how bad a state she was in. A lipless grin stared back at me below sunken cheekbones and hollow eye sockets, and yet I could tell that in another life She had been beautiful, which only made the sight all the more gut-wrenching.
My darling,
She whispered, and there was something about her voice that I found hard to stay sane in the face of. I don't know why. Over a decade in that place, and I'd bore witness to living nightmares, but it was this walking corpse that pushed me to my limits. The inescapable feeling of loss weighed me down, and without realizing it, I found myself taking steps toward her even as my knees buckled. By the time I reached her, I crawled until I could clutch her grimy, icy leg, and that was the last thing I remember before I woke up in my bed the following morning. Everything seemed normal, so completely mundane that I could have written the whole thing off as a bad nightmare, but there were footprints leading from my bed to the door. And later on, I found the fisherman's things much as he left them, although when I finally reeled his line in, I found the lures gone and replaced with bits and pieces of the man who'd first set them up. I threw it all into the water below and decided it would be best to forget him. Every now and again, of course, I can't help but check my peephole at night. I never did that before, but now I do. I see her every single time. She looks sad. It hurts me to think of her out there. It ought to be terrifying, but it's more like someone's ripped out my stomach and heart and let all my insides fall out of the bottom. Each time I see her, I wonder what exactly it was he did to bring her back. He leaves only one hint, a final letter, I think. It's not like he dated them. In it, he says he would give everything to have her in his arms once more. Not only his life, but everything he has already lived. Every sunset, every good dream, every nightmare, every victory, every loss, every little memory that makes him who he is, he'd give it all up just to save her. Sometimes I wonder about him, figuring we'd probably be about the same age. I'd like to think back and imagine what it would have been like for the two of us to meet as young men, but for some reason, whenever I try to remember what my life was like before I came to this city, before I woke up with that coat pulled over me, well, I don't know, it's just hard, that's all. It's almost like there's nothing there, like something reached in and took all the years away. I guess it's just one of those things I'm better off not dwelling on. I woke up in a birthing sack. Panicked and choking on amniotic fluid, I clawed at the fleshy walls, fighting with all my terrified strength to free myself. With a wet, ripping sound, I was dumped onto the muddy cobblestone of the street below, twisting my ankle as I landed. Cold rain blasted my naked body clean of the sack's liquid. I tried and failed to get to my feet. The street was alien to me, an insane medley of architecture ranging from the modern to the prehistoric. The sky above boiled with storm clouds, illuminating my surroundings with non-stop flashes of lightning. A man walked over to me. His hair was matted with filth and the rain streaked down his mismatched leather clothes. He said nothing, just watched me squirm on the floor. "Please," I gasped, "help me." He answered by slamming a foot down onto my face, breaking my jaw and making my vision reel. He moved onto my limbs, stamping and tugging until he heard the bones snap. Crippled, naked, and screaming, there was nothing I could do to defend myself when he started to eat me alive. My introduction to hell wasn't unusual. Very few people survive their first hour, let alone their first night. When they die, they go through the same thing again, emerging from a new birthing sack in another part of the city. Eventually, they learn to attack the first person they see, and if they're lucky, they'll be able to kill that person. That's the one rule in hell. The strong take from the weak. Get used to the idea, and you might just make it through the afterlife. I'm going to give you a helping hand. Consider this your handbook to hell, a primer on the inferno. Make no mistake, though, I'm not doing this out of the goodness of my heart. When you die, you'll owe me one. Don't worry about trying to find me. I guarantee we'll run into each other eventually. Eternity is a long time. So, it's a matter of when, rather than if. Do as I tell you, and you'll have a better chance than most of avoiding my own nasty introduction to the pit. Welcome to hell. Some people swear they saw a light at the end of the tunnel when they died. To my mind, those people either hallucinated or they're lying. Most of us just wake up in a birthing sack a few minutes after death. The buildings of hell are covered in the things, yellow-brown pimples growing out of the brick. I've already mentioned that the first thing you need to do is claw your way out and get ready to fight. This is where the real bitch of the situation comes into play, since not everybody has the strength to break through their sack's flesh. You get the body you had just before you died, see? So, let's say you were born a cripple, or maybe you died too young or too old. Tough shit. You're going to have a rough eternity drowning in birthing fluid over and over. If you manage to break free of your sack, don't waste time moping around, wondering what happened. Get on your feet and get ready to defend yourself. Chances are good that the first person you see will be hungry. There are no plants or animals in hell, so cannibalism is your only option if you don't fancy starving to death and having to start over. Aim to kill the first person you see. It might take a few tries. Most of Hell's residents have been fighting for survival a lot longer than you. They might have armor made from tanned skin, scavenged metal, and bone. They'll almost certainly have a shiv, club, or axe. All of that will be useful to you if you can take it from them. The next thing to do is to find shelter. It never stops raining in Hell, and pneumonia is a shitty way to die. Luckily, you'll have a selection of buildings to choose from. Ever wanted to live in a rundown Victorian manor with half a roof and no furniture? How about an ancient Egyptian mud brick hovel? If people have built it, you can find a crumbling version of it in Hell. Pick a building, kill any squatters you find, and move in. The best houses are the ones that come with a supply of scrap metal and timber. Not only are these good for making weapons with, they're also vital for getting drinking water. I learned the hard way that Hell's rain is teeming with disease. It has to be boiled before it's safe. So, getting a fire going and something to make a bowl with is a necessity. So, we've killed our first man and found a home. Things are going well. Get that far and you're going to want to hang on to what you have forever. You won't. Something will kill you eventually and you'll have to start over. My record is a year. If you want to beat that, you'll need to understand Hell and its denizens. The damned. The people of Hell can be grouped into two categories. The first, the fresh meat, are those who just climbed out of a birthing sack. It's kill or be killed when it comes to fresh meat. Always has been. The newly birthed want clothing and tools and will kill to get a hold of them. The second category, the residents, view fresh meat as a quick and easy supply of food, leather, and bone. Residents have an easier time of it for sure, and all of them will fight to retain their resident status for as long as they can. Make no mistake though, residents victimize each other just as much as they prey on fresh meat. If you're a woman, for instance, well, you better get over any hang-ups you have about rape. Women get raped in Hell far more than men, it's just a fact. If you're not one of those bodybuilders or warrior women, do the smart thing and prostitute yourself for protection. Self-respect doesn't keep you breathing. Remember how you get the body you had just before you died? Well, that fact forms the core of Hell's society. The truth of the matter is that throughout history, it's usually been men who die in battle. That means that in Hell, there are a lot of men with young, strong bodies fit for war. Don't like it? Tough. Those are the guys who call the shots. If you can't fight them, you better do as they tell you. If you live long enough and fight well enough, you might get invited into one of the resident tribes. These are groups of people who band together for the sake of safety in numbers. Believe me, being part of a group makes things a lot easier in Hell. However, keep in mind that you're only part of the tribe for as long as you're a resident. Get yourself killed, and it's back to being fresh meat. Tribes offer the closest thing to civilized society you'll find in Hell. If you're part of a tribe, you have people on your side who probably won't kill you unless shit gets rough. Doesn't sound like much, but that's about as good as it gets. My own survival record was thanks to getting into a tribe. Life was good for a while there. We had about 50 soldiers and plenty of girls to fuck. Nobody could touch us, and the men abided by an honor code, so the usual fear of being stabbed in the back by one of your friends wasn't too much of an issue. I could have spent my eternity in reasonable comfort, but hell has a way of fucking over good things. Human flesh and boiled rainwater doesn't exactly make for a balanced diet, and sooner or later, even the strongest resident dies of malnutrition. I did well to last a year on it, though the last few months were agony. If I believed in God, I'd swear he designed hell in such a way that nobody stays on top of the food chain for long. The city in the wasteland. Most of the damned live in Dis, the city of hell. That's where all the fresh meat is born, and considering the size of the place, coupled with the short life expectancy, a lot of people will spend eternity without ever setting foot outside of Dis. Take my advice. Do not leave the city. Things are rough on the streets, that's true, but trust me when I say it gets a lot worse if you try to leave. Dis is surrounded by a wasteland called Gehenna. At first glance, it doesn't look like much, just an empty expanse of gray stretching out into infinity. Sometimes the damned lose that fire in the belly, the will to survive, and set off wandering into Gehenna. Most of them never come back. I made the walk myself once, a long time ago. I don't care how hard you think you are, spend enough time in hell and it starts to break you down. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that I'm a good person who never deserved this. Nobody can say that and not be a liar. I'm not evil though, or rather, I wasn't. Not until I got to hell. You murder, rape, and torture because you know they'd do the same to you. You're murdered, raped, and tortured because they know you'll do the same to them. Give it long enough and you just don't want to face it anymore. That's when you take the walk into Gehenna. The first couple of miles I walked were nothing special. The rain stopped after a while, the sludge beneath my feet giving way to gray ash, and I caught my first glimpse of hell's sky beyond the clouds. It was a flat gray with a white sun, completely devoid of beauty or warmth. I trudged on. While walking through Gehenna, I lost any urge to eat, drink, or sleep. My body started to waste away, but I didn't care. Even when my skin started to peel away and my bones were exposed, I didn't care. The further I walked, the hollower I became in mind, body, and soul. I don't know what would have happened if I kept going. Frankly, I don't want to know. Some part of me still wanted to live, so I turned back. I'd walked for days, maybe weeks, yet when I turned around, Dis was only a few steps away. I stepped back into the city and my body finally fell apart. When I emerged from my birthing sac, I swore never to step foot into Gehenna again. Escaping from hell. There are ways to leave hell. That should be obvious, otherwise I wouldn't be talking to you, would I? Sometimes the living get it into their heads that they want to talk with the dead. They get their crystals, incense, and spirit boards in hopes of reaching their loved ones. Most do nothing more than trick themselves into thinking they've made contact. They smile or cry, convinced their beloved granny is playing the harp on a cloud somewhere before getting on with their lives. A few have the skill to actually reach us, though. They can open a gate between hell and the world of the living that we perceive as a pillar of fire, stretching down from the clouds. As soon as one of those pillars shows up, the damned scramble to be the first to get to it. You haven't seen the true nature of man until you've watched thousands of the damned swarming over each other, kicking, biting, clawing to be the one who escapes. Contacting the dead always results in a bloodbath. Even the most civilized tribes fall apart the instant it becomes clear that only one of them can leave. I've left hell twice now. Left my body behind and ridden that pillar of fire up into the clouds. Some people believe that you can be possessed by demons. Let me tell you something, demons aren't real. What the living see as demonic possession is just one of the damned testing out their new body. Let's face it, if you fought your way through hell to get back to the world of the living, you're not going to be on your best behavior for long. Sooner or later, we take things too far, our host dies or their family caves and recruit an exorcist. Then we're fresh out of the birthing sack and onto the streets again. By now, you should have a good idea of what you can expect from hell. You know to kill the first person you see when you fight your way out of a birthing sack. You know to find clothing, food, and shelter. You know that no matter what you do, how well you do, someday it's back to being fresh meat. Dis is the biggest city you can imagine. Tribes fight and die for territory, and taking a wrong turn is a fucking death sentence. You'll get a feel for where you should and shouldn't go eventually. Develop the kind of street smarts you need to stay a resident for more than a day. Even so, there are places in Dis that you should know about. Let's do a little sightseeing tour of hell. Maybe the advanced warning will do you some good. Skin Street. Allow me to tell you about the first time I saw Skin Street. I dropped out of my birthing sack onto the road, stood straight back up, and got myself ready to fight. Nobody was there. Not a single person was out on the street that stretched for miles in either direction. I relaxed a little and took a look around. Most of the streets in Dis are a labyrinthian network of buildings. You spend most of your stay in hell paranoid that just around the next corner, there's somebody ready to beat you down. Skin Street isn't like that. It's a single straight line with only the rain and the darkness to hamper visibility. I felt more vulnerable there than I felt in any other part of Dis. You ever walked into a wide, empty space and suddenly felt exposed? Yeah, imagine also being naked, unarmed, and in hell. Still, I knew what I was supposed to do. The first step was to find some clothing. That's where I learned how Skin Street got its name. Every building, every busted streetlight and gas lamp was decorated with flayed skin. I'd been in hell long enough by that point to not be freaked out, but I'd be lying if I said it didn't affect me. In a fucked up kind of way, it reminded me of Christmas, you know? People hanging wreaths and lights from their houses, that sort of thing. I remembered the time I'd spent with my family, with my kids on Christmas morning. Feelings like that get you killed. I pushed them back down and pulled some scraps from the nearest building. If somebody was going to leave clothing material lying about, I may as well take it, right? I didn't know it at the time, but every step I took on Skin Street was being watched. When the attack came, I didn't even get a glimpse of the guy. Whoever hit me went for my eyes the second I hit the floor, stuck his fingers right into my sockets. I was blind and crying like a baby when he started to peel away my skin. Here's the thing, some people are fucked up even by hell's standards. The loners, serial killers, stalkers, and psychos all make their way to Skin Street in the end. Most of the damned use the whole body of a kill, but the Skin Street people like to take trophies. They leave their ornaments out as bait for the ignorant, skulking in the shadows and waiting for the best moment to ambush. If you find yourself on Skin Street, you're going to have to think fast. Forget clothing, just grab a rock, a piece of wood, or anything else you can use as a weapon. Stay out of the shadows, keep checking behind you, and get out of there as quickly as you can. Perdition Farms. You're going to be chased in hell, that's unavoidable. At some point, you'll stumble into somebody bigger than you, or you'll find yourself outnumbered. Forget about a fair fight. If somebody can take you down without you fighting back, you bet that's what they'll do. It's easy to lose focus when you're running for your life. You can forget to pay attention to your surroundings. That, my friend, is a big mistake. The outskirts of Perdition Farms are littered with billboards. They promise free food and safety to anybody fucking stupid enough to believe them. The tribes that fight over that particular territory like to herd people off the streets and into the industrial complex they call home. The good news is that those tribes won't kill you. The bad news is that they're big fans of taking people alive. They've got a project, you see. Been working on it for as long as I can remember. I couldn't tell you who originally decided that hell should have organized food production, only that the idea stuck and that over the years, countless tribes have taken it upon themselves to try to make that dream a reality. Get yourself captured by them and you can look forward to a bit of slave labor. For the most part, the Perdition Farms tribes try to make use of the birthing pods as a source of food. They forced their slaves to harvest them from the walls, grind them up in industrial vats, mix them with blood, body parts, rainwater, and anything else that could conceivably make a broth. The life of a slave is short, brutal, and disgusting, particularly when those slaves are then used as guinea pigs for the latest concoction. You see, amniotic fluid can be drunk if you're desperate, though drinking too much is guaranteed to make you empty your stomach from every available orifice. The flesh of the sacs is a different matter, though. I couldn't tell you exactly what the birthing sacs are. Some people say they're actual flesh, while others swear they're more like a fungus. What I do know is that they repair themselves over time. Eat some of their flesh, and over the next few days, you'll grow a new birthing sac inside you. It's a small mercy that you won't live long enough to see it break through your skin. You'll be dead shortly after your stomach bursts. If you're lucky, your days as a slave will end when the tribe decides they want some real meat. They're not stupid enough to test their broth themselves, not when there's no shortage of slaves in hell. Look, I can't force you to stay out of Perdition Farms. I can only offer advice. In my opinion, if you think you're being herded there, it's better to take whatever's to hand and cut your own throat. I'd take fresh meat status 100 times before spending another day on the farms. The Boneyard. So, maybe you're thinking to yourself, hey, I'm the kind of nutjob who'd join a cult. Is there anything in hell for me? If that sounds like you, the Boneyard has you covered. You see, there's a certain kind of religious fanatic who really does belong in hell. I'm not talking about the old dears who bake cakes to raise money for the new church roof here. I'm talking about the guys who went to war because God commanded it, who burned women for supposedly consorting with demons, and who saw nothing wrong with fucking the odd kid. When those people get to hell, they're too thick-headed to make sense of what happened. Why face reality when you can just pretend it's all just a test of faith? They find like-minded folk in the Boneyard. I'm told that at one time, the Boneyard was a cathedral surrounded by a cemetery that stretched from horizon to horizon. Maybe that's true, I don't know. These days, it's a shanty town of temples and churches built from materials scavenged from the streets. Everywhere you look, you'll find wild-eyed zealots preaching their own twisted version of redemption and gangs of masked men on the prowl for fresh converts. Mortification of the flesh is the main pastime in the Boneyard. If you listen to the cacophony of sermons, you'll be informed of how the flesh is wicked and must be purged of sin, how lucky we are to be given such a holy duty, how fortunate to be given the opportunity to redeem ourselves before God. The people of the Boneyard have had a long time and plenty of fucking practice when it comes to mastering torture and degradation. I'm not a good person. I've killed, raped, and cannibalized, but I can honestly tell you I'd never be able to dream up some of the shit that goes on in the Boneyard. I wandered in there by accident once, and I've never been able to get what I saw out of my brain. I watched a woman, naked and bound, forced onto her knees and violated by iron rods. A preacher sewed his own eyes and lips shut in front of a crowd before sawing off his manhood with a piece of slate. A boy, maybe 14, was publicly crucified. A girl was drowned in shit. An older man had sharpened flint pushed under his fingernails. I could list off 100 other atrocities done in the name of redemption. Stay away from the Boneyard. The people there decided that hell just isn't hellish enough for their liking. Forget about redemption. Forget about God. The only way out of hell is by riding a pillar of fire and taking over a living body. Focus on that if you want to escape. The damned can't offer you salvation. The damned only offer pain. I have to leave you soon. If I'm going to make the most of life on Earth, I'm afraid I'm going to have to skip town. While I've had plenty to keep myself entertained, this body just isn't suitable for a run-in with the police. It's only a matter of time until some nosy neighbor thinks to pick up the phone. With the humidity over the last few days, my roommate is already pretty ripe. Here's something you have to understand. Hell is a big place. I've given you fair warning about a few of the locations I myself have run into, and that will have to do. Even if I wrote a library's worth of novels solely dedicated to mapping out the distinct locations within Dis, I couldn't tell you everything about the city. What I can do is give you a bit of information about some of the damned. The Slaughter Man. Take a moment to think about all the celebrities you know. How many of them do you reckon would do well in Dis? Not many, I'll wager. Perhaps none. Fame and fortune on Earth doesn't count for shit when you're dead. Very few people are strong enough, mean enough, and downright psychotic enough to earn a reputation in hell. Those few who have what it takes are people you never want to meet. The Slaughter Man is one of hell's legends. A huge, bearded man with filed teeth, bloodshot eyes, and foam on his lips. Rumor has it that the day he first emerged from a birthing sack, he was unlucky enough to land at the feet of a slaver tribe. Well, those tribesmen chuckled to themselves and readied their clubs and whips, only too happy to take some fresh meat captive. Outnumbered 12 to 1, naked, unarmed, and brand new to hell, most people wouldn't stand a chance. If you believe the stories, the Slaughter Man shrugged off the clubs battering against him and whips cutting into his flesh as though they were insect bites. He picked up the first slaver, put his hands into the man's mouth, and pulled his jaw right off his skull. He moved on to another and then another, tearing them apart with his bare hands until the survivors turned and fled. Nobody knows for sure who he was in life. I've heard theories, though, the most popular one being that he was the berserker of Stamford Bridge, supposedly a single Viking who held up the English army single-handedly. It didn't matter that he could never win, that he was outnumbered, that his enemies had better weapons and armor. He stood on that bridge and fought. By the time he was brought down, he'd killed no less than 40 men. I don't know how true any of this is. I've never seen the Slaughter Man for myself, and I don't fucking want to. What I can tell you for sure is that people don't become legendary in hell without good reason. I'd guess that the only one who knows the truth is the Slaughter Man himself, and he isn't saying anything. Since the day he arrived in hell, he's only spoken once. The fleeing slavers heard it as the Slaughter Man tore their tribe apart. Naked, bloody, and surrounded by corpses, the Slaughter Man looked up to the storm-racked sky and bellowed a single word. Valhalla. Hellhounds. How about a little story? I wasn't new to hell. I'd made myself some clothes and a wooden club, found shelter, and had a big slab of meat roasting over a campfire. The only thing I didn't have was a tribe. The area I'd been birthed in seemed slummy even for Dis, all half-collapsed hovels and mud huts. Iron was scarce, barely enough to make myself a water bowl. All in all, not a good spot for a tribe. My plan was simple enough. I'd have a decent meal, carve myself a shiv or two in case I lost my club, then find somewhere more or less dry to sleep. After that, I'd set off to look for a tribe. Even the mildest tribal initiations result in a few scars and a broken nose, so I wanted to be as well rested as I could be. Sleep in hell is both vital and dangerous. There's a knack for finding somewhere that's simultaneously sheltered, hidden, and with access to an escape route. Even then, you never get more than a few hours at a time. In hell, the slightest suspicious noise should scare the shit out of you. A low, throaty growl definitely counts as a suspicious noise. I leapt out of my impromptu nest of skins and wood, raised my club, and returned the growl with one of my own. A woman had crept into my building and was staring at me with dilated pupils. She looked to be in a bad way, skinny, naked, and covered in weeping sores. Her lips peeled back to reveal broken and jagged teeth. It took me all of a second to size her up. She'd been living rough for days or weeks, judging from her protruding ribs and bloating stomach. She was well on her way to dying of starvation, so she was weak, hungry, and didn't even have a weapon. "I've already eaten," I said, relaxing a little and giving my club a few practice swings. "No sense in letting you go to waste, though." I took a step toward her and she bolted, just turned right around and scampered away in a strange animal gait. I took off after her, certain that I could outpace her. Even if there wasn't much meat on her, bones can still be useful. I chased her through a few streets, struggling to keep my footing on the muddy ground. When I finally got close enough to swing my club, she stopped dead. The suddenness of it caught me off guard, and I tripped over her, losing my club as I fell. She howled in triumph, a sound that was echoed by a dozen other throats. That day, I learned two things about the hellhounds. The people who lose their minds and become little more than beasts after enduring centuries in hell. Firstly, they have the necessary animal cunning to hunt as a pack. Secondly, human teeth and fingernails are perfectly capable of ripping flesh from the bone. The surgeons. Modern doctors rarely thrive in hell. Academia and reliance on technology don't leave you in the best state to endure the endless violence and brutality. There are exceptions, though. The people who learn to sew their friends back together amid the machine gun fire of the Somme. Shamans, witch doctors, and holy men who endured famine and warfare. Survivalists who knew how to cauterize their own wounds in the middle of a forest. Those are some of the people who might just be strong enough to ply their trade to the damned. After all, working knowledge of basic medicine is just one of those things that's beyond a lot of the meatheads roaming Dis. Most of Hell's surgeons find a tribe as soon as they're able. Their tools might be crude, but they soon learn to make do. Flint, slate, and shards of glass serve as their scalpels. They make thread from human hair and needles from slivers of iron. Whenever a member of a tribe has an infected sore, a surgeon will be the one to drain the pus. A tribal surgeon could save your life, but they'll do it without anesthetic. Then there are the freelance surgeons, the people who try to go it alone. They make themselves a uniform, the theory being that the damned will recognize them if they all look alike. It doesn't really work, but then you can't expect much logic from people who've lost count of how many times they've died. For one thing, fashions change over time. I'm told that freelancers wore headdresses and bone necklaces at one point. The current trend is to mimic Venetian plague doctors by donning a beaked mask and wearing a long coat of fire-blackened skin. Freelancers are rare. Very rare, in fact. You'll see thousands of damned for every freelance surgeon you come across. When you do come across one, be fucking careful. Firstly, surgeons don't get a free pass in hell. The damned are more likely to attack a freelancer than they are to barter their tools, clothes, or slaves in exchange for his services. You can't be certain if the man in the bird mask and black coat is really a surgeon or somebody who murdered a surgeon and took his clothes. Perhaps they made the outfit themselves in order to draw the weak and the wounded close. Advertising doesn't always work as intended in Dis. If the freelancer turns out to be genuine, that doesn't give you an excuse to drop your guard. Freelance surgeons aren't usually the most stable people. Put another way, freelancers are usually sadistic fucking psychopaths. Sure, they might stitch you back together and send you on your way. They might also decide it would be more interesting if they stitched you to somebody else. They might think paying an arm and a leg for their services should be taken literally. They might turn out to be some wannabe serial killer who's yet to find their way to Skin Street. For each freelancer trying to do a tough job in a tougher place, there are a dozen or so mangalas who want to try out their toys on somebody too injured to fight back. Stick with your tribe surgeon if you're lucky enough to have one. Failing that, learn to patch up your own wounds. Trust me, if you're able to read, you've already got the intellectual advantage over a lot of Hell's residents. Freelancers aren't worth the risk. Cambions. I'll be honest with you here, I don't know if cambions actually exist. What I'm going to tell you is something that somebody else told me. It's up to you to decide if it's true or not. Personally, I really fucking hope it isn't. People rape one another in hell. It happens a lot. If you're not strong enough, it'll happen a lot to you. The good news for the ladies out there is that damned men fire blanks. You'll almost never be impregnated. I say almost never because if you believe the stories, there's an incredibly slim chance that a couple of those little swimmers will be awake and looking for an egg. Just to put this into perspective, we're talking conjoined twins levels of unlikeliness here, and that's just conception. The chances of a pregnant woman surviving the full 9 months in hell are probably conjoined triplets level of unlikely. You're talking about a perfect storm of beating the odds here. but this is eternity. A monkey randomly mashing keys on a typewriter will eventually produce the complete works of Shakespeare if it goes at it for eternity. The result of that perfect storm, of those monkeys and their typewriters, is a cambion, a child conceived and born in hell. I'm not saying they exist, okay? I'm saying I've met somebody who swears it's true, and that he's seen a cambion for himself. You see babies in their birthing sacks from time to time. Usually it's just a body. Occasionally you see one drowning. Most of the damned ignore them. They wouldn't survive a day on the streets even if you could afford to devote your full attention to them. Better to leave them be. It's only the really fucked up people who cut through the sacks, and yeah, I'm not going to finish that thought. I'm getting sidetracked. So this cambion, who may or may not have existed, apparently looked like a normal child. It cried, it shit, it sucked its mother's tits just like a regular baby would. The mother was part of a tribe and they'd been able to protect her throughout her pregnancy. Couldn't tell you why. Curiosity, perhaps? When it was born, the whole tribe gathered around to have a look. Among them was the man who told me this story, somebody I'd met years later and eventually killed. This man cut the baby's cord and lifted it up to his face. Every man in the tribe had raped the mother at one point or another and wanted to see if the child looked anything like them. The cambion looked like a normal child in every way but one. Its eyes were dead, lifeless like a doll's. Sure, the kid was alive. It wriggled and cried like a normal baby. Those eyes were wide open, though. Not scrunched closed like a newborn's eyes should be. Wide open, empty doll's eyes. If that story is true, I don't blame the tribe for killing the child. Something like that shouldn't exist. Right, I'm done. I have to go. This is the point where people like to have things nicely tied up. A few dragons slain, a few maidens saved. At the very least, you could expect some kind of moral lesson to think over. I think that in this case, that sort of thing is missing the point. There are no dragons to slay, no morals to learn. We do not live happily ever after. There's no grand revelation, no clever twist, no purpose, no redemption, no hope. There's only eternity. Among our own kind.
Hello, it's been a long time. The last body I had in the living world didn't cope too well with my mind driving it. It's sometimes hard to remember that the lessons you learn in hell aren't a good fit for the civilized world. When murder is just a normal part of existence, you tend to keep doing it out of habit. The inevitable result is either death or exorcism and a trip back to the city of Dis. Safe to say, I got carried away the last time I was here. After my last taste of freedom, I knew that I had to get back out of Dis. My existence ever since I squandered my last host has been utterly dedicated to fighting my way back into a pillar of fire. I had to escape Dis. After what I've seen, I had to escape. This new body seems a little more durable than the last one. Now that I'm back, shall we take another trip into hell? Phlegethon Swamp. It rains in hell. It rains all the fucking time, and that water has to go somewhere. Most of it drains out into Gehenna, where it sinks into the otherworldly ash and apparently disappears. The rest flows either into the sewers beneath the city, or it collects in Phlegethon Swamp. Remember how it's a bad idea to drink the rainwater in hell without boiling it? Well, Phlegethon's water will kill you no matter what you do with it. Even letting the stuff touch your skin can be deadly. You see, the swamp isn't just filled with disease and rot, it's also brimming with chemical waste. One pool might simply be undrinkable, but another might dissolve your flesh. If you're mad enough to travel to Phlegethon, or unlucky enough to be born there, your odds of survival are slim. Phlegethon's waters are inky black, and it's impossible to tell just how deep the pool is by looking. It could be an inch, or it could be a mile. You never know whether your next footfall will plunge you into a cloying abyss. Worse still, there are places where the sewers gradually drain the water and create unseen vortices capable of dragging down even the strongest of the damned. To navigate the swamp,
you're better off using the crumpled buildings as stepping stones. The corrosive water causes wooden supports to wither and collapse, so there's plenty of debris lying around to stand on. Even so, if you don't take it slow and keep your balance, it's easy to slip and subject yourself to a fucking agonizing death. Last but not least are the wildfires. These are the reason that even the most insane tribes don't try to establish a permanent stronghold in Phlegethon Swamp. All that chemical waste and decaying matter makes the swamp extremely volatile. A lightning strike or a buildup of gases can result in immense explosions that ignite Phlegethon's surface for miles around. Wildfires move fast. I guarantee that you won't outrun one.
The Pale Witch.
The first time you see Cocytus, you could be forgiven for thinking you'd reached the very edge of Dis. The pit is dozens of miles wide and several times as deep. At some point in the dim and distant past, a fragile alliance of tribes put their slaves at work digging a quarry. Why they did this is lost to time, but many believe it was an attempt to escape Dis. Perhaps those tribes hoped that if they dug far enough, they'd eventually tunnel their way out of hell. In my view, the more likely answer is that the tribes were looking for resources. If that's true, then the excavation was a success. Miles below the surface, beneath the rock and dirt, there are caverns filled with veins of iron and copper, so far underground and sheltered from the relentless fucking rain, it's far easier to create a fire hot enough to smell ore. A value of such a possession wasn't lost on the tribes, and that alliance soon showed just how brittle it was. After a short but savage burst of treachery, the initial settlers of Cocytus all but wiped themselves out. Since then, the pit has been settled and mined countless times. Coordinated efforts from various tribes have transformed the quarry into an abyss. So far, these alliances have always been broken sooner or later. Cocytus has many paths into the depths, and the lower you go, the more labyrinthine the pit becomes. The sprawling caverns shelter entire shanty towns and crude smelting facilities. Some are abandoned, others have been lost to cave-ins, yet there are still plenty of tribes who fight, join forces, and betray one another over the precious ore veins. By this point, you have to go pretty fucking deep to find an untapped vein, and this is where Cocytus becomes truly deadly. Anybody who thought they might be able to tunnel out of hell would be sorely disappointed once they learn what lies in the pits. In all these years, after digging for so many miles, not one person has run into some magical portal leading out of Dis. They also haven't run into magma for that matter. Instead, the deeper you go, the colder Cocytus becomes. I've never seen the very bottom myself. I am told that down there, the air is cold enough to freeze your blood and shatter your skin. Maybe that's true. I could certainly believe it. On the rare occasions I've been to Cocytus, I've always had to turn back once the walls became more ice than rock and the narrow walkways became a death trap. If you have the numbers to do it, Cocytus is still a valuable place to settle. Just remember that when hunger, cold, and greed are your constant companions, none of the damned can be trusted.
The Pale Witch.
I've told you about the Slaughtermen previously, but hell has other legendary figures, each with their own sobriquet. The Ripper, the Grim Doctor, the Tyrant, and many more. So far, I've only encountered one of these figures. During my last stay in hell, I came across the Pale Witch. As always the case with legends, the truth about the Pale Witch tends to get lost amid the superstition. I've heard plenty of theories as to what she is. The Pale Witch is a Striga who has the power of the evil eye. The Pale Witch is a Gorgon whose gaze turns her victims to stone. The Pale Witch is a succubus who entraps the minds of those she wishes to consume. All of that is bullshit. I've seen the Pale Witch, and I know the truth about her. When I first saw her, I didn't realize who I was looking at. She was naked and locked in combat with an armed resident, so I just took her for fresh meat. Here's a tip for you. If you see a resident fighting fresh meat, kill them both while they're distracted. I planned to do exactly that, but something about the fight seemed off. Residents usually have the upper hand in a fight against fresh meat, and this particular bout definitely seemed about as one-sided as it gets. She was naked, whereas he was clad in leather and bone. She was unarmed, whereas he had a club. She was waifish, whereas he was huge. Despite him having the advantage, the resident was clearly terrified of her. The rules of hell dictated that he should have cracked her skull, taken her skin, and eaten her flesh, but that just wasn't happening. He was uncoordinated and apparently desperate to escape. Every swing he took was clumsy, and the blows he did manage to land on her didn't seem to have any effect. I could only stare as this naked, vulnerable woman took the resident's club from his unresisting hand and swung it at his knee. I'm accustomed to the sound of bones breaking by now, but this time, the noise caught me off guard. How the fuck was this happening? She brought the club down on his other knee, then his elbows, then his ankles, and his shoulders. She left him broken and screaming on the floor. She could have finished him off with a blow to the head, stolen his clothing, and taken her rightful place as a resident. That's how hell works. Those are the rules I've learned through bloody trial and error. That isn't what happened. Rather than kill him, she sat down beside him in the mud and took his hands in hers. I actually thought she was going to console him, until she started breaking his fingers. One by one, she snapped the fingers on both his hands with a calmness that made no sense to me. Torture is common in hell, but there's always a purpose behind it. The people in Skin Street do it out of sadism, and the people in the Boneyard do it for their insane purification rituals. This woman did it without emotion and without reason. I honestly don't know if she even understood that she was hurting him. I don't think her mind works the same way as ours. Eventually, the resident lost consciousness. A man can only take so much pain before the shock gets him. Surely now she'd be satisfied. Surely she'd take his clothes and restore hell's order? No. She stood up, tilted her head slightly, and uttered a noise for the first time. It wasn't a victory cry, nor was it even a sigh of relief. Instead, the sound she made was nothing more than a faint It was as if she couldn't comprehend why her plaything had stopped moving. She stood up and stepped away from him, apparently content to leave him alive, unconscious and crippling on the ground. She kept his club but didn't take his clothing. The cold rain didn't seem to bother her. Then she looked at me. In that instant, I knew I was looking at the pale witch. I looked into her eyes and I couldn't fucking move. I understood what she was straight away, and the sheer terror of it froze me. The pale witch isn't a Striga. She isn't a Gorgon, and she isn't a succubus. The pale witch is a Cambion. It's hard to put into words exactly how paralyzing the sight of a Cambion is. That perfectly serene face and those dead, staring eyes just don't belong on a body that's otherwise human. It was like looking into the face of a mannequin and knowing it's looking back at you. That noise again. That kind of detached curiosity shouldn't exist in the world of predator and prey. Might makes right. Survival of the fittest. Nobody in the city of Dis has any right to make that noise. She took an awkward step towards me, and I saw that her right leg was broken. It seemed like her fight with the resident had injured her after all. She just didn't notice it. She tried to walk normally, completely unaware that one of her legs had an extra joint. I don't care how tough you are, nobody should be able to put their full weight onto a broken leg without even wincing. She stepped closer, her zombie shuffle steadily closing the gap between us as I stared at her. She raised her club, and my survival instincts finally kicked into gear. Her transfixing spell broke just enough for me to stumble backwards and avoid her swing. I ran. I ran from a woman with a broken leg, and I'm not even ashamed of it. Looking back on my experience, there are some things I just can't comprehend. The pale witch is a Cambion, I'm certain of it. She was born in hell, and hell is all she's ever known. She also looked to be about 30 years old. That just shouldn't be possible. No baby survives long in Dis. Even if they had a tribe to protect them, there just isn't enough nourishment for an infant to grow into a toddler, let alone an adult. The pale witch is a walking impossibility. Her existence is a defiance of all reason. I would endure every torture the people of Skin Street and the Boneyard could conceive of if it meant I would never have to look into her eyes again. There's an urban legend in my hometown about a hitchhiker on Butter Street that will appear if you follow a series of instructions. Once summoned, you drive him to his destination, and if you play the game right, he will answer an unknowable question for you. If you play it wrong, well, just don't play it wrong. There's an old gravel pit at the end of Butter Street. The water there is the deepest blue. It's almost like staring into the ocean, that's how deep it is. More than one car over the years has been dredged up from the depths there. Officially, these drivers all fall asleep at the wheel, but unofficially, the deaths from cars careening off the road into the gravel pit during the wee hours of the night only add more veracity to the urban legend. They were the poor souls who broke the hitchhiker's rules. So far, no one has pinpointed the origin of the legend. I've reached out to the local historical society and searched through newspaper archives in the local library and haven't found any mentions of the hitchhiker. It's a modern piece of folklore passed around coffee shops and diners in the early morning hours until it eventually made its way to high school cafeterias. It wasn't until someone posted about the hitchhiker on a local Facebook group that people began sharing their experiences and the rules of how to summon him. But as more people shared their experiences, the details about the hitchhiker varied from person to person. His clothes have switched up over the years, growing more modern. His speech doesn't reflect any particular time period either. No mannerisms or 23 skidoo phrases to help date him. Sometimes he is in his late teens, sometimes he is much older. Even with these differences, everyone who claimed to have summoned the hitchhiker swears that he was real. The only common thread in all of these stories of the hitchhiker is that he's always wet when he enters the car, followed by what were always his first words to the driver. "It's a bad night for rain," to which you reply, "Is there ever a good night?" He laughs, and that's when you know you're playing the game. But I'm ahead of myself. I should go back to how I got him in the car. The game starts by turning your car on exactly at midnight. Where doesn't matter, only when. And once the car is on, you can't get out, nor can you let anyone else in. Just you in your car at midnight. What comes next is a lot of waiting, because you have to be at the pickup point on Butter Street at exactly 3 a.m. That's right, 3 hours in the car. Those are the rules. With 3 hours to kill, a lot of people show up early and just cruise the road so they can time getting to the pickup spot at exactly 3 a.m. But, as the urban legend has grown in popularity, the local police will pull you over if they see your car circle back down Butler Street more than once. The local cops all know the rules, so if they pull you over, they'll have you turn off your car and get out of the vehicle, thus ending the game. On the night I decided to summon him, I filled up my car at the gas station at 11:45, then went in and took advantage of the facilities to ensure I wouldn't need to make any pit stops before 3 a.m. Then I waited in the parking lot until it was exactly midnight and started my car. I should add that it doesn't matter what type of car you drive, but a 4-door is preferred over a 2-door or a pickup. You don't want to look directly at the hitchhiker, not until the end of the trip. That's much easier to do if he's sitting in the back seat versus sitting beside you. I drove in a big loop around the county until it was time to head to the pickup, avoiding any of the known police traps to keep from having to try again another night. I kept my maps program running on my phone, so I knew exactly what time to make my way to Butter Street. I can't imagine how difficult it was to be an urban legend hunter before real-time GPS maps. Side note, you can play with the radio on or off. It has no impact on the hitchhiker. Radio on is preferred if you choose not to engage him. He can be quite loud and belligerent if you won't talk to him. I pulled up to the pickup spot, stopped the car, and then followed the summoning instructions. The rules posted online had small variations, but attempts that contained the following actions had the highest rates of success. Leave the car on and in drive, but engage the emergency brake. Turn off everything but the car: lights, air conditioning, radio, phone. Unlock the car door 3 times. Roll down all the windows. Press the brake pedal 3 times. Turn the headlights back on. Wait 3 minutes. If he's not there by 3:03 a.m., then you did something wrong. With the lights off, I noticed a fog rolling in. Whether it was part of the ritual or not, I did not know. But it added a creepy aesthetic to waiting on a dark road at 3 a.m. for a ghostly hitchhiker. Other than the idling of my Subaru, the road was still and quiet. I had even shallowed my breath so I could listen for footsteps, giggling teenagers, other cars, but there was nothing. I never even heard the car door open. I only heard it shut.
"It's a bad night for rain,"
a voice said from the back seat. I felt every hair on my body stand up as a chill ran up the back of my neck. Over my stuttering breathing, I could hear the steady drip of water from his pants hitting his shoes. I didn't turn around, but I stole a peek in the rearview mirror. He wasn't a big guy, maybe my height. He was dressed in a white Dr. Dre The Chronic t-shirt, a red windbreaker, and what looked like dark denim jeans. The rules said the mirror was fine as long as you didn't turn the lights on in the car, but never look him directly in the face. Not until he's out of the car and ready to answer your question. I gathered up my courage to reply back, but the words stuck in my throat. I cleared and tried again. "Is there ever a good night?" A pause as I stared back in the mirror at the shape in my back seat. I held my breath, waiting. Then, after what felt like ages, I saw his hand slap against his wet knee as he laughed. I let out the breath I was holding as I disengaged the parking brake.
"Hold up. Put your wipers on, champ. With all that rain, you won't see the road."
This was a scripted reply, part of the game. "Right, sorry." Also a scripted response. Despite his insistence on the rain, it was bone dry outside. Per the rules, I turned on my windshield wipers, setting them to their fastest setting. He settled back against the seat, laying his arm across the back window. "Mind if I turn on the radio?" I asked. This wasn't part of the game, but I figured it was best to ask and be polite.
"It's your ride,"
he said. His voice was a smooth baritone.
"One request, no country, please."
"Sure thing," I answered. I put on a local top 40 station. I pulled back onto the road just as the clock hit 3:03. I stole looks in the rearview mirror as often as I felt comfortable while still keeping the car on the road. Luckily, this part of Butter Street was pretty straight and not a lot of traffic. The light through the moon cast through the car window, and in the rearview mirror, I caught a glimpse of his skin. I could see he was a black man, maybe in his mid-20s, and dressed like he came straight from 1996. Nothing like any of the descriptions I read on the Facebook post about the hitchhiker. "Where are you headed?" I asked. This was a scripted part of the game.
"Headed to see my girl. I worked the late shift tonight. Thought I'd pop in to surprise her."
His response to this question was always different. That, coupled with the fact that the appearance of the hitchhiker seems to shift, led many to believe that it's not the same spirit every time. I pulled up at the stop sign at the end of Butter Street.
"Yeah, you want to make a right here."
I followed his orders, turning right. Other than following them, the destination and directions were irrelevant. The ride goes until 3:33 a.m. when he tells you to pull over.
"So, what's your story, man?"
he asked. A scripted prompt, but how you reply was completely up to you. Some have ignored talking to him altogether, which apparently is not recommended. Some have shared a little out of politeness. Others have talked right up until the drop-off time, filling the air with their own words. The more you talk to him, the more he talks back. It doesn't impact the game, it just makes the journey a little more interesting. Even though I'm driving a ghost, his voice is disarming, making him easy to talk to. I have a day job that pays the bills, just boring office stuff, but in my spare time, I like to explore urban legends and haunted places. Go out looking for proof of life after death.
"Oh, for real? Damn, it sounds spooky as hell."
Unscripted reply. He leaned forward, putting his elbows on his knees. In the rearview mirror, I could see the sleeves of his windbreaker were shredded. "What's the scariest thing you've seen?" "Take a right up here." Unscripted. I wanted to say, "Besides this," but I held my tongue. All indications from everyone who has played the Hitchhiker's game say that he was unaware of his situation. He's just a passenger getting a ride to his destination. Attempts to get him to recognize his ghostly predicament do not go well, so I do not advise bringing it to his attention. I took the next right as I continued my story. About 2 years ago, I was on an overnight ghost hunt at the Ohio State Reformatory. It's an old prison up in Mansfield, where they filmed Shawshank Redemption, I said. I figured if he was from the 90s, he might remember the movie. So there's a group of 6 of us on the tour, and we're over in the administration wing, and I felt this hand press into my back like it was guiding me forward.
Oh, hell no. My ass would be gone up out of there. I ain't even playing.
Unscripted response. It was about this time I realized that all of the streetlights were off. Not just the lights on the streets. Everything was dark. Granted, it was the middle of the night, but we drove past a Taco Bell that was open 20 minutes ago when I passed by on my way to Butter Street. Now it was completely dark. That's the second thing I noticed. No cars. We've driven 15 minutes without passing a single car. Not only were there no cars on the road, there weren't any cars in any driveway or parking lots. As we rolled by a Ford dealership, the entire lot was empty. It's like we'd stepped completely out of reality into a different one.
So, what did you do?
Unscripted. I've got his interest, apparently. I continued the story. I turned and looked. No one was behind me, but I could smell rose-scented perfume. Apparently, one of the ghosts there is the wife of the warden. She was killed when the warden's gun went off by accident. It fell out of the closet, went off, and shot her in the lung.
That is crazy, man. But I can feel why she might be hanging around still, you know what I'm saying? Like, she's got some unfinished business because her life was cut short like that.
We rode in silence for a bit. I don't know for how long. I tried looking back at him in the mirror, but he hung to the shadows. Then I felt his cold breath against my neck, sending shivers up my spine.
Could you imagine what that's like?
He said, unscripted. What do you mean? I replied, also unscripted.
Having your life cut short like that due to the careless act of another human being. That's pretty messed up.
Unscripted. My heart thudded against my chest. Did I mess up? Did I not follow the rules? Did he... He laughed and sat back in his seat.
I'm just playing, man. You need to relax.
I felt his hands gripping my shoulder, giving them a little rub. They were cold as ice. He patted my shoulders and sat back. I felt a trickle of water go down my back from the cold, wet spots on my shoulder where he grabbed me.
Oh, this right coming up.
He leaned forward, pointing at the road. His skin was ashy, and his thumbnail was split to the nail bed. The smell of wet loam wafted into the front of the cabin. I made the turn. I peeked at the clock on my dashboard and saw it was 3:29. Only 4 minutes to go.
You got family?
He asked, scripted. I felt my heart leave my throat and drop back into my chest. We were back on script. I used to. Just me now.
That's tough, I know. For my girl, I was all alone. I don't know what I'd do if I didn't have her. Life would just be empty.
Unscripted. A quiet stillness followed, like he was hit by a pang of remorse. For a moment, it was so quiet I wasn't sure if he was still back there, but then I felt his wet, cold hand clamp me on my shoulder.
Don't worry, man. You seem like an okay dude, going out of your way to help a young man like myself on a rainy night like this. I'm sure you'll find someone. It just takes time.
Unscripted. We rode in silence as I stole glances down at the clock on the dash. As soon as the time flipped to 3:33, I heard his weight shift as he leaned forward.
Oh, this is me up here.
He pointed to a spot up on the road. There was nothing there, no house or driveway, not even a place to pull off. I pulled the car onto the shoulder and eased to a stop. Just like when picking him up, I turned off the lights, radio, and engaged the parking brake, leaving the car in drive. You don't have to bother with locking and unlocking 3 times or the business with the brake pedal, just unlock. Also, and this was very important, don't watch him get out. Don't look at him in the rearview mirror. Don't do anything but look down at your hands on the steering wheel. Keep them on the wheel, 10 and 2, and wait. This time I heard the car door open and slam shut. I could hear the sound of his shoes against the gravel as he walked around the front of the car to the driver's side. I wanted to look up, but I managed to fight the urge by counting the seams on the steering wheel.
Thanks for the ride. Do you have a question for me?
He asked, scripted. It was still his voice, but unlike our previous conversation, it was completely devoid of personality or emotion. Once you completed the ride, you were allowed to ask him a question. It has to be something personal, but unknowable. You can't ask for lottery numbers or things like that. People have supposedly asked about locations of their lost heirlooms, the exact date and time of their death, the fate of long-lost relatives, all sorts of personal questions they'd have no other way of knowing. For the second time that night, the words failed to leave my throat. Is she at peace? I asked. Then without thinking, I added, does she blame me? My words were barely above a whisper, but I knew he heard me. After you ask, then and only then are you allowed to look directly at him. So I did. I felt all the color drain from my face as I looked up. The hitchhiker had no face at all, only 2 shiny black spots where his eyes should be. He had no mouth, no nose, nothing else, just 2 quarter-sized black pools of what looked like liquid ink where his eyes should be, and they reflected every star in the sky. I couldn't look away from those eyes, even though I very much wanted to.
That's 2 questions, my friend,
he replied, unscripted. My heart jumped back into my throat. I broke the rules. I messed up. I asked 2 questions. I was paralyzed, staring up into his face. I sat looking up at him for what felt like hours. I pulled back a little as his hands moved up to the sides of his face, just under his ears. I thought for a moment he might rip off his face and reveal another, more terrifying one. He didn't remove his face. Instead, he pulled his hoodie up over his head, returning his empty face to the shadows. But since you were kind enough to save me from walking all this way in the rain, I'll answer you. Unscripted. Before I could exhale a sigh of relief, he gripped the doorframe and leaned down so I was staring directly into his empty eyes. She's not at peace, and she does blame you. Even with the hood up, I could still see every last star in the night sky in those inky black pools. I can't fully capture what I saw in them. It was like staring at both vast infiniteness and vast nothingness. They held everything and nothing at the same time. His eyes, they were like staring into eternity. As he stood up from the window, I let out the breath I was holding. My hands shook as I pulled them off the steering wheel. Drive safe, scripted reply, the last thing he says before he leaves. He walked away behind the car. You can watch him walk in the rearview mirror, but don't turn around or get out or try to follow him. I watched until he disappeared into the darkness and waited until I could no longer hear his footsteps against the gravel. When I turned on my headlights, I realized I was back on Butter Street, parked on the side of the road next to the drop-off for the gravel pit. This was always where you ended up after the hitchhiker leaves. All I had to do was release the parking brake and the car would roll towards the drop-off, gaining speed until it launched off the cliff into the deep blue water waiting below. I don't know how long I sat there with my hand on the parking brake release, contemplating his answer to my question. But then I saw them. Headlights. A car was coming up the road towards me. The cars were back, as were the streetlights and the house lights. I was back from wherever the hitchhiker took me. I locked eyes with the driver as they drove by, having one of those weird moments where time seems to slow down. It was enough to jolt me back to reality. I released the parking brake and aimed my car back onto the road. I got home a little after 5. I tried to sleep, but was too worked up from my adventure, so I called in sick. I laid in bed all day, thinking about the hitchhiker, his words, and all those cars that end up in the gravel pit on Butter Street. Maybe those cars aren't from people who played the game wrong. Maybe they all played it right, but couldn't handle his response to their question. It's been 3 days since I picked up the hitchhiker. I can still smell the wet loam in my car, and his muddy footprints in the floorboard of the back seat are still there. As I record this, I look up from my monitor and look at the photo of my Abigail, taken 2 weeks before she died. She's beautiful, smiling, and happy.
She's not at peace, and she does blame you.
It's my favorite photo of her. I think I'll take it with me when I take a drive later tonight. I'm going back to see the hitchhiker. I have a hunch, and I don't know if it's relevant, but I feel it's important to share with anyone reading this that I'm wearing a gray Adidas hoodie and jeans. If somebody out there hearing this picks up the hitchhiker later on and sees something similar get in their back seat, well, then I guess we've solved part of the mystery. If you do pick up the hitchhiker, I hope you get the answer you're searching for. As I look outside, the skies are cloudy, but I hope the weather holds up for a drive later. It's a bad night for rain. The first time I caught the night bus was pure chance. I'd heard the legends, of course. We all had. Urban legends are a big thing where I live. I suspect it's partly because I hail from an unremarkable and frankly dull provincial city that has little else going on. Kids growing up around here don't have much to do, and so their imaginations tend to run wild, with escapism being all the rage. My friends and I were obsessed with urban legends during our formative years, gobbling up tales whispered in the playgrounds, and later posted by anonymous users on online forums. We found the legends both frightening and exhilarating, bringing excitement to our otherwise boring lives. It would be fair to say that I was quite naive back then. Some of my friends were more cynical, but I truly believed them all. The vanishing hitchhiker of Spencer Street, the Southside Trollman, and the White Lady of Croft Manor were a few of my favorites. My friends and I took on the role of amateur sleuths, investigating every site and searching for any evidence of these legendary cryptids and otherworldly entities. To my extreme disappointment, we found nothing, no ghosts or ghouls, no monsters, and no signs of anything out of the ordinary. Eventually, I too became cynical, concluding that all such legends were just childish nonsense, and I was wasting my time pursuing them. The last bus was another of the local myths that we'd heard growing up, and I'd assumed it was fake like all the others, but now I know better. Officially, the last bus out of the city center leaves at midnight from the bus depot on High Street. That's the bus which sensible people catch if they want to get home safely after a night out on the town. The pubs and clubs close at 1 a.m., and the crowd of drunken revelers pile onto the streets, fighting for taxis, lining up for late-night kebabs, attempting a last-minute hookup, or calling up friends in search of all-night house parties. It's the same chaotic scene every Friday and Saturday night. Usually, there are a couple of fights and a few people who will injure themselves by falling over drunk on the pavement. It's all depressingly predictable. The police will be called out, as will the ambulance crews, and eventually the crowds will disperse, as an eerie silence returns to the darkened streets. Then we enter the twilight hours, when all sensible and law-abiding citizens are at home, safely tucked up in their beds. After hours, the streets are left to the vulnerable, like the homeless with nowhere else to go, forced to seek shelter in shop doorfronts, wrapping their cold bodies in old sleeping bags and praying that they make it through the night. Then there are the predators, the one that your mother warned you about, the gangs of thugs who patrol the streets, their blood up as they search for a victim to violently attack, and the predatory men who lurk in the shadows, watching for vulnerable women who they can prey upon. On a Monday morning, you'll read the stories in the local newspaper. The homeless man beaten to a pulp, the young girl sexually assaulted in a back alley. Police will open investigations and appeal for witnesses. Sometimes they'll catch the perpetrators, other times they won't. You'll have sympathy for the victims, but secretly feel relieved that it didn't happen to you or somebody you know. In these cases, the culprits are human monsters, made of flesh and bone, and not the otherworldly fiends I tried to chase. During my cynical years, I believed these human predators were the worst things out there, that they owned the twilight hours before the dawn, but I was wrong. There are far worse things that lurk in the shadows. The first occasion I caught the night bus came during a difficult time for me. I had just turned 21 and had split up with my partner of 2 years. Looking back, I now see how the breakup was the best thing for both of us, but at the time, I was devastated and so angry. My friends had taken me for a night out on the town in the hope it would cheer me up. A nice idea, but unfortunately, it didn't work out that way. I drank way too much, starting out on the beers and moving on to shots of hard liquor. We went to a club where I made several embarrassing and unsuccessful attempts to hook up. As if that wasn't bad enough, I then started a fight with my best friend, throwing a punch at him before I got thrown out of the club by the doorman and foolishly decided to walk the streets alone in a drunken stupor. I somehow managed to avoid getting beaten up or falling on my face and cracking my head on the pavement. Instead, I managed to stagger to a bus shelter, not realizing in my inebriated state that the official bus service had finished for the night, and there wouldn't be another one due until morning. I remember laying down to rest on the bench, and I must have passed out because I woke up several hours later and saw the streets were empty. I was all alone, or so I thought. My heart almost jumped out of my chest when I saw the old bus driving down the street towards me, emitting black smoke from its exhaust pipe as it came, its noisy engine interrupting the previous quiet. The vehicle was partially illuminated by the streetlights, although I noted with some concern how the lamps flickered as the bus drove by them. The vehicle looked like a throwback to the 1960s, the kind of ancient tin can on wheels you'd expect to see at a classic car show. Unlike the modern vehicles we're used to, those that glide along the street quietly, this old rust bucket rattled along, noisily looking as if it could break down at any moment, but instead, it kept coming, driving down the empty road and coming ever closer to my shelter. I noted how there were no emblems or motifs painted on the side of the bus, and no destination name was shown above its front windscreen. The vehicle's exterior was painted all in black, and even the windows were tinted, meaning I could not see who or what was inside. I felt a cold chill run down my spine as I recalled the details I'd heard about the last bus legend. One of those I'd read and studied during my youth. The vehicle I was seeing before me matched the description of the one in the stories, the phantom bus that appears on an abandoned street in the early hours, offering rides to the weary and needy. I came close to panic in that moment, wondering whether I was dreaming or suffering a paranoid delusion. I'd spent so much of my youth chasing these legends, searching for any evidence that could prove the existence of something outside our own reality. But now that the truth was staring me in the face, a big part of me wanted to just up and run away. I couldn't tell if I was excited or terrified, but I held my ground and waited for the bus to come to me. I stood up on my shaking feet as the bus pulled in beside my shelter, and despite the amount of alcohol I'd consumed, I suddenly felt quite sober. It seemed to take forever for the vehicle to park and for the creaking door to swing open. When it did, I was confronted by a friendly middle-aged man wearing a neat blue uniform while he sat behind the wheel, driving his bus to an unspecified location. He smiled down at me, his eyes twinkling in a welcoming fashion. Then he opened his mouth and spoke in a soft, almost fatherly tone of voice, saying,
"Good evening, my friend. Are you coming on board?"
I'd heard about the enigmatic driver before, but nevertheless, his appearance and whole demeanor took me off guard. I struggled to find the words to respond, stuttering my way through my reply. Where will you take me?" I inquired nervously.
"Home."
The driver responded with a reassuring smile.
"I'll take you home. Eventually. But life isn't about the destination. It's about the journey. Sometimes you need to take a leap of faith. So what do you say, my young friend? Will you ride with us?"
I'll admit to being scared in that moment, terrified in fact. Somehow I realized how important this was, how the decision I made right then could shape the rest of my life. I didn't know exactly what would await me if I got on board, but I had a good idea, and it was terrifying. But if I walked away, I would never discover the truth. And so, I took a deep breath, plucked up my courage, and stepped onto the bus, seeing the driver smile as the door shut firmly behind me. When I saw the driver up close, I sensed something sinister about him and instantly started regretting my decision, but by then it was too late. That was the first time I rode the night bus. Over the years, I've been on it 3 times in total, living to tell my tale on each occasion. Catching the phantom bus isn't as easy as you would imagine. There's no set of rules that you can follow, no set time or location. I don't know whether it's sheer chance or if the bus itself chooses the passengers. I have, however, been able to piece together common threads, using both my own experiences and those of others who've made the journey. We have an online forum which we use to tell our stories and exchange information. It's an issue of safety as much as anything else. The night bus can be lethal if you don't keep your wits about you. Having accumulated this knowledge over the number of years, I will now share it with you here. Once you step on board the bus, you'll see rows of hard-back seats stretching back to the rear of the vehicle's interior. There's nothing unusual about this, at least not at first glance. You'll see other passengers too, but you mustn't engage with them at this point. And don't look them in the eye. Take a seat on an empty bench somewhere toward the front of the bus. It doesn't really matter where exactly. They will come to you in their own time. The journey itself can last for hours, or at least that's what it will seem like when you're on board. You can see out the windows from the inside and look upon the scenery, such as it is. Initially, you will see familiar sights. City center streets, buildings, and businesses that you'll recognize. Nevertheless, you'll soon realize that something isn't quite right with the scene. The streets will be totally abandoned, with no traffic or pedestrians anywhere to be seen. There won't be any businesses open or lights emanating from anywhere along the road. The further you drive out from the city center, the more bizarre the sights you will encounter. Soon, the tidy streets and well-maintained buildings will give way to urban decay, crumbling structures and ruins like those of a lost city forgotten to time. Eventually, the bus will leave the city behind and enter what appears to be a dense forest. The narrow road you will follow will be shrouded in darkness, with the only illumination coming from the vehicle's bright headlights. If you glance into the woods on the other side of the road, you will occasionally catch a glimpse of shadows moving behind the tree line, strange figures and unidentified animals with glowing red eyes glaring through the darkness. You'll see these unnerving creatures for only the briefest of seconds as the bus drives through, and then they'll be gone. At first you'll think it's just your fertile imagination playing tricks on you, but deep down, you'll know that there's something evil lurking in those woods. By this point in the journey, it should become clear that you're no longer in the realm of the living. I don't know where the bus takes you, but I do know it is not wise to stare out the windows for too long. What lurks out there can drive you mad, and besides, your focus should be on those inside the bus, as they pose the more immediate threat. My fellow online sleuths and I think of the passengers as lost souls. It seems certain that they are no longer part of the world of the living. There's something lacking in them, an important piece that is missing. Once you talk to them, and they will engage with you, whether you want them to or not, you'll see the sadness in their empty, dead eyes. They'll want to latch onto you because you have what they want, life. That's why it's so important that you follow the rules. Don't let them get inside your head, whatever you do. There are 6 entities you're likely to encounter once you set foot upon the bus, all of whom have their own unique traits and tricks which they'll attempt to use against you. Based on the shared experiences of our forum members, I have pieced together a description of each of these otherworldly entities. Firstly, there's the driver, whose physical description I've already covered. The driver's first job is to get you on board. That's why he'll appear to be so friendly and welcoming, enticing you to take a ride on his bus. However, once the door shuts behind you and the bus starts moving, you'll see the driver's smile falter ever so slightly as he breaks eye contact and focuses on the road. Despite this, the driver is a benign figure who plays a small but important role in the events which follow. His job from this point forward is to simply drive, and he does keep his promise to you. He will bring you home, eventually, assuming you don't fall foul of any of the spirits during the drive. Like I said, the journey will seem to last for hours, but when he drops you off at your home street back in our realm, no time will have passed whatsoever. He lets you off, smiling once again and saying, "Have a nice evening. Hope to see you again soon." and you'll be left standing on the pavement outside of your home, bewildered and in a state of shocked disbelief as you watch the phantom bus drive down the road before it inexplicably vanishes at the end of your street. After the driver, the first passenger you're likely to notice is the party girl. This is an attractive young woman who appears to be in her early to mid-20s. Her physical appearance will change on each occasion. Sometimes her hair will be brunette and other times blonde. Likewise, her skin complexion can either be pale or dark depending upon the beholder. What's consistent is how she's made up and dressed, donning a cocktail dress and high heels and carrying a designer handbag. Her fragrance is sweet and enticing, but you may also smell a hint of alcohol on her breath. You'll note how her mascara has run, indicating she has been crying. Nevertheless, there is something in her deep and expressive eyes which will draw you in, an inner beauty and vulnerability that plays on your emotions. It's worth noting that you will be attracted to the young woman in spite of your gender or usual sexual preference. You'll be unable to take your eyes off her and will feel compelled to take a seat close to her. The party girl will engage you during the early stages of the journey, distracting you from the bizarre sights outside of the bus's windows. At first, she'll be flirtatious and fun, asking you about yourself and talking about her night out, but soon, the conversation will take on a darker tone, and the girl tells you about a tragic event from her past: childhood abuse, a violent ex-partner, or the death of a loved one. The story will vary each time, but will always be one of sadness and suffering. Your heart will go out to her, even if you're not usually an empathetic person. Once she's told you her woeful tale, the young woman will ask you to go home with her, to give her some comfort. You will be tempted, but under no circumstances should you agree to go with her. It's critical that you remember what she is and what she really wants from you. My advice is to politely decline her offer without causing her undue suffering. The party girl may be a lost soul, but by all accounts, she still feels human emotions. She won't be angry when you reject her, but instead will sob softly into her hands. You'll feel guilty, but you must move on and switch seats, leaving the poor girl to her misery. The next passenger you'll encounter sits a couple of rows behind the party girl. We call her the OAP, or the pensioner. She's an elderly woman in her 80s, her white hair in curls, wearing a shawl and a heavy winter coat, and with a shopping cart on wheels parked under her seat. Her face is wrinkled, and the perfume she wears is quite overbearing, but the OAP has kind eyes and a sweet motherly smile. She'll remind you of an elderly relative, like a grandmother or great aunt, and you'll feel an affection towards her. A woman of her age and appearance is the last person you'd expect to find riding a bus during the early hours of the morning, and yet, here she is, another lost soul trapped on a journey that never ends. The OAP will speak with you in a kindly, wholesome fashion, asking about your life and family, while also entertaining you with anecdotes from her long and interesting life. You truly will feel at ease talking with her, but you mustn't forget what she really is. The conversation will end with the woman asking you to accompany her home to help her with shopping or something like that. She'll offer to prepare you something to eat, your favorite meal or snack, whatever that may be, and she'll offer to put you up for the night. Again, you'll be tempted, but you must say no. On this occasion, it doesn't matter how politely you refuse her offer. Whatever you say or do, she will react with absolute fury, screaming every obscenity under the sun as her face screws up in anger. It's the last thing you would expect from a seemingly sweet old lady, but this is what will happen. As soon as she launches into her hateful tirade, you should leave your seat and move further down the bus, and you would be wise not to engage with her again for the rest of the journey. The next passenger you'll meet is a scruffy, middle-aged man known as the drunkard. He sits close to the back of the bus and is perhaps the type you would expect to find on a late-night service. I wouldn't recommend sitting too close to the drunkard, if only because he smells pretty bad, his breath stinking of alcohol and cigarettes. You'll note how his old clothes are soiled and torn, and his unkempt beard will be badly matted. You probably won't wish to engage with him, but the drunkard will begin a conversation with you regardless, and against your better judgment, you'll get drawn in. The drunkard will turn out to be surprisingly intelligent and insightful, seeking to educate you on such matters as religion, philosophy, and scientific theory. He'll tell you a story in the form of a parable or fable, one with a dark twist to it. When I first met the drunk, he recounted to me the tale of the frog and the scorpion, one that demonstrates the cruel and destructive nature of life. Next, he'll remove a silver hip flask from the inside of his jacket pocket and offer you a drink. Regardless of your alcoholic preferences, you'll be tempted to take a sip. The drink will smell sweet and inviting, but of course, you must refuse him. After you turn down the drink, the drunkard will shoot you an angry look before shaking his head and saying,
"You're a damn fool, a stupid child. You have no idea what you're dealing with."
This is your cue to move on. Now, you'll notice how the first 3 passengers are trying to draw you in, using whatever charms or supernatural powers they have at their disposal. Their ultimate goal is to trick you into leaving the bus. Needless to say, you must not do this, not if you want to make it home. Nobody knows exactly what happens to those who fall into one of their traps. We do know that several members of our forum have vanished without a trace over the years, and my city has a long history of unexplained disappearances. The 4th passenger is different from the rest, however. He is a young male who sits on the back row whilst listening to headphones linked up to an 80s-style Walkman. We call him Headphones Guy, and it seems all he does is listen to music, his eyes closed as he taps his foot to the beat. The Headphones Guy will not attempt to engage with you or even acknowledge your presence. That's not to say he isn't dangerous, however. There was a member of our group who had a run-in with the guy. To be fair, it wasn't unprovoked. Feeling bold, my friend got right up in the passenger's face, waving his hands and clicking his fingers in an attempt to gain the spirit's attention. When this failed, he foolishly grabbed the guy's headphones, physically pulling them off his head. Predictably, the headphone guy didn't react well to this violation. In an instant, he jumped up from his chair, lashing out with his fist and knocking his assailant down in one punch. My friend remembers a sharp, intense pain in the back of his head before he blacked out. The next thing he remembers is waking up in his own bed the next morning with a broken nose and a nasty gash on the back of his head. He also found a note in his jeans pocket, crudely written on the back of an old bus ticket in what looked like dried blood. It read, "Do that again, I'll rip your head off." Unsurprisingly, my friend never rode the night bus again. I don't know what the headphone guy's deal is, but my advice is to leave him well alone. At this point, you're probably wondering why one would wish to catch the night bus at all, given how you'll be transported to a terrifying alternate reality and encounter otherworldly spirits who wish to trap you there. Well, the short answer is that no sane person would, bar a handful of crazed urban adventurers and amateur paranormal investigators such as myself. Most of us who have boarded the Phantom bus have done so by accident, not realizing what they were getting themselves into until it was too late. And most of those who rode the bus once have no inclination to do so again. But those of us who do seek out the Phantom bus for a second or third, or in my case, 4th occasion, well, we have our reasons. One reason, above all others in fact, we want to see the Harbinger and ask him our one permitted question. I'll regret my first ride on the bus for the rest of my days. Although I was drunk, I had enough wits about me to see off the various tricks used by the ghouls, but I wasn't prepared for him. The Harbinger is the only passenger who isn't already riding on the bus when you first get on. He comes later, after you've negotiated your way through the ghostly entities and you think the worst is behind you. The first thing you'll notice is the burning cross mounted on top of darkened hillside, overlooking the road on the left-hand side. I remember the first time I saw that foreboding symbol and the immense fear I felt, as I knew something was coming. A moment after I spotted the cross, I was shocked to see the bus was slowing down, pulling over to the side of the road and parking up in a lay-by. Next, the driver operated the swing door at the front of the bus, opening it to whatever lay on the other side. The terror almost overwhelmed me as I thought of the horrors that lurked within the Shadowlands, of the creatures and demons hiding in the haunted woods and hillsides. I recall looking to the other passengers, somehow hoping these devious spirits would offer me some protection from whatever was coming, but instead, their heads were down as they maintained a solemn silence. Realizing I was on my own, I glanced out the window to witness a sight which chilled me to the very bone. There was a small, covered shelter by the roadside, almost covered by overgrown vegetation and only just visible in the dim light, and within this seemingly abandoned bus shelter stood a tall, hooded figure. a sinister individual with his face covered and his considerable frame hidden underneath a long and dark robe. The mystery man remained still and silent, although I soon spotted the animal by his side, a large black dog that snarled aggressively through a snout filled with razor-sharp teeth. As it glared at me with hungry and predatory eyes, only a thin glass pane separating me from him. I imagined the hound breaking loose, ascending the steps and charging down the aisle before burying its razor-sharp fangs into my soft flesh. Thankfully, the dog's master retained control of his beast, although I was far from out of danger. I also noticed how hot and stifling it suddenly became, as an almost unbearable heat wave hit me. Meanwhile, the bus remained parked for what seemed like an eternity, its door ajar as the driver waited to see whether his passenger would get on. Now, I've since learned that the hooded figure we call the Harbinger will do one of two things at this point. Either he will remain rooted to the spot until eventually the driver will say something like,
Well, not tonight then.
before he closes the door and drives on. From what I've been able to gather from both my experiences and those of my contemporaries, this is what happens most of the time. 2 times out of 3, the Harbinger won't step out from the bus shelter, and that will be the end of it. But sometimes, he will step forward, marching through the mud in his heavy boots while dragging his hellhound along on a leash, and he'll come on board the bus, gliding down the aisle with his faithful mutt following behind him, prompting the driver to say,
Good evening, sir. I trust you'll have a pleasant journey.
The Harbinger will not answer. Instead, he'll take a seat near the front of the bus, pulling his hood down to reveal what lies underneath. To this day, I can't fully explain what I saw in that terrifying moment. It seemed like there was only a dark void where his face should be, with 2 burning orbs instead of eyes. He had no mouth that I could see, and so by rights he shouldn't have been able to speak, and yet he did.
Come, sit with me.
He ordered.
Come sit with me so we may speak.
As you can imagine, I was utterly terrified in this moment, so much so that I thought I might pass out, but for reasons I can't explain, I obeyed the Harbinger's orders, feeling like I physically could not resist him, and as if my legs were no longer under my control. I remember looking to the other passengers as I walked down the aisle, hoping that one of them could help me, but each of the 4 kept their heads down as they muttered in unison, reciting a prayer in a language I could not understand. It became obvious that the Harbinger held power over these lost souls, and they were all trapped under his spell. Perhaps they were once like us, falling victim to the phantom bus and the Harbinger's godlike powers. In any event, they offered me no assistance in that fateful moment, and I soon realized I was completely at the Harbinger's mercy. I involuntarily took a seat in the row directly behind the Harbinger. His head turned in an unnatural way to face me as his dog snarled aggressively in my direction, but thankfully resisted the urge to bite me in the leg. I can't really describe how the Harbinger smelt, other than to say he stank of death. The fiery orbs he had instead of eyes stared right at me, and I couldn't look away no matter how much I tried. I felt like I was on fire, my soul burning under his hateful glare. In my state of abject terror, I imagined what this monster might do to me. I reckoned he could kill me with ease, but this was the least of my fears. Instead, I believed I may become like the others, another anonymous lost soul riding this damn bus for all eternity. In any event, I was powerless to do anything in that moment other than remain frozen to my seat, waiting for the Harbinger to speak. Despite his absence of eyes, somehow I could tell he was looking down on me, that he considered me with total contempt, like I was something he'd stepped on. To this day, I don't know whether he was speaking out loud or if his voice was only in my head. Either way, I found myself totally transfixed as he spoke his words.
I see another mere mortal has found its way into my realm.
He began. I assumed he was referring to me.
I'll confess to having little time for your contemptible and weak race. Nevertheless, I must respect the bravery of the odd individuals such as yourself. Not many have the courage to come to this dark place. For this reason, I will grant you safe passage, and I will answer your one question. Ask me what you will, and I will impart to you my infinite knowledge.
Now, this is a moment I've replayed over and over again in my head over the years. I literally could have asked the Harbinger anything. The winning lottery numbers, who killed JFK, the meaning of life. He sees and knows everything, and the possibilities are limitless. One of the guys on our forum asked the Harbinger how he would die, and was told that his vices would kill him within 6 months. Well, this guy was an addict, but he laughed off the Harbinger's warning and continued using. 6 months later, he was dead from an overdose. And then there was a young woman who, at the time of her encounter with the Harbinger, was stuck in an abusive and controlling relationship. She asked the entity what would happen if she stayed with her asshole boyfriend. Well, she was told her life would end unless she broke off the relationship. This proved to be the motivation she needed to leave him, and about a year later, the bastard was arrested for murdering another girl and ultimately sentenced to life in prison. But of course, I didn't know any of this at the time. I felt nothing but pure terror as I sat frozen to my seat, quaking in my boots as the Harbinger glared down upon me with disgust. In that chilling moment, I could only think of one question to ask, which I stuttered out from my trembling lips. What are you?" I swore I could hear the creature scoff with contempt before he gave his answer.
My poor child. Alas, you humans will never fully comprehend what I am and what I represent. Nevertheless, I owe you an answer, and I shall explain in the simplest of terms. I am the past, the present, and the future. I see all from where I stand, and yet I have sworn not to intervene in the mortal realm.
He paused momentarily, turning his burning orbs toward the darkened landscape outside the window.
This world you see before me is my kingdom, my domain. I offer sanctuary to those who have nowhere else to go, giving a home to those lost souls trapped between the mortal and eternal realms. Perhaps you will come here one day and become a permanent resident of my dark realm, or perhaps not. You could have inquired after your ultimate fate, of course, but you chose not to do so. But I have answered your one permitted question and fulfilled my obligation. And now, my child, I will bid you farewell.
With that, he rose from his chair and summoned his hound, gliding down the aisle as he made for the exit. I was flabbergasted and in a state of shock. I still had so many questions to ask, and I opened my mouth without thinking. "Wait!" I called after him, instantly regretting my decision to speak. The Harbinger turned sharply, his orb-like eyes burning ever fiercer, his howl growling as it bared its sharp teeth, pulling on its lead as it tried to get at me. When the Harbinger spoke again, his tone became angry and threatening.
Heed my warning, you damn fool. I have tolerated your presence in my realm thus far. Do not test my patience. I can inflict pain upon you which goes beyond your worst nightmares. I will not hesitate to do so if you break my rules again.
I felt all the blood drain from my face, and my whole body shook uncontrollably as sheer terror overcame me. Needless to say, I did not utter another word. Instead, I watched on in shocked awe as the Harbinger glided down the aisle, dragging his snarling hellhound with him. The driver brought the bus to a slow halt to allow the godlike creature to disembark. I began to feel pangs of relief as I thought my ordeal was nearly over, but there was one last twist to his macabre episode. As the Harbinger stepped off the bus, my fellow passengers suddenly shot up from their seats, all simultaneously turning in my direction. To my horror, I saw their eyes had turned jet black and their mouths were wide open, revealing gaping black holes. It seemed like they were trying to scream, and yet no sound was emitted. And then I saw what was lurking in the darkened woods on the other side of the road. Hundreds of fiery red eyes emerging from the tree line, belonging to unholy beasts that howled like wolves in the night, every one focused upon our bus. I screamed out in terror, fearing that the Harbinger had changed his mind and was summoning his hellish minions to tear me apart. The howling rapidly increased, becoming so loud that I was nearly deafened. What happened next remains something of a blur in my memory. I recall the horrific din and the pressure built up inside my head until I thought my skull would explode. Suddenly, there was a blinding flash of light, forcing me to hide my eyes underneath my hands. A moment later, I opened my eyes again, only to discover that the beast had vanished, as had my ghoulish fellow passengers. I was the only one inside the bus, just me and the driver, as we continued down that lonely stretch of road. I have very little recollection of the rest of the journey. I don't think it was much longer before we left the dark realm and returned to the city streets I knew and recognized. When we arrived on my home street, I could not believe it, thinking it was another trick. I sat still in my seat for some time until eventually I needed to be prompted by the driver, who called out to me, saying,
Your stop, my friend. Come on now, please. I can't wait here all night.
With some trepidation, I walked down the aisle and stepped off the bus, feeling the cool, fresh air against my skin as I returned to the realm of the living. I recall the driver wishing me a good night, saying he would see me again before he drove away. So that's my story, but it's not quite the end of it. You may well ask why I didn't abandon my obsession with the phantom bus after my terrifying encounter. Well, for a long time I did, but in the end my curiosity got the better of me. I don't like the uncertainty of life, of not knowing what lays before me. I used to think that's just the way it is, but now I know better. The Harbinger is out there, and he can provide the answers I need. I won't waste my opportunity a second time. For years I have chased the bus, and I've caught it a further 2 times. On both occasions, I boarded and avoided the traps set by the ghoulish passengers, and both times I waited for the Harbinger to board, but he would not move from his shelter, and so my hopes were frustrated. It's been extremely disheartening, but I will not give up. Tonight I will seek out the bus once again. I will keep doing so until the Harbinger answers my call. I know the risks. One night I may board the phantom bus and never make it home, but nevertheless, I need to do this. I must know the truth, no matter what the cost. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a bus to catch. I've been on my knees trying to scrub up all the blood and scraps of paper for the last half hour. I'm making some progress, but it's slow, and I keep having to stop when my hands start shaking too much. I'm out of my apartment for the moment, sitting on the floor in the hallway, and I can feel my nerves settling in. I'm gonna write this out so that I have it all recorded, and also so I can wait a bit before having to go back in. It started when I was bored yesterday. The internet was out in my apartment, and after casting about for a couple of hours trying to read or do some cleaning, I was out of ideas to entertain myself. That's when I saw the box of stationery on my desk. My Aunt Emma had given me stationery as a birthday gift the week before, and there was nothing inherently wrong with such a gift. It was a box of high-quality paper and envelopes, personalized with my initials at the top of the sheets of paper and on the back fold of the envelopes. As a 70-year-old man, I would have probably thought they were the cat's pajamas, but as a 25-year-old, not so much. But still, I was very bored, so I sat down at my desk and started messing around with it. At first, I tried writing as neatly and fancily as I knew how. My handwriting is horrid, and my best efforts looked like a slow 4th grader as opposed to a slower 2nd grader. But it was something to do. Then I doodled a bit, but my drawing skills are equally lacking. I was feeling myself getting drowsy, but then a thought occurred to me of what to do with the stationery. I'd write a letter to myself. It was a stupid idea, but I thought it was kind of funny too. So I took out a clean sheet of paper and set to work. Hey Scott, how are you today? My day is okay, if kind of boring. Christine is out of town visiting her parents, and the internet is dead. I have zero ideas of what to do with myself. This is lame. Goodbye. Sincerely, Scott. The novelty of the idea had clearly worn off quickly, but I did fold it up and stick it in an envelope at least, even going so far as to address a letter to myself. Standing up from the table with a sigh, I laid down, and fairly soon, I was fast asleep. When I woke up, it was the early evening, and the room was dimly lit by the fading twilight outside. I reached over and turned on my bedside lamp, blinking blearily at its brightness. I hated taking naps. I always felt groggy afterwards and had trouble sleeping later in the night. Rubbing my eyes, I rolled discontentedly onto my side and began getting up. When my eyes lit upon my desk, I sat back down. The envelope with the letter I had written was different now. It was in a different spot for one, but I could tell from the bed that it was also a different color and looked like it had a small stain in one corner. Standing up and going to my desk, I looked at the envelope closer before picking it up. My name and address was still on the front, but hadn't I written it smaller and more centered than that? Regardless, the envelope itself was definitely different, so clearly I hadn't written this at all. My next thought was that someone had come into my apartment to either prank me or try to scare me. The obvious answer was Christine. It didn't really seem like something she would do, but she was the only other person with a key. After I did a quick sweep of the apartment for intruders, I texted her. She swore that she was still a state away and even sent me a picture as proof. She also seemed worried and asked if I had called the cops, but I wasn't to that point yet. I needed to look inside the envelope first. I pried it open and carefully peeked inside, seeing a light blue piece of paper that matched the envelope and was wholly different than the cream-colored paper I had used earlier in the afternoon. When I unfolded it, I was surprised to see it really did look like my handwriting, but it wasn't the same letter. Instead, it seemed to be responding to mine.
Good to hear from you. I've been watching you when I can for years, and it seems like the universe has finally given us a way to talk. I'm guessing that you have apartment 3B on Nesbitt Street in Baltimore, right? And your Uncle Tom gave you the box of stationery for your birthday. It's so weird. I guess things have to line up just right. If this actually works and you're reading this, I know it will probably come as a shock. I don't think your side knows about us like we do you, but that's cool. We can swap stories. I'll keep it short for now, but I hope to hear from you again soon. Glory and peace, Scott.
I read the letter 3 times. I really couldn't tell I didn't write it other than the content itself, which was decidedly weird. Whoever was doing this was either a very good prankster or I had a dedicated stalker that had taken time to learn my handwriting. Either way, I was calling their bluff. Hey man, good to get a response. So are you like me from some other world? That's crazy. Tell me some of the facts about your world and we can compare. And if you have some kind of souvenir you can send next time, that'd be awesome. Looking forward to the next letter. I got the letter in an envelope, addressed it, and set it on my desk. I then took out my tablet and plugged it in, and set the camera to record at an angle where it could see the desk and the door to the bedroom. I thought about just sitting and waiting, but the idea was too tedious, and it would make it less likely anyone would come. That was assuming this wasn't some kind of one-shot joke or harassment, but time would tell. Either way, I decided to go and grab something to eat and see a movie. 4 hours later, I returned home to another blue letter.
I understand you being skeptical, thinking it's all a joke, right? Well, here's some info like you asked, and I sent along something that might help convince you. Our world is a lot like yours, though it is different in some ways. About 40 years ago, we had a lot of animals start dying off. Not all of them, of course, but most of the birds, all of the dogs, and a few other species here and there. Still don't know why, but around that same time, we lost our mirrors. What I mean is that our mirrors stopped showing our reflections. A lot of them just went dark, but some of them, where they have twins in your world, would show us your reflection instead. We knew it was reflections because all the writing is backwards, and I can tell from your letters you don't actually write backwards anyhow. But after that, a lot of people started changing, getting weird and violent. It's stabilized some now, but it was really bad when I was younger. A lot of people died. Anywho, like I said, things are better now though. We do have odd stuff pop up and people go missing some. Is your world like that? From what I've seen, and what I know of studies people on your side have done observing active mirrors, it seems like things are a lot better over there. I'm kind of jealous. But enclosed, you'll find one of our nickels. It's got President Robert Kennedy on it. He was president from 1969 through 1977. I don't know for sure, but I think I read he's one of the differences between your place and mine. Right back soon.
I looked back in the envelope and found a nickel tucked into the corner. On one side, it had a man's profile with the name Robert F. Kennedy listed under it. On the other, it had what looked like a large turkey glowering over a shield, bristling with spears and covered with stars and stripes. What the hell? I remembered my tablet and checked the footage. It had actually stopped recording after 2 hours, but it was enough. After the 40-minute mark, I watched as my cream envelope gave a shudder and disappeared. 30 minutes later, the blue envelope had faded into existence a few inches over the desk. I wasn't sure what to do at this point. I thought about asking Christine for advice, but it would be hard to explain over the phone, and I didn't want her to worry. I could call the police, but what good would that do? Even if I showed them the video, they would think it was fake and I was a jackass for wasting their time. I didn't know if I believed everything the letters were saying, but I couldn't deny the evidence was compelling, and if this guy really was another me, it could wind up being something really great. I might even become famous for discovering some parallel dimension. First things first, I needed to write another letter. Wow, so this is big news, right? So you're saying you can see us through mirrors? That's kind of embarrassing. Can you hear us too, or just see us? Do your people have any theories on how this all happened? Have other people in your world have this happen, where you can talk to people from my world? I'm very curious to know more. This time I watched as my letter disappeared, only to be replaced with another response a short time later.
Yeah, you've got a lot of questions. I understand. No, we can't hear, just see. And I don't know about anyone actually communicating like this before. No one knows why the world is changing so much. When the other things started appearing last year, people said it was the end of the world. That we were being judged. But people are just going crazy, you know? I don't believe in all that stuff. Things are changing, and we just have to change with it. Hey, did you say you have a Christine? Is she a hot blonde girl too? Is she your girlfriend?
I didn't like the tone of the new letter, and I had more questions now, but I wanted to keep him talking, so I tried to respond in a way that would make him happy. Yeah, she's my girlfriend. She's great. We're planning on getting married next year. Do you have a Christine too? Tell me more about your world when you can. My letter shuddered away fairly quickly, and I waited for an answer, but none came. It was getting late, so eventually I went to bed, though I would wake up periodically and check the desk. Around 6 in the morning, I saw the blue envelope, and I jumped out of bed to read the 2 lines written there.
I did have a Christine, but she was a fucking whore. I had to punish her. I hope yours isn't one too.
Yeah, I was done. I didn't know what this was, but I knew it had to be real, and it was feeling more and more like it was dangerous. Throwing the letter down, I started looking around the room. I saw the small mirror I had hanging on my back closet and yanked it down quickly, hearing it crack as it hit the floor. I tried to think of any others, and the only ones that came to mind were in the bathroom and one that Christine had hung over the mantel in the living room. Christine. I looked at my phone and saw that it was almost 7. She was going to be back in town this morning, probably coming straight here. I tried calling her, but it went straight to voicemail like it was powered off. I didn't have her parents' number, so I had to resort to leaving her a voicemail and text messages telling her not to come to my apartment, that I would meet her at hers when she got back. I debated what to do until she arrived, but ultimately decided I couldn't stand being in the apartment myself. So I left a note on the door saying, "Christine, don't go to the apartment. Call me instead. I'll explain and meet you," and left the building. For the next few hours, I basically drove a circuit between our 2 apartments, occasionally parking outside one place or the other. I was sitting outside her place when I got a call from her phone. It was her mother. She said Christine had knocked her phone in the toilet getting ready for bed last night, and that they had to put it in a bowl of rice to dry it out. When Christine left to come back home a few hours ago, she must have forgotten it. I felt my mouth go dry. Her mother was asking what she should do to get Christine the phone, but I told her I'd call her back and hung up. Based on when she left, she should have been back at least an hour at that point. I knew she wasn't at her apartment, so I sped back over to mine. I saw her car parked down the street from my place, and my head started pounding. Running up the stairs, I reached my door and saw the note I had left was gone. In its place was a blue sheet of nice stationery bearing a drawing of a red ink heart and the words, "Come on in my handwriting. I started yelling her name as I fumbled to open the door, but as I entered, I could tell she wasn't there. The apartment felt empty and lifeless. I ran to the bedroom, stumbling to a stop at the doorway. My mind had difficulty making sense of what I was seeing at first. On the wall next to the desk were strips of paper plastered to the wall and making the outline of a small door about 3 feet tall. The strips seemed to be some combination of blue and cream paper, speckled here and there with spots of crimson and soggy near the baseboard where there were partial bloody handprints on both sides as though someone had been trying to hold on. Leading away from the paper door, the floor was covered with more blood, and as I looked closer, I saw several thick runnels in the wood that I thought at first were scrapes or cuts of some kind by something heavy being drug. But then I saw one of Christine's bloody fingernails, torn off at the nail bed and ragged, jutting out of one of the grooves she had raked into the floor in her fight to get away. I collapsed to the floor and began crying. After a few minutes, I pulled myself together enough to look around the room for any clues or some means of helping her, but that's when I saw the blue envelope on the desk.
You were right. She's a hot one. Better than mine, even. But I can tell she has those same slutting ways. It's in the eyes. But don't you worry. She'll find less tolerance for that over here. And I'll be sure to keep her corrected. Don't bother trying to come across either, bud. I figured out how to do it, but I'm going to have to keep it close to my vest. I have to apologize for not being completely honest before. Things are worse here than I let on. Maybe this Christine can keep me happy and satisfied with my life, but who's to say? Like I told you, some people are really losing it over here. Might be I have to come visiting again sometime, more permanently. Until then, glory and peace. Or as you would say, sincerely, Scott.
As I'm finishing writing this, I dread going back into that room. I know I have no way of getting her back, and I know I can't have her blood being found in my apartment. Even without hard evidence, there will be questions when she's reported missing. But all of that is in the background at the moment. I can't shake the feeling of being watched. I look around and see no one, but then I notice the dingy brass door of the elevator across the hall from where I'm sitting. The reflection there is dark and distorted, but I can still see myself in it. Or at least a version of myself. It looks like me, but I can tell that it isn't, because that version of me is laughing. Scott, I know you're a good guy at heart. I know that because, well, you're me, and despite my flaws, I have to think I'm a good guy too. I understand that your world is different than mine, and that has to have affected you a lot. Who's to say what you would be doing, who you would be as a person if you had grown up like I did? My point is, I don't blame you for anything. I just need you to listen to me. I spent a lot of time with my dad growing up. I don't know if that's true for you, or what your version of dad even is, but mine was great. He was always there for me, and not just out of some sense of parental duty, but because he really loved me and wanted me to succeed in life. One thing we did a lot was go hunting, sometimes for wild pig or rabbit, but mostly for deer. I remember the first time I killed a deer. It wasn't a clean shot, and we had to track it over a mile before finding it dead in some underbrush at the edge of an empty field. My father took out his knife to show me how to field dress it, but before he handed it to me, he stopped and put his hand on my shoulder.
You never kill things or hurt things unless it is necessary, either for your survival or some greater good. This deer is clean, healthy meat that will feed us and your mom for several weeks. Us being willing to be able to kill this deer doesn't make its life unimportant. It just means that we have to value ourselves above others while still trying to live a good and virtuous life. You understand?
I said that I did, and I was being honest at the time, but of course that was the understanding of a child, and the world has taught me to more fully appreciate the importance of his words now. My father would also tell me stories about his own childhood. My favorites were always about the dog he had growing up, named Rex. Dad had gotten him when he was 8, and he loved that dog more than anything. They really were best friends, I think. They would play together, explore the forests around the farm where my dad grew up, and were generally inseparable as much as life allowed. When Dad got old enough to drive, Rex would ride everywhere with him. He was big for a dog, apparently, so he could easily sit in his seat and stick his head out the window to catch smells as they drove to town or out to go camping. My version of our father never went to college, but he was a smart man and a hard worker. He opened up a little hardware store at 19, and within a couple of years, he had bought a house and was saving up ring money for the girl that is our mother. One night, he was closing up the shop. He heard Rex start growling. He turned around to see where the dog was and found him at the back door, hackles raised and teeth bared. At first, my father thought it was a raccoon or another dog maybe. He grabbed Rex by the collar and opened the door to look out. It was dark and he couldn't see much, but suddenly he was knocked down and being attacked. He would never say by what, though I've always suspected that was more to keep from scarring me too much than because he didn't know. Rex broke free of his grasp and charged the thing, whatever it was. He snapped and snarled, bit and clawed, and after a moment my father was free. It was preoccupied by Rex, who was fighting it for everything he was worth. He was an older dog now, but no one was going to mess with our dad. Rex drove the thing off into the woods, but he was hurt badly, too badly to make it. In fact, my father held him, crying as he died. The first time Dad told me that story, I was 15. I was horrified. I had been hearing stories about Rex for years. I loved Rex, felt like I knew him even though he died well before I was born. And truth be told, Rex wouldn't have lived much longer anyway. But still, it was so sad. I sat there crying my eyes out, and I remember my father started crying too. It was one of the few times I ever saw him cry. He reached over and hugged me before explaining why he was telling me the story in the first place.
Scott, this world is a hard place, and it's only going to get harder. Rex and me, we loved each other with everything we had, and he sacrificed himself to save me. That's the lesson. If you're going to live a life worth living, you can't be afraid to make sacrifices, whether it's something that is important to you or to someone else. Sometimes a cost has to be paid, and you have to be willing to pay it. Being too afraid or too weak to do what needs to be done is a greater sin than trying and failing or making the wrong choice. Always remember that. And I have, Scott. I've tried to make the best decisions in my life, and all things considered, things have turned out well for me. For instance, I remember the first time I saw our Christine. I felt such a surge of excitement and anticipation that I didn't even know what to say to her. And I think it was hard on her too initially, Scott. I thought she was like the old Christine, but I think living in a softer, kinder world kept her from developing some of those rough edges that I was trying to wear down on old Christine. She still reminds me of her at times, so she bears watching, but I think she can be rehabilitated if you are firm with her. I want to apologize to you, Scott. When I came back and took you by surprise from your bed, well, I'll be honest, I was disappointed. I expected more of a fight, but you were half asleep, and like our Christine, you've had the luxury of a softer life than I did. I don't think less of you because you couldn't stop me from forcing you through the door. I also want to say I'm sorry because I know from your perspective I may seem like a bad guy. I took your girl, and then you, from this cushy life and pushed you into a world that, well, from your point of view, might seem a bit like hell. I want you to know that I didn't do that out of some ill will towards you or even Christine, but I had to get out of there, and sacrifices had to be made. And those sacrifices are valued by me, Scott. It's important that you know that. Don't worry about trying to get back either. I know from the peaks I've managed to get in the last couple of weeks that you were trying, and you had figured out that combining our two papers was part of it, but you won't get the rest. And I made sure not to leave any of your letters or envelopes on my side anyway. This letter and envelope will be the only paper from your old world you will have, and trust me, it isn't enough. I don't say this to trick or discourage you, but because I don't want you wasting time and energy chasing some impossible goal when you should be focused on getting your feet under you and making a new life. I really hope you two crazy kids make a go of it over there. Who's to say? You might be better at that life than I ever was. As for me, I just got back from walking in the park across from my apartment. It seems like I could hear birds singing everywhere. And I saw a woman walking a dog. Can you believe it? A real live dog. I know this world isn't perfect. I can already see a lot of impurity and corruption, Maybe I can help correct some of that in time. But for now, I'm just going to enjoy my new life. I won't be writing you again, I'm afraid, but I'll think of you often. I'm going this afternoon to buy a puppy. I'd name it after you, but, well, that'd be weird. Have a good life. Sincerely, Scott.
I woke to ashes fluttering down onto my face, like sullen snowflakes, covering my skin in 100 gray kisses of burned down yesterday. I coughed as I sat up, pulling in another spasmodic breath as I wiped at my eyes. The ashes had caked there because I had apparently been crying in my unconsciousness. My hands came away black and running as my eyes began to water again. And blinking through the smut and the tears, I could see the flakes falling down on me through a hole in the roof, or rather, the ceiling, because Scott's apartment wasn't on the top floor. Yet looking around, it was Scott's apartment, or a very close approximation of it. It was far more run down and dirty, and some of the decorations were different, but the layout and general appearance was similar. My head was still drifting through a fog so thick I could scarcely tell I was even in a fog, but I was starting to remember myself and Scott, and parts of what had happened. I looked up again and remembered that there should be at least 3 floors above this one, and at the edges of the hole in the ceiling, I could see parts of those ruined rooms hiding in the shadows up there. It seemed that the top part of the building had been destroyed somehow at some point in the past, and through the hole that was left behind, I could see the ashes, and beyond that, the stars. I came back to myself again as I remembered Scott attacking me. Well, not Scott, but someone that looked like him. A lot. Like some older, crazy twin brother. He dragged me into Scott's bedroom, and I'd seen that the floor and the wall were covered in blood. He dipped his finger in the blood and traced the outline of a rectangle inside the perimeter of a strange collage of colored paper pasted to the wall. I had felt amazement push through my terror as I saw a crack appear in the wall where his finger had traced, and at his touch, it swung open as a door. I had known then what was coming next. However insane or impossible all of this was, I fought harder to get away, but he was bigger and stronger, and when he slammed my head against the floor the second time, I couldn't fight the darkness that rose up around me any longer. I felt the back of my head at the memory and gasped at the pain as my hand found a clotting wound in my sweaty tangle of hair. I started looking around again, and I could see I was in the living room of this place that is like Scott's apartment, but not. My brain had been screaming 1,000 things that are wrong since I first woke up, but I could only process a few at a time. Just as I realized that not Scott was coming back from the bedroom, my hand found its way up to my throat, and the dog collar there.
Hello, Christine.
His grin was so like Scott's that its familiarity made it all the more ghastly on this man. His face was thin, and his eyes were 2 bright pieces of glass in sunken pits, glittering with intelligence and ill will. I could now see that it somehow was Scott, despite the longer hair and the harder, harsher lines of his face. It just wasn't my Scott. I didn't know how it was possible. But once that thought was fixed in my mind, I knew it was true. Hello? Where did you take me? I tried to sound confident, but it was a weak attempt, given I was sitting hurt and confused in a dog collar in some bizarre place with some bizarre version of Scott. His smile widened.
That's a fair question. This is my world. I brought you from yours after hearing good things about you from Scott. Well, the other Scott. Look, I know what you're thinking. I kidnapped you, knocked you out, and brought you to this place. Hell, I put a collar on you. I guess this all looks really bad, huh? I brought you here because I missed my old Christine. You see, we were together here too, but things didn't work out. I'm not saying it wasn't selfish to take you away, but it was with love in my heart. And as for this...
He crouched down on his haunches next to me. He pointed to the dog collar.
I wanted to make sure you didn't run out if I wasn't awake or paying attention when you came to. My world is pretty different from yours, and it's not safe out there a lot of the time. I wouldn't want you getting hurt on my account.
I stared at him, trying to keep any scorn out of my expression. He was clearly insane, and I didn't want to risk setting him off, especially when I really didn't know what was going on or what this place was like. And that was the key. I needed as much information as possible, and I needed to see how much latitude I could get before trying to escape. So, you'll take the collar off now? He chuckled and shook his head.
I can already tell I'm going to like you better.
Sighing wistfully, he went on.
No, not yet, honey. It'll take some time for you to acclimate, and until you do, I'm afraid you'll be your own worst enemy. For now, just rest, and I'll bring you some food. Your chain goes far enough for you to reach the bathroom over there. Just remember not to flush it during nighttime hours, okay? That's very important. This building is fairly secure, but the neighborhood has gone to shit lately. Lots of home invasions at night, and they target buildings where they hear noise or see lights. The blinds keep the light in pretty well, but the pipes in this old bitch kick up a fuss when you flush. So just save that for the morning, and we should be shiny golden.
The next few days were a cycle of sleeping, eating, and trying to figure out the best way to escape, and where exactly I would be escaping to. The last part was primarily facilitated by Not Scott. He spent hours each day talking to me, seemingly starved for conversation and human contact. He had some kind of job, and depending on something he called
occurrence reports,
he would be gone working for periods of time most days. But whenever he was there, he was usually talking to me. He would tell me stories about himself sometimes, but a lot of his time was spent asking me questions. What was my childhood like? What had my life been like before he took me? What kinds of things did I like to do, like to eat, etc.? It was all so strange. He had this aura of discord and violence around him, so palpable the air fairly vibrated with menace when he was in the room. But he was never rough or even rude to me, aside from the obvious of holding me against my will. It was made stranger because parts of him did remind me of my Scott. The way his face would light up when he was telling a story, or the way that he would look at me sometimes when he didn't know I was looking. It somehow made it all worse instead of better, seeing those glimpses of something I loved being choked to death by whatever sickness had taken root in him. I tried to find out more about the world I was in from him, and he told me some, but not much. He said that years ago, before he was born, things had started changing. A lot of animals had started dying off for no discernible reason, and all at once, this had led to the partial collapse of a number of ecosystems around the world, which led to disease and famine and death. According to Not Scott, things stabilized some eventually, but they were never really right again. Strange things would happen. People would disappear or go on murder sprees. Pods of dolphins started killing off large portions of the shark and whale populations in the Pacific. Then, in 1998, over 200,000 people across the globe committed suicide within 10 minutes of each other for no apparent reason. People called it the awakening now. But that was when the world governments and media began admitting that there was an ongoing major problem, and they didn't know how to stop it. Not Scott told me with a laugh that it wasn't like the world was ending, but sometimes it sure felt like it. After the awakening, a lot of fanatics started popping up. Religious zealots, doomsday preppers, militant groups itching for a fight. He said those groups caused disorder and could be dangerous to be around. But mostly they were just scared people looking for an answer. And for the most part, civilization was still chugging along. Governments existed, people went to work, and as time went on, strange became the new normal. Then people started going insane. Not the normal, scared, I'm going to wear a bulletproof vest to the grocery store insane, but more the I'm going to eat the bus driver's face insane. He said that actually happened to him when he was riding the metro one day. People turning crazy didn't happen a lot at first, but in the last 5 years it was building. There were more random acts of extreme violence. The teacher chopping up her 3rd grade class. A little boy stabbing out his father's eyes while he slept. But there were more subtle versions of it too. People would develop strange obsessions or fetishes. They would become paranoid or have wild mood swings for no apparent reason. Not Scott said that most days at work, there would be at least 1 or 2 people crying or laughing uncontrollably at random times throughout the day. He had tears in his eyes when he told me that last, and I felt my heart breaking a little at what he said next.
I know it's happening to me. It's happened to me already. I've done terrible things. Not just what I've done to you and your Scott. I've done much worse than that. I used to not be like this.
I reached forward and took his hand. I can't imagine what you've been through. And I'm not saying you can fix everything, but you can make it better. Let me go back. You come too. If this world is what is making you do these bad things, maybe you'll be better away from it. Not Scott pulled his hand away, his face hardening.
I should have expected this kind of cozying from you. You're not as different as I'd hoped.
Standing up, he wiped his eyes with the palms of his hands as he stared off. His expression hurt and almost embarrassed.
You aren't leaving, and there's no real hope for me either beyond embracing this world as it is, letting it reshape me so I can survive it.
He looked back down at me.
You best get to accepting your reality too. It's a hard world, and it's going to get harder.
After that, he talked to me a lot less, though some nights he would sit with me for a while, saying very little, but seeming to not want to be alone. Other nights he would seem different, a dark look on his face more akin to when I first saw him upon waking. Those nights, I just tried to stay inconspicuous and small. He didn't tell me much more about the world outside. Other than that, there were worse problems now than just people going crazy. But I could hear signs of the chaos outside. Gunshots, screaming, and an orange glow of distant fires were a regular part of life. I asked about what had happened to the building, and he said a television helicopter had crashed into it a couple of years back, taking out most of the top 3 floors. It had only put the small hole in Not Scott's ceiling and caused minimal structural damage to the rest of the building. So he had stayed. He grinned and said he'd negotiated the rent down and decided to look at it like a skylight. And the days moved on. I need to stress again that after he got me here, he never hurt me. He was generally kind, in fact. He didn't threaten me, he didn't try to force himself on me or even come on to me sexually. And the things we talked about, they seemed harmless. Combine that with the fact that in a lot of ways, Not Scott was Scott, and it made it easier to be taken in. Looking back on it now, I see that peppered into our conversations were questions that would prompt me to talk about my Scott, to talk about my world. As I told him stories of my parents or my 9th birthday or my college major, I was giving him information and insight into a place he was desperate to learn more about. He was smart about it, subtle, but over time, I was handing him everything he wanted. I'd let myself forget I wasn't dealing with my Scott, but just afflicted with some strange mental illness. I was dealing with a stranger. I remembered that fact when he brought her in, screaming and crying, snot pouring from her nose as he dragged her by the arm across the living room and into the bedroom. He tried to shut the door back when they entered, but in her flailing, she kicked it and it swung back open as he brought the knife down across her stomach. As blood welled out of the wound, she raised her head and her eyes met mine. She couldn't have been more than 8 years old. Not Scott followed her gaze and saw the door was open. He looked at me, his face pale and stricken.
I'm sorry you saw this, Christine. I'm just doing what is necessary to survive. Tell him I left the key to your collar in my closet.
With that, he slammed the door shut. It muffled the girl's last gurgling scream, but not nearly enough. I screamed at the door, begging him to stop. But I knew it was no use. It was more just to make myself feel better and to vent my frustration. For the 100th time, I strained at my collar and tugged at my chain. But he had secured both well. I finally gave up, my throat hoarse, and my body exhausted. Even amid my struggling and thrashing about, I had noticed that the bedroom had fallen silent. As I lay there panting, I strained to hear any sound. There was nothing for several minutes. Then a series of small scuffling noises, followed by the sound of something being drugged. Then silence again. I debated yelling, but I knew it was too late for the girl. So I stayed quiet. When the door suddenly burst open, I let out a scream. Scott was standing there, his face and clothes smeared with blood. He was squinting and seemed unsteady on his feet. But when he saw me, his eyes widened.
Christine? I woke to hands around my throat, choking off my air as I swam out of the black currents of sleep and opened my eyes to see a face eerily similar to mine staring down at me. The other Scott was straddling me, bearing down hard as I started trying to flail to get free. His arms prevented me from getting a good hit in on his head, so I tried punching him in the sides. He grunted at each impact, but was unmoved. I tried to make eye contact, mouth something to him, but he wouldn't meet my eyes. Seemed to be avoiding me, in fact. He just stared at his hands around my throat, lips skinned back from his teeth in some kind of snarl or grimace below eyes that looked almost sorrowful. This somehow scared me worse. I started fighting back harder, trying to buck him off while slamming an elbow into his arm, hoping to break his grip, but he was too strong. I could already feel myself slipping back into the icier waters of unconsciousness. As I faded out, I had time to worry if my shoes were still on and to hear him say he was sorry. When I woke next, I was face down on the floor, the left side of my head wet with some kind of viscous liquid. I wiped at my left eye and then opened both of them experimentally. I was in a version of my bedroom, but I could tell it wasn't mine. I looked around slowly, my throat aching with every breath as I sat up. The room was empty and the door was shut, and I had to fight the urge to rush out and search for Christine. I needed to be smart, take my time, and take everything in. With revulsion, I noticed my hand was wet with blood where I had wiped my head. My entire side was soaked, in fact, as was the floor. I felt a lurch of fear in my stomach that he had killed Christine before he came back to get me, but I tried to hold it at bay as I studied the rest of the room. Nothing that noteworthy, other than that he had 5 mirrors hanging in different spots in the room, all of which were dark. I looked to the corner of the ceiling above the bed and breathed a sigh of relief when I saw no mirror there. Turning to the wall, I saw that he stripped away the paper he used to make the doorway on this side. I guessed he had replicated it on the other side so that it would stay open while he was destroying this side. But aside from the paper, I still had no idea how it was done. Given the fresh blood, it seemed likely that was a part of it. Again, I had a thrill of fear for Christine, and this time I couldn't resist it. Standing up swiftly, I went to the door and yanked it open. A woman screamed, and as I looked across the dimly lit living room, I saw it was Christine. She looked terrified, and she was chained to the wall by some kind of collar, but she was alive. "Christine?" She blinked, her mouth slowly closing as she took me in. After a moment, she started to stand. Her face crumpled as she ran to me, almost knocking me over with the force of her embrace.
Thank God! Oh God! Oh God!
I stayed quiet and hugged her back. After a minute, she pulled back, her expression serious and more composed.
Is he gone?
I nodded. I think so. He jumped me when I was asleep and drugged me here. I was unconscious, but I didn't see any sign of him when I woke up. He didn't come back out of the room, did he? She shook her head. Then he must be in our world. He wanted to take my life, and now he has. I caught myself and smiled sadly at her. But it's okay. We'll figure this out. I reached out to stroke her hair, but she pulled back.
I'm sorry, Scott. I'm so happy to see you. But he looks so much like you, and I've been stuck here for 2 weeks with him. It's gonna take me a bit to readjust, that's all.
She took a couple of steps back, her hands holding her elbows as she smiled apologetically at me.
But I'm okay. I'll be okay. What about you?
Trying to hide the pain and guilt I felt at her words, I turned away to take in the living room. I'm fine. He choked me out, but I'm okay other than a sore throat. I glanced back at her. I'm so sorry for this. I know this is all insane and out of our control, but it's still a version of me that's doing it. I wanted to ask about the details of how he had mistreated her, but I didn't want to make it any harder on her than it already had been, and we could talk about it more when she was ready. So instead, I added lamely, I know he's crazy, and I hope you know I'm not anything like him. Christine reached out and touched my arm.
Hey, I know that. You're not him, and I know you're not like him. And honestly, I almost felt sorry for him at times. I haven't seen it, but from what I can tell and what he said about it, this place is really messed up. Dangerous, messed up. He said people were going crazy here, and I think that it was part of his problem too.
She pulled her arm back, her face trembling slightly.
Do you know how to get us back?
I shook my head as I turned away, ashamed to look at her any longer. I've been trying to figure it out ever since we were taken, but I don't know yet. I communicated him through stationery that my aunt gave me. He did the same with some an uncle of his on this side had given him. The paper, the two combined together, is how he makes the doorway. But no matter what I do, nothing seems to work. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Christine's face fall with despair. I pointed into the bedroom and went on. There's blood in there, a lot of it. And there was blood in my doorway when you were taken too. I was afraid it was yours, but it wasn't, was it? She hesitated and then shook her head. Okay, that's what I was thinking. The blood has to be part of it then. Did you see how he did it? Again, the strange pause, and then she gave a quick nod.
I saw him draw the shape of a door in blood inside the paper outline like you talked about. Is the paper still there?
She looked past me into the bedroom.
Did he take it when he left?
Finally, I had some good news. He did, but I have more. When I realized I might not figure out how to get access across to you on my own, I started hoping he would come back for me. I took to sleeping with my shoes on every night, and I kept strips of paper I had saved tucked into the bottoms of them. If we can figure out how to create the doorway, I have the paper to do it. Her expression brightened for the first time, and she grabbed my hand, pulling me into the bedroom.
Try it. Maybe it'll work.
I took the strips of paper from my shoes, and for the next few minutes, we pasted them carefully in an alternating pattern of cream and blue. As far as I could tell, it was close to exactly how he had arranged them when he took Christine. Then, dipping a pencil eraser in the thickening blood on the floor, I traced the outline as she directed. It did nothing. After a couple of minutes of waiting, I tried again. No change. Suddenly, Christine pushed past me, her fingers dripping with blood. She frantically traced and retraced the outline over and over, but to no avail. Screaming, she punched the wall and fell back into a heap on the floor. I realized that her hand wasn't covered in blood from the floor, but it was bleeding itself. What happened? How did your hand get hurt? I started to reach out to her, but her dark look stopped me.
I bit it, just now. I thought maybe it needed fresher blood or something other than a fucking eraser wiping it on the wall. I don't know. Not Scott is the one that did this bullshit. Not Christine.
She sighed deeply and seemed to regain control.
I'm sorry. I know this isn't your fault, but we need to get out of here.
Her bloody hand touched her collar.
Fuck! This thing is still on. He said the key is in the closet. I can't reach it.
I swallowed and nodded, jumping up to check the closet. Inside, I found a small assortment of clothes and a couple of pairs of shoes. But the rest of the closet was devoted to books. They were stacked on a shelf at the top and in neat piles along the closet's walls. Most of them looked to be fantasy or science fiction, many by authors I'd never heard of, a few by authors who had never written those particular books in my world. On top of the closest book stack was a key. After Christine was free, we searched the apartment over for any clues on how to reopen the door. 30 minutes later, we were back in the living room, Christine staring at the floor forlornly, while I tried to figure out something comforting to say. Look, it'll work out. We'll figure it out, but it may take some time. Her expression didn't change, and I went on. I need to go out and get us some supplies, and figure out if this place is even anything like he said. Maybe it's not half bad and he's just a crazy liar. I knew the unspoken subtext of what I was saying was that hopefully it would be nice because we might be stuck here. But I couldn't quite bear to say it. Instead, the idea of being marooned in this place just hung between us like some kind of noxious cloud, slowly killing what little hope we had. As I was thinking this, I realized Christine was on her feet.
You're right. Let's go and see what this place is even like.
I thought about protesting, asking to stay at the apartment in case the outside world was dangerous, but I could tell she was determined to go, and it would be good if there were two of us. Between us, we managed to find a pair of long kitchen knives and a flashlight, along with a light jacket with pockets I could store items in while we traveled. Then we were off. Stepping out of the apartment, the ill repair of the hallway matched the hole in the ceiling of the apartment. The only thing in sight that looked clean or well-maintained was the elevator, the brass of which carried a mirror-like sheen. I stopped and looked at the reflection there, but saw nothing. At her questioning look, I explained my encounter in the hallway to Christine. She said not Scott, as she called him, had told her some about the mirrors, but not a lot. She asked how I'd been able to see him back in the reflection on the elevator, and I realized I didn't know. But by then, we were pushing out of the downstairs outside door. When we stepped out, the first thing that struck me was how quiet the city was, how still. It was still early, but in our world, there would already be people out and cars bustling along the narrow lanes of the street that ran in front of the apartment building. There would be sounds of nature mixed in as well, even if it was just because of the occasional bird song or dog bark. Here, there were a handful of cars driving down the street, and the people driving them seemed to be either staring straight ahead as though their gazes were welded to the road in front of them, or constantly looking in every direction, seemingly terrified of some surprise attack. It was hard to say which was the better idea. We turned to the left and made our way down to what would be a corner grocery store in our world. Along that, we passed only a couple of people, and they were both walking determinedly on the far sidewalk. They shot us wary glances, but that was all, and my attempt at waving hello to the second person was ignored. At the end of the block, we found that Patterson's grocery store was now Patterson's package shop, but when we entered, we found that aside from a large volume of alcohol, the place still sold various food and drinks. Sticking close to each other, we selected a very small variety of items and headed toward the front. Money didn't seem to be an issue for the moment, as Not Scott had left a small stack of bills and a debit card with the pin taped to it sitting on the kitchen counter. The bills were red and reminded me of Monopoly money, but when I handed the cashier a $100 bill, he took it without complaint and gave me a handful of strange change in return, including another RFK nickel. On the way out, we were almost run over by a large teenage boy barreling into the store past us. As he cleared the threshold, he started yelling about how he needed
fresh ciggies for me, ma'am. Get them up for her, you cousining fucker.
I propelled Christine out onto the sidewalk, but not before I heard the cashier scream back that the boy's mother had been dead for 3 years. We exchanged a look, and I debated suggesting that we just head back to the apartment, but Christine was already opening a bottle of water and cutting across the street. There was starting to be more traffic now, but the flow of people was still anemic. I made the comment that this is what the world would be like after some plague in a movie, or half the people had been wiped out. Christine had shot me a glance, her face hard.
I don't know that it's that far from the truth.
She pointed ahead to Bristow Park, which was actually called the same thing here as well.
Let's go in there and see if there are any people out.
Our version of Bristow Park was always bustling with people in the morning. On the weekends, it would be families and casual games of football and frisbee. But even the weekends saw a steady stream of joggers, dog walkers, and miscellaneous others. At first, we thought this version of the park was largely empty, but then Christine heard singing. The outer paths of the park follow cultivated hedges and trees, curving and winding along the park perimeter with inlets into the more central areas every 100 yards or so. Even when you start down one of those inner paths, it takes more than a few steps before the large open spaces at the center of the park are revealed. As we were walking along the outer path, Christine suddenly cut into one of the inner paths, murmuring that she heard music. I followed, but at first I heard nothing. It was only as we were stepping onto the dying grass of the central field that I heard the faint singing or chanting that was coming from the throng of people clustered around the enormous bonfire in the distance. Christine was walking toward the group quickly, and after a few more paces, I grabbed her arm and stopped her. She turned to me, her eyes fierce and her voice low, trembling when she spoke.
What are they doing? Do you see that?
I may have been more focused on Christine as we had drawn nearer, but as I looked again, I saw exactly what they were doing. The bonfire wasn't really a bonfire. It was a 20-foot metal frame in the shape of an X, the lower half squatter and much thicker than the top. Inside the frame, wood had been carefully inserted throughout and set ablaze. This was all very strange, but I only noted it in a perfunctory way. As I was watching the man catch fire, the man had been stripped naked and chained at the wrist, the lengthy metal bindings trailing off into the crowd on each side of the burning X. The man was in the middle, between the burning effigy's legs, the top of the white-hot metal only inches from his head. The air around him shimmered with the heat, his skin blackening and peeling off as he jerked back and forth from one side of the X to the other at the whims of the crowds pulling the chains. We were still 50 yards away, but when a breeze shifted direction, I could smell the pungent, sweet smell of his flesh cooking, even as I heard him scream. I was about to start pulling Christine away when I stopped, my skin growing cold. The man wasn't screaming, he was laughing. I tugged weakly at Christine as she glanced at me, her eyes wet and wide. We began to back away slowly, and I was terrified at any moment we would be noticed, but the crowd was transfixed, and even when the man stopped laughing and slumped forward, they kept him aloft and dancing like some kind of macabre tug-of-war. We edged our way back to the perimeter of the field. In my last look before we headed back to the path and out of the park, I saw the cooked meat of the man begin to pull apart as the mob ripped him in two. I swear I could hear the wet gasping of his skin as it ruptured, the greasy crackle of his weaker bones as they flexed and snapped. But it seemed impossible at such a distance, real or imagined. I had to stop and vomit on the path, Christine patting my back and telling me to please hurry. We exited the park and wasted no time returning to the apartment. I could feel Christine's terror and knew my own matched it, but I felt no closer to an answer than I had before. We didn't talk about what we had seen, but Christine did take my hand and sit silently with me for a while. I could tell we were both starting to slip into shock or some kind of despondent form of madness. We had to do something. Getting up, I started searching the apartment again for anything we might have missed. That's when I found a cream-colored envelope on the bedroom desk. I opened it and read it, then read it again, my heart pounding. When I gave it to Christine, she studied it for a long time before looking up at me. She was about to speak, but I couldn't hold it in any longer and blurted out, "Did he hurt you?"
Scott's face was worried, hurt and scared all at the same time as he asked, and I could feel myself loving him and hating him for asking the question. I knew he was concerned for my well-being, that he loved me, and I knew that he felt guilty because of who had taken me. But there was still something so selfish in him asking, so childish in him needing to be comforted if I had been assaulted. Or even better, him hoping I could reassure him that whatever brutalities I had endured at Not Scott's hands weren't as bad as all that, so he could start pretending this wasn't his fault. Because it was his fault. I saw that now. Not necessarily because it was an alternate version of him, but because he had talked to Not Scott, responded to him, told him about me. I was trying not to be angry with him, but I was so hurt and scared, and we had to get out of this place. I had already been toying with the idea of lying to Scott after reading Not Scott's letter. I had no idea why Not Scott had lied about assaulting me, whether it was due to his insanity, natural cruelty, or just to make Scott hate him more. It didn't matter. If it could drive Scott's guilt and his anger long enough to force him to do what had to be done, it was a blessing. And if Scott's sad face and worried tone made it easier to tell the lie, so be it. I could ask for forgiveness when we weren't in hell anymore. Yes, he did. He started the second day, and it got worse as the days went on. More extreme. I was going to try and fake tears, but I found there was no need. After everything, after what we had just witnessed, tears were going to come easily for some time. I saw Scott's face darken and his fists balled at his sides. That's the response I was hoping for. I waited a moment for him to stew, and then I went on. And I lied before. I do know a bit more about how to make the door work. Not Scott killed a little girl. He used her blood to open the door. Some of that was guesswork on my part, but I had seen enough to make it an educated guess. Scott's eyes widened some, but he still looked hard and determined.
Then that's what we'll do. I'll find someone and take blood from them.
I winced and he stopped.
What is it? What's wrong?
I licked my lips. Ask for forgiveness when you aren't in hell. Not Scott, told me that it had to be from a child and the blood only worked as they were dying. I didn't want to tell you because it's so horrible, but I don't think there's any other way to get us home. This too was a lie, of course, as not Scott had never told me any such thing, but it made sense. The leftover blood of the girl hadn't worked, and neither had my own fresh blood. So we needed to replicate what not Scott had done as closely as possible, as soon as possible. We didn't have time for Scott to moralize, try to think up humane alternatives, let the edge his emotions were giving him now grow dull with time and equivocation. No, we
have to get out of here. I have to make this right and to get you out of here. If I have to do something horrible to do that, that'll be on me.
His eyes were glimmering, but his voice didn't falter.
I'll go find someone right now, and we can be done with it.
I reached out and squeezed his hand. I'll help.
I woke to something licking my face. I reached out in my sleep fog, feeling short, soft fur. I realized that Trixie had somehow made it onto the bed. Opening my eyes, I saw this happy, smushed face as he gave me another lick, clearly proud as having gotten up on the bed somehow. The girl at the pet store had said he was called a pug, and from the moment I saw him, I knew he was the weirdest and cutest thing I'd ever seen. I'd always been fascinated by dogs growing up, only in part because of Dad's stories about Rex. But I'd never seen a dog like this in any of the old pictures. An hour later, I had him home, getting his bed and food ready while he explored the apartment with a manic, bouncy determination. Ruffling his fur, I pondered trying to go back to sleep, but I knew it was a lost cause. In the 5 days since I wrote the last letter to the other Scott, I've been having more and more trouble sleeping. I had a lot of guilt about what I had done to him and Christine, and the longer I was out of that place, the more I felt it. Living in that world, my old world, I had come to feel like I was trapped inside myself. When I had started noticing the change in myself a couple of years back, I was worried, but also strangely intrigued. It was like I was standing at the edge of some newly formed cave, and each day I went into it a little deeper and a little more frequently. But over time, the light from outside didn't penetrate the darkness nearly as well, and I would get lost in the black. I would blindly traverse jagged rocks as unseen things crept around me, and when I finally found my way back out, I would swear it was the last time I would go near the thing, but then I would go back in. That's the funny thing about madness. It makes you feel like you have a choice, like the options you pick are reasonable or justified, and then you look back in horror at what you've done. You feel completely responsible for everything. And I am. I'm not trying to make excuses or pawn off all of the things that I've done on whatever corruption is slowly eating at the other world. I earned this guilt, this taint, honestly and through my own works, and I'll carry it with me always. But that's the part of why I love Trixie so much. Aside from him being sweet and cute and generally awesome, he also doesn't know what a despicable piece of shit I am. For the 100th time in the last few days, I looked at the wall next to the desk. I both fear and hope to see a doorway open there most of the time. I'm terrified of going back, and if they ever made it through, I'm sure the other Scott and Christine would either try to kill me or send me back through. At first, my response was that I would kill them if they came back. Now, I'm not so sure. Maybe we can all survive in this world. I can take Trixie and move away somewhere, and in time, they can forget that I even exist. I know I'm still crazy, but at least now I can recognize it. I do feel like I'm out of a cave and in the sunlight more every day, and I love this world so much. I figured out how to work Scott's cell phone after an hour or so on the second day I was here. Most people don't have cell phones where I come from because they're so unreliable. One of the side effects when things started changing for the worse a few years back was that most of the wireless transmissions stopped working with any regularity. It's like sunspots or a solar flare, but all of the time. But I did have a cell phone years ago. Just not one of these fancy touchscreen things. I poked around in it until I figured out where the other Scott worked, and then I called in sick. I needed time to get acclimated, but I also needed money. So the following day, I gave a sad Trixie a hug and headed in. The job was at a company that made greeting cards, oddly enough. Greeting cards weren't much of a thing anymore where I was from, but apparently other Scott wrote them for a living. The first couple of days were rough. I could tell by the odd looks I got from some of my coworkers that I wasn't producing the kind of material they were expecting from Scott, so I went through all of his old work to get a feel for it. Most of it was saccharine and idiotic, but there was some good ideas in there too. Some of them I felt like I could see the other Scott in, and it made me know him more. See him more as a person rather than an obstacle. Or maybe that was just my crazy starting to wear off and my guilt starting to kick in. Either way, it didn't stop me from loving going to work. Living in that old world, even when I was deep in the cave, it felt like everyone you met was a high-voltage power line just humming with dark impulses and brimming with potential for violence. Not everyone was, of course, and I certainly fell into that camp myself, but none of that made the constant tension of daily life any easier to bear. Here, people aren't always nice, but they are normal. The way I remember being when I was younger. Yesterday, I just sat at my desk trying to think up a way to say happy birthday that wasn't overly off-putting or strange, and I marveled at the sounds around me. People gossiping, eating donuts, talking about what they were doing for their vacation in 2 weeks, or about their daughter's wedding last month. Even the work-related stuff was done in such a mundane and civil manner that it felt surreal. Much as I enjoy it though, by the end of the day, I have to get home and be alone. Being around people too long, even normal people that probably won't suddenly start screaming or trying to kill you, is hard for me. I'm not used to that anymore. I may never be again. I don't know. But I already have more in this world than I ever thought I'd have again. New movies. I've been spending a lot of time at home watching movies. They made movies out of Tolkien's The Red Book of Westmarch trilogy over here. They call it The Lord of the Rings, which is a dumb name, but the movies are great. My favorite has to be Gollum. I read they did him with computer graphics, which is amazing and more advanced than anything I've seen in my world. I even named Trixie after him, albeit indirectly. He looks a bit like a bug-eyed Golem anyway. He's asleep on my lap as I write this, and as stupid as it sounds, I think he's part of the reason I'm having so much trouble with what I did. I love the little guy, and it's the first time I've loved something since my Christine. Just thinking about her, what we did to each other as it got bad, I'll always hate myself for that. The question is, how much sin do I want to add on top? How much more do I want to hate myself? I decided to write this all out as a way of working through all these thoughts and feelings, almost as though I was writing to the other Scott, but with no intention of actually sending it. I'm coming to realize I should send it to him. Not just this either, but instructions on how to get back, or a message on setting up a time when I can open the door on this side if he's not up to doing it on his. I had better wait to send the extra paper until I know what he wants to do, and I hope I'm not too late for either of them. And yet, I still hear a voice calling from that deep, dark cave. The voice says I have to look out for myself, that they will kill me and force me back if I help them. I know that I can't trust that voice, but I also can't shake the feeling that it is part of what has kept me alive as my own world turned into some kind of hell. I need to think about this. I don't want to lose this life, but I'm not sure it won't be poisoned if I leave them condemned to that terrible place. And Trixie just woke up and wants to go outside. I think I'm going to take him for a walk and then see about sending a letter. Abducting a child isn't as easy as you might think, especially in this place. There are fewer people for one thing, and everyone is much more guarded, especially with their children. The first few days me and Christine went out, we only saw a couple of children at all. We had a plan of only going out for 2 hours at a time in different directions. We wanted to make sure that if we saw something like what happened in the park, we could get back to the apartment relatively quickly. and this way we were exploring different potential places every time we went. We saw a number of things in those days. Much of it was relatively mild, people talking to themselves or arguing loudly, acting erratic or strangely twitching and emotional. We saw a couple of fights, and one guy ran into the street and started stabbing a woman who was just quietly making her way along the sidewalk. The most troubling thing was very brief, and I don't think Christine saw it. We were walking south that day, debating if we should push out further than normal in hopes we could reach a school that was supposed to be a few blocks away. It was a big risk to take a child from a school, particularly when we had to go back all that way on foot with them in tow. But every day we were getting more desperate, and the more time we spent here seeing this place, the more the question of should we do it faded away as the question of how we do it became more and more pressing. As we walked, I happened to glance in an alley we were passing. I saw a woman and a child of about 10 hunched over a man who lay slumped against a dumpster. At first, I thought they were leaning down checking on him, but then the little boy turned and looked at me with deep-set green eyes that twinkled with madness. His mouth was covered with blood and bits of flesh where they were eating the man. And as my mouth fell open, he smiled and licked his lips. I tried not to lose my stride so as to not alert Christine, and the last glimpse I saw was the woman's hand on the boy's shoulder. It may have been my fear or the trick of the shadows, but I swear I saw her hand going into him slowly, as though they were running together like pink candle wax. I told Christine we should keep going, deciding in the back of my mind that we would be taking a different route back to the apartment. I kept looking over my shoulder, but to my relief, I saw no sign we were being followed. That was the day our luck changed. A mile down the road, we found an elementary school. It had already let out for the day, but the next day we were back bright and early. And after watching most of the morning, we had a plan. Most of the children came in by school bus or were dropped off by parents, but there were a handful that just walked there in the morning. Assuming that was true in the afternoon as well, we would just wait for a small child who was walking alone, preferably a girl, since that's what Not Scott had used. And that would be that. It was terrible, and I still hated the idea of doing it, but it had to be done. I had to try to make all this right, even if I had to do something wrong to do it. And I told myself that these children had no real future here other than a short life filled with pain and fear. I couldn't quite convince myself that killing them was a mercy, but it did take the edge off of my guilt at least. School let out, and it soon became clear who we were following. While many of the children who were walking had left in pairs of groups, there was one little girl who had headed off on her own immediately, as though she couldn't wait to be away from all the laughing and shoving and joking around the rest of the kids were doing as they got picked up or struck out on foot. She was overweight, with long black hair that was stringy and unkempt. Her clothes were clearly old and dirty in spots, and as she walked, I could see that the sole was starting to separate on the back of her red sneakers. She looked sad and unshoveled, and I had to fight the urge to tell Christine that this was a mistake, but when I looked at her, all I saw was the grim, almost manic determination I had seen since we had started this days before. She was past any mercy or equivocation at this point, and how could I blame her, given all she had been through? So we followed the child until she started down a route different than what would lead in the apartment's direction. At which point we approached her and told her she needed to come with us. She asked why, and we gave her our pre-planned generic response. "A member of your family has been hurt, and we were told to get you. We don't have all the details yet." It was vague and lame, but we hoped it would be enough to at least get her down the road a mile or two before she started asking more questions. She seemed to weigh our words, considering, and I could tell she didn't really believe us for any of a dozen good reasons. Still, to my surprise, she just shrugged her shoulders with a resigned look on her face and agreed to come with us. It occurred to me that the children were likely crazy in this place just like the adults, and given what I thought I had seen in the alley, my appreciation for how potentially dangerous this little girl might be was exponentially greater. As we walked, she didn't try to attack us or even complain. She moved along calmly, and after a couple of miles, I began to wonder what her life must be like that she was okay with being abducted. I pushed the thought away. The less I thought of her as a person, as a sad little girl, the better. The trip back was taking longer than expected, not because of any problems with her, but because we had gotten lost. As twilight came on, the semi-familiar landmarks became less familiar, and somehow, in my rerouting, we took a wrong turn. We made it to the apartment without incident, but well after nightfall, and the resolutely stoic little girl had started to murmur about being hungry and needing the bathroom. When we got upstairs, I shared a look with Christine as I told the girl we'd fix her some dinner, after we showed her something in the other room. The paper and knife were already set up in the bedroom, so it should go quickly enough, but when the girl asked again about going to the bathroom, I relented, telling her to go on, but to make it quick. She nodded and went with a dutiful haste into the hallway bathroom, closing the door behind her. Christine was giving me a hard look, to which I just shrugged. "It's 5 minutes. I think it's the least we can do. She's just a little girl." Her expression softened a little, her voice mimicking my hushed tone.
I know. I just want it over with. We have to get back.
I nodded, and I thought about reaching out to comfort her, but now wasn't the time. We had to stay focused and get past this. Then we could work on helping each other get back to normal. After another minute, the toilet flushed. Immediately, the pipes began to squeal and rattle with a level of noise that still amazes me after nearly a week of using them. Christine had warned me about them, about not using them at—
It's after dark.
Christine's eyes were wide with panic.
He said never flush it after dark.
I felt fear fluttering in my chest, and I tried to ignore it. "I'm sure it'll be okay. What are the odds some roaming band is patrolling outside right now, just waiting for a sign of life to break in?" Still, I could feel my heart racing, and I was about to hammer on the bathroom door when the girl came out, looking confused at our excitement. I grabbed her arm and pulled her across into the bedroom. She was still quiet, but she was starting to physically resist now. Fortunately, Christine was there and grabbed her from behind, wrapping her arms around the girl's chest.
I've got her. Do it. Hurry.
I let go of the girl's arm and looked into Christine's face. She looked 10 years older and like a different person than the woman I knew and loved. Her easy smile and bright, intelligent eyes had been replaced with a grim slash and dull stones that bored into me as she waited for me to grab the knife. I picked it up and had time to think about how heavy it was, how wrong it felt in my hand. The next moment there was a crash that sounded like it was coming from the front door of the apartment as someone tried to bash their way in. Christine's eyes widened as her grip on the child tightened.
Do it now, fucker! You fucking do it now before they're on top of us!
Being careful to avoid the child's face, I moved my gaze down to the knife. Taking a deep breath, I shoved it into the girl's stomach. Even though she didn't complain other than make a slight sound like she was being punched in the gut, I started to cry, but the splintering sound of the front door finally giving way spurred me on. I put my fingers in the blood pouring from the knife wound and turned to trace the rectangle inside the paper door. Immediately, a crack appeared, and at my touch, the door swung open. I shifted away and told Christine to go through, seeing 2 men and 1 woman coming into the living room, looking at me across the distance. I jumped and slammed the bedroom door shut, twisting the lock but knowing the door would only hold for seconds. Turning back, I saw the last of Christine disappear through the door, and I dove behind her, scrabbling through and back into my world. The first thing I noticed when I passed through was barking. I looked up to see Christine standing nearby, the knife we had used on the girl in her hand. Standing a few feet away at the doorway to the room was not Scott, and bizarrely, it looked like he was holding a small pug puppy that was furiously barking at us.
Give back, motherfucker!
Christine growled at him. Not Scott was about to say something in response, but then I was getting pulled back through the door, and rough hands had me, pulling my clothes and yanking me away from my home. I looked up and saw strange faces with small symbols tattooed between the eyebrows on all 3 of them. They didn't seem angry or even upset as they began to punch and kick me. Instead, they were placidly calm, almost bored looking, as though what they were doing was just part of their daily routine. Most likely it was. I tried to ball up, but I was hurting badly already, and protecting my stomach only exposed my back more. I closed my right eye. I knew I was going to die here, beaten to death by strangers in a strange world, but one of them started screaming. And when I opened my eyes, I saw not Scott pulling the knife Christine had been holding out of one of the men's eyes. As that man began to fall, the woman left off kicking me to jump on Scott's back with a furious howl. He pushed backwards, slamming her into the wall and jamming the knife back and into her side. Her howl turned into a yell of pain, and as he yanked the knife free, he twisted around and drove it home in her neck with a wet, popping sound that made me wince. I realized that the other man had run out during this, and I was going to say so to Not Scott, but he was busy looking at the tattoo on that woman's face. Shit. Okay, you have to get out of here. Get back through the door. I'm going to destroy it as soon as you go, and then try to go catch that guy and his buddies. I was confused, but suddenly I felt sure I shouldn't be leaving Not Scott here, despite everything he had done. Why don't you come back with us? You can pay for your crimes there. He stared at me for a moment, and then shook his head. I can't. These aren't regular criminals. They're part of one of the big cults that has sprung up over the last few years. They call themselves the House of the Claw. And if they figure out how to make a door, then there's nothing stopping them and God knows what from pouring out into your world. They've always run in packs of 4 or 5, so I have to try to get the rest of them now. He paused. But thank you for offering. And please take care of my puppy. His name is Trixie, and he's a very good boy. I could see he was crying, but I knew we didn't like it when people commented on us crying, so I left it alone. I promise, Scott. If you get them and... I almost said survive, but I couldn't make myself say the word. You want to come over? Use one of these scraps and send me a note. I'll send you more paper to make a door. I left out the unspoken step of having to kill another child, but I saw in his eyes he was thinking it. He shook his head. Don't worry about that. We have to be willing to make sacrifices for what matters. I understand that better now. Just go. Have a good life, both of you. And I'm sorry. I nodded and rolled back over my stomach, crawling as quickly as my pain would allow. As soon as my feet had cleared the other side, the door was gone. I looked back to see Christine holding the shaking puppy, who looked at me for a moment before starting back to barking furiously and squirming. It's been 6 hours since then. I found and read what the other Scott had written and have included it above. To her credit, Christine was honest about reading his letter. She told me she had lied about him abusing her, and told me what she says is the truthful account of her time there with him and with me. I plan to include portions of that in this or earlier postings as well. She left a couple of hours ago to go home and clean up and get some rest. We hugged when we parted at my door, but I can tell everything is different now. Everything is broken between us. It was too fragile or too rigid to bear the weight of all we have seen and said and done. And the saddest part is that I'm okay with that. The last month has given me a real deal of insight into what I can survive. Right now, I'm trying to make friends with a small puppy named Trixie. He's a cute little guy, but he rolls his eyes with a mistrust whenever I try to get near him. I'm not the right Scott for him. I'm starting to think I'm not the right Scott for a lot of things. I've been checking the desk for a sign all night, but there's been nothing. So finally, after taking a second long shower and giving Trixie some more water, I tumbled into bed and a deep slumber. I start awake, and I can tell it's either early morning or early evening, but I have no idea which. Trixie is what woke me up, barking at something. I roll over and see he's jumping and barking at the desk. On it is a single scrap of blue paper. Leaping out of bed, I wipe sleep from my eyes and read it.
Got them. Fortunately for me, the house isn't afraid to recruit young. I'll be over shortly. Tell Trixie he's my precious.
Laughing and feeling stupid, I read the note to Trixie, who was bouncing excitedly against my leg as though he knew what was coming. Just then I saw it. The door was opening one last time. I live on the streets. When they meet me, people wonder why. I've made up all sorts of lies and occasionally told the truth. Even rarer, somebody believes me. I finally decided to set it down in writing, to record it for after I pass on, and so that I don't have to repeat the story. Next time somebody asks, they can simply listen to this. Most people just walk past a homeless person. Some will give spare change, that's rare these days, with fewer people carrying cash, but there are enough kind people willing to go into shops for me that I get by, barely. and even more rarely, somebody will stop to talk to me. Most homeless people I know don't ask. We've all experienced trauma of some kind, and we generally don't like to talk about it. My story is unusual, though. I'm very articulate, and I'm fluent in English, French, Mandarin, German, and Yoruba, with a decent understanding of Swedish, Korean, and Swahili. I'm also very good at talking my way out of situations and persuading people to find common ground. With all these skills, people who talk to me ask, why aren't I, for example, a well-paid translator or diplomat? The answer is simple: because those jobs take place indoors. For the last 7 years, I've lived on the streets of a city in West Africa. I won't name it. I get by on the charity of others and doing gardening jobs, and a bit of bricklaying. In the early stages of construction, at least. I have to bail on those jobs when houses are nearing completion, as you'll see. But I grew up in northern England. My parents are fairly wealthy, and I attended a private school. Not one you'll likely have heard of, but my education was excellent. My life was going very well. I had plenty of friends, and I was getting good grades in science, French, and Latin. I had won a few minor piano competitions and enjoyed skiing holidays in Switzerland most years. I'm sorry if I sound like I'm boasting. That's not my intention. I'm just presenting my life as it was, so that you'll fully understand the contrast, and so that you'll understand I had no reason to run from it. You see, just after my 13th birthday, after school on a Friday in June, I was supposed to meet some friends in a coffee shop in town. I was there first, and feeling very grown up, and wanting to show off when they arrived, I ordered a latte. So there I was, sitting alone with my coffee, scrolling through Twitter, when a woman approached me. She was 40, maybe 50 years old, with long dark hair, and wore what looked like it would have been a very nice business suit 10 years earlier. Now it was ragged, with holes and dark stains. She sat herself down opposite of me and stared at me. I tried to ignore her at first. After a minute or so, I looked up and, with an annoyed tone, asked, "Yeah, what do you want?" Her response was just 3 short words.
I'm so sorry.
And then she reached out and touched my hand, stood up, and walked away. I'd never seen her before, and I haven't seen her again since. Now this, of course, puzzled me. She probably had me confused with somebody else, I told myself. It was a weird encounter, sure, but it was over, and it was at least a good story to tell my friends. When they turned up, I was probably a bit more rattled than I admitted to myself, and I had another sip of my coffee and stood up to go to the toilet. 10-meter walk to the toilet, and that was the last time I was ever in England. I pushed open the toilet door, walked through, and was hit in the face by freezing snow. I don't know where I was back then. In shock, I turned around to go back through the door, but there was no door there. Instead, I was in a field of white. It took me a moment to realize that it was a snowstorm and that I was outside. I don't think I panicked. I didn't understand what had happened, or how, but I calmly assessed the situation. I was outside, in the cold and the snow, wearing my summer school uniform, shorts and all, with no idea where the nearest shelter was. I could figure out what had happened later. For now, I needed to survive. Looking around, visibility was not as bad as I feared. It was daytime, the snow was falling straight down, rather than the storm I assumed at first, and I could make out a neat line of trees in the distance. That probably meant a road, and a road meant civilization. So off I headed, across what seemed like a farmer's field. And in 5 minutes, I was indeed on a road. There were no signs that I could make out, so I picked a direction at random and started walking. After about half an hour, I saw light in the distance. I had been shivering for some time, but I felt alert, so I didn't think I was at immediate risk of hypothermia. I kept going and soon arrived at a small cottage with lights on in the downstairs windows. A man answered my earnest knocking on the front door. He spoke a few words in a language I didn't know. I pushed into the house, wanting to get in from the cold before explaining myself. And then I was on a beach. It took a moment to get over the shock of the sweltering heat. I blinked in the bright midday sun and looked around as my eyes started to adjust. I heard the sounds of people splashing in the water and generally having fun. A dark-skinned man in shorts and a t-shirt was running towards me, asking if I was okay. I suppose I looked quite bewildered and out of place, and was probably the only person nearby still shivering. Still confused, but relieved that he spoke French, a language I understood fairly well, I looked at him and tried to explain what was happening. But truthfully, I didn't know what was happening. I just stared at him dumbstruck. He introduced himself as Lewis. I managed to stammer out "Where am I?" To which he replied that I was on a beach near Pohopas. With me still barely able to articulate myself, Lewis offered his help. He asked where my parents were, and when I couldn't answer, he led me to his car, saying that he could drive me to his house and we could figure things out from there. I've since learned that this was a very unwise move. Pohopas in Haiti is one of the most crime-ridden cities on the planet. Murders and kidnappings are common, and there's a good chance Lewis intended to traffic me, but I didn't realize that at the time, and I certainly wasn't thinking straight. I followed Lewis up the beach, where he led me to a small car and opened the passenger door for me. I climbed into the car and fell quite hard onto the tarmac of a town in the early evening. Now bear in mind that I was 13 years old at the time. In the span of about 2 hours, I'd been accosted by a strange woman, trekked through the snow in my shorts, led up a sweltering beach by a stranger, and to top it off, I now had a severely bruised behind. So I think my response to these events was entirely reasonable, given the circumstances. I cried. I looked around, found an out-of-the-way alley, hid myself behind some bins, and cried myself to sleep. Somebody woke me by talking loudly. I opened my eyes to see 2 police, a white man and a white woman standing over me. I knew German only enough to identify the language, not to understand what they were saying, but as I stood up in the early morning, I suppose they saw my school uniform, and the woman started speaking English. Apparently, somebody had seen me there, a child sleeping rough, and called the police. The policeman was very kind. She asked a lot of questions. Had I lost my school tour group? Where was I staying? Did I know my parents' phone number? I mumbled half answers to her questions, and her colleague motioned behind them, to the police car I now saw at the end of the alleyway. It was only now that I realized what was happening. Doors were cursed, for me at least. If I tried to get into the police car, who knows where I would end up? For a split second, I considered trying to explain things to them, before settling on, again, the only reasonable course of action. It's hard to run from the police, especially when they know the city and you don't, but I was still quite small and I got lucky. I ran down the alley, turned left into a smaller alley, and saw a chain-link fence a short distance along. A hole had been torn through the bottom, probably by somebody doing something like me, and I dived down and crawled through. My school blazer caught the fence, and I struggled to escape. The police had almost caught me by the time I managed to wriggle out of it, and I ran off, leaving the blazer behind. Good riddance, I thought. It made me far too identifiable anyway. I ran for maybe half an hour, ripping my tie off. Now, just dressed in gray shorts and a white shirt, I looked a bit less like a schoolboy. It was Saturday, and I was just another German kid out looking for his friends. Germans don't go to school on Saturday mornings, right? I wondered. Whatever the case, I didn't find any more trouble that morning. I still had $30 for coffee and shopping, and I followed the crowd until I found a small street market. One stall owner was happy to take my money for a pair of jeans, a t-shirt, and a plain jumper, and gave me $10 back to buy a small lunch. I'm sure I was ripped off, but didn't really feel I had much choice. To answer the police's question, no, I didn't know my parents' number, and my phone was out of charge anyway. I needed a plan. I walked around town, which I learned was called Passau, and found an out-of-the-way bridge near the river. I decided to stay here, at least this evening. It was still early, but I was exhausted and just needed to rest after the insanity of only, I realized, 24 hours. It was getting dark when I was roused from dozing. I was sitting against a wall in a 90-degree corner when somebody found me. After a similar exchange to the one I'd had that morning, he spoke in broken English. Victor was 16 and had been on the streets of Passau for about a month. His mom had left years before, and his dad had kicked him out of his home when he found out Victor was gay. I hadn't realized that sort of thing still happened. I suppose I had, until that day, lived a, pardon the pun, sheltered life. Victor was bigger than me and knew the city. He hadn't lived on the streets that long, but was far more streetwise than I was, and he showed me how to survive. Over the next few months, I learned where to steal food, where to beg, where the driest shelters were, and even how to pickpocket. Passau has a small homeless community, but a closer one, and I got to know some people very well. It's fair to say that by the time my 14th birthday rolled around, I was much more aware and capable. I learned German and practiced my French with a fellow migrant. I learned how to repair clothes and how to haggle with the street vendors. I was still small for my age and found that I could wriggle into and hide in very tight spaces. In short, I proved myself to be useful to the homeless community in Passau. Useful enough that others were happy to indulge my little eccentricities, and would go into shops for me when I needed to buy something. I got blankets and a sleeping bag for winter, and Victor would even charge my phone for me in coffee shops and pubs. It wasn't the life I was used to, but it would be a life, and I had companionship. This all changed after I'd been in Germany just over a year. In the early evening, about an hour before kickoff at the European Championship, Germany was about to play Spain, and there was plenty of people in the pubs getting drunk. Easy pickings for a thief. Victor and I had been working together for a year, and we carried out our well-rehearsed routine. We hung around a busy street until I saw two men come out of the pub, one of them putting his wallet into his back pocket as he left. Perfect. I signaled to Victor and started walking behind them. After a few moments, Victor bumped into him from the side, giving me the opportunity to lift his wallet. But his friend had turned his head to look behind him at just the wrong moment. He shouted, and the two of them turned to me. I ran, and Victor ran the other way, but the two men ignored him. I had a head start, and I thought I could outrun them, but one was gaining on me. In a split second, I decided that it would be easier to hide in a crowd. I ran for the door of the packed pub the two men had just left. I pushed the door open and hurled through. I arrived in Nanjing at night. Of course, I didn't know this at the time, but it was a fairly busy street, and I saw the Chinese characters on the street signs. I won't go into a blow-by-blow account of my time there, which lasted about a year and a half, but in many respects, it was similar to my time in Germany. In a way, I was getting used to this. Living on the streets is more or less the same in any country. Nanjing is a much larger city than Passau, and quite prosperous, but every city has its down and outs. I sought out the homeless, and while it took me a while longer than Germany, I learned the language and the culture of the place. If you Google it, you might think Nanjing is pretty safe. For the most part, that's true, but sleeping on the street is no safer there than anywhere else. I found safety in a street gang, putting the skills I'd learned in petty theft and pickpocketing to use. People come and go on the streets, but I ran with a group of 5 or 6 younger people while I was there, even having a bit of a thing with Yihan, a girl a couple years older than me. We would do what we called hit and run. We'd all accost somebody out alone, steal their wallet, and run in different directions. The others met up in an abandoned warehouse, some way out from the center of town, and they got used to my weird insistence on staying outside and sleeping elsewhere. Nanjing has a heavier police presence than Passau, but my colleagues knew where they didn't go, and I did quite well. Until one night in March. We were stalking a couple of drunk men in their 30s and were about to make our practiced move when another group arrived to do the same. I saw the situation developing and signaled my people to move out. Our competitors followed us down a side street. They clearly wanted a fight, and 2 of my friends did as well. I was happy to call it a night and managed to talk them down from a confrontation when Yi Chang, who was also a bit trigger-happy, threw a punch at one of the others. 3 of them pulled knives from their coats. One stabbed Yi Chen in the gut, and the others went for the rest of us. I ran. I was the fastest in our group, but one of them was faster than me. He nearly caught me. Seeing no other option, I legged it toward the main street and made my way to a shop. The staff were just closing up, but I didn't need to get there in time. I just needed to pass the threshold. I made it through the door. This time I landed in Sweden, in the middle of the countryside. It was nearly afternoon and sunny, so I walked until I found a road and followed signs to Göteborg. That was 15 kilometers, and a few drivers offered me a lift along the way, though obviously I declined. I was in a way starting to feel quite confident now. I'd relocated twice and felt that I knew what to do. Sweden is a nice place, even for the homeless, especially if you're young and white. Strangers were generally kind, and I did well there. However, it can get very cold in the streets in winter, and when snow started to fall, I realized I wasn't likely going to survive until spring. So, in November, for the first time, voluntarily, I walked through a shop door and into another country. It didn't help. From the mild first snow of the Swedish winter, I arrived in a forest in freezing temperatures. I'd gone from mid-afternoon in Sweden to evening, so I guessed it was somewhere in Russia, but I couldn't say. After looking around for a bit, I couldn't find any sign of civilization, so I decided to test my curse. Did that woman, 3 years earlier, curse me? She had seemed strange, but not unkind. Perhaps she simply realized, before I did, that I'd been cursed by someone or something else. I didn't know, not back then, but I knew a bit about how it worked. I collected some fallen logs and branches, and over about an hour, I built a rectangular frame, a doorway. I stepped through. Nothing happened. I arrived on the other side of the doorway. Okay, so that didn't work. Maybe it needed to be an actual door. I could hardly build hinges in the forest, even if I knew how. So instead, I gathered some vines and leaves and strung them into a hanging door from the top like a beaded curtain. Honestly, I was quite proud of my handiwork. For a first attempt with no tools, I was very impressed, and also reluctant to test it. But it was cold and dark and starting to rain, so I stepped through it. It worked, and my next stop was Kenya. I found myself in the countryside on a warm evening on a farm. I judged that it was a long way to the city, and learned that I was correct, so I decided to introduce myself to the farmers. They spoke barely any English, and I didn't speak any Swahili, but I managed to persuade the family that ran the farm to let me work for them. I'm sure they didn't understand my motivations, but they were friendly and happy with the arrangement. Over the next 2 years, I learned how the farm worked, built up my muscles. I'm still small and wiry, but strong, and proved myself to be an able worker. I picked coffee beans, milked cows, fixed fences, and acquired a decent tan. I occasionally made the journey to a nearby market town, sitting in the back of one of the flatbed trucks. I was certainly a curiosity to the locals, but I was treated well. I would happily have stayed on that Kenyan farm for life, but after 2 years, something happened. The farmer of the household was off at the market, and the rest of us were working the fields. I was bringing several baskets of coffee beans to the barn, and then I heard shouting, someone screaming for help. The mother of the household, Anissa, had fallen in the kitchen. From outside, I could tell that her leg was bad. It was bleeding severely, and I think I could see bones sticking out. It was rare that there was just one person in the farmhouse, but it did happen. The closest help was probably at least 10 minutes away, and Anissa was bleeding too fast. I was the only one who could help, but I needed to get in there, somehow. Obviously, the door was out of the question, but the kitchen window was wide open. Were windows safe? The answer, it turned out, was no. I hope Anissa got the help she needed, though I doubt it. But the last I saw of her, as I swung a leg into the kitchen, was an expression of abject terror, and then she and the farmhouse disappeared, replaced in an instant with the nighttime streets of Seoul. Again, I had to start over, and again, I had to learn a new language. English isn't well spoken in Korea, and it took some time before I could get on. I made a few friends and supported myself largely by stealing and pickpocketing. Without the kind of network I'd built up in Germany and China, things were more difficult. I got caught a few times and escaped before anything serious happened. Until after about a year. I guessed that the police had gotten a few reports of the street thefts in my area. I noticed an increased police presence, and one day, I just got sloppy. A couple were having coffee outside a cafe at lunchtime. The man's wallet was on the table between them, and I was hungry. I pulled my hoodie over my face, ran, and grabbed the wallet. While I was running away, I pulled the cash out and threw the wallet on the ground. Then, 10 minutes later, the police found me. I'd found another cafe with outdoor services. It wasn't far enough away, and I guess I hadn't hidden my face as well as I thought. I wasn't in a tourist area, and it was pretty easy to identify the only white man around, especially as I was wearing the same clothes. I saw 2 police walking towards me and started to run, but this time they were faster. They tackled me to the ground and bundled me into their patrol car. It was dark, too dark to see anything. At first, I assumed I was on the other side of the world at night, but as my eyes adjusted, I realized I was underground. I was in a vast cavern. There was minimal light coming from a few burning torches in the distance. The ground was rough but solid, and the air was chilly, but no colder than the average night on the street in most towns. I could make out very little at first and decided to head towards the torches while I figured out what my new situation was. As I got closer, I realized the torches surrounded a pit, and I could make out people under the torches. Some of them looked up as I approached, but they didn't say anything. All were inside the pit, which I could now see covered a rough square maybe 30 meters to a side. And then I heard something else. A kind of chittering. To the side, I saw creatures. Not human, nor like any animal I'd ever seen before. They were about 1 meter tall and walked on 4 chitinous legs with 2 arms in front of them. Their bodies were black and glossy, and their heads had large jaws and mandibles. In science class years ago, we had stag beetles in a fish tank. These creatures reminded me of those. The beetles came towards me. There were 6 of them, and while they were smaller than me, they quickly overpowered me, all while making horrific clicking and chittering sounds. They took me to the edge of the pit. 2 more beetles standing there pushed a long wooden ramp down into the pit, and the others pushed me down it, and then took the ramp back up. I was stuck, or so it seemed. The walls were too high and smooth to climb easily, and I now noticed several more beetles standing guard at intervals along the wall. Even if I got out, I had no idea where I was or what kind of problem I found myself in this time. The humans I was with numbered about 50, quite diverse but young. There were teenagers and people in their 20s, but no older. At 19, I was pretty much in the middle age-wise. A woman approached me and started speaking French. Great, at least I could understand her. It's impossible to tell time down in that underground cavern, but I gathered it was about the start of their effective nighttime. The woman, who introduced herself as a Parisian named Josie, explained that the beetles used them for labor and other things. They kept them fed and made them work for half the day, but otherwise, more or less, left them alone. Josie introduced me to the others, showed me to the food, almost exclusively berries and mushrooms, and told me to fill my belly and rest as well as I could, as I would be put to hard work the next day. She was right. The next day I was awoken by a human, Carl, shaking me. The beetles had already set up the ramp and were bringing us up in groups of 4. I had no intention of being used as a slave, but decided against taking action until I'd figured things out a bit more. My group was led down a maze of tunnels for about 20 minutes until we arrived at a broader cave, though much smaller than the main cavern. One of the beetles had a flat piece of slate on which they had drawn a chalk diagram. They may not be able to speak human languages, but they can hold things with their front limbs and draw. It pointed to each of us in turn, then to a pair of drawings, then to the area of the cave. Jerome, a dark-skinned man from Senegal, explained what I had already figured out. The beetles wanted us to excavate the cave, according to the plan on the slate. There were some crude pickaxes and other tools already in the cave. I looked at the sharp, heavy tools and looked at the 2 small beetles. Jerome mouthed no to me. I learned later that people have tried that before, and they always ended up dead. The creatures were stronger than they looked. So I got to work pickaxing and chiseling out the room for the insects. After maybe an hour, the beetles left. Sandy, a Canadian girl of 15, told me that while we could speak freely, the tunnels were maze-like. She had run once, but if there were anywhere to go, she hadn't found it. The beetles had left a few torches for us to work by, but they had much better night vision than we did, and while we could get lost in the tunnels, they could seemingly make their way just fine in complete darkness. I think insects lay trails using pheromones as well, so they don't even need to see in the tunnels. And so it continued for a long time. I carved out cave rooms, made what I believe was insect furniture, but I still don't know where they got the wood, and even worked a forge. We marked our days by our rest periods, and long ago, somebody had started scratching lines into the wall of the pit to mark each day. As had become tradition, I scratched my name above the day I arrived. This was day 11,408 since the calendar had started, 31 years earlier. We spent our evenings telling stories, true stories of our lives outside, stories we could remember reading, and stories we made up ourselves during the long working days. I suggested singing once, but was shot down immediately. Apparently the Beatles really didn't like human songs. Just like living on the streets, people come and go. Haruki, a Japanese man of 25, was crushed by a falling rock in an excavation. I wasn't in the same group, but I heard the screams echoing through the corridors. In accordance with our tradition, we scratched his name below the line for that day. Arrivals are marked above, and departures, as we euphemistically called deaths, below the timeline. Jason appeared after a few months, followed shortly by Lewis, in much the same way I had. And then Caroline, a 16-year-old girl from Mexico, lost it when we were being corralled into a pit at the end of the day. Everyone can snap if they're pushed too far, and as she reached the ramp, Caroline screamed and shouted and then ran into the darkness. Some of the insects followed her, and this is when I learned how fast they can move. They caught up with Caroline after only a few seconds and dragged her to the edge of the pit, pinning her down until the rest of us were all the way in there and they had pulled up the ramp. More beetles had arrived, and then, in full view of all of us, they ripped her apart. Her flesh tore as mandibles slashed into her body. I watched, incapable of helping but unable to look away, as she screamed in agony until her windpipe was severed, and then they started to eat her. It took about 10 minutes in all, and at the end there was nothing left. No sign that anything had happened except for the blood that trickled down the wall of the pit. We saw and heard it all, the rending of flesh, the crunching of bone, the chittering of the insects in what I could only interpret as excitement. When they were finished, the beetles stood on the wall, looked down on us, and walked away like nothing had happened. We were in shock, of course. There were no stories told that evening. In fact, nobody spoke as Carl scratched Caroline below the mark for that day. We went to sleep in silence, though I don't know if any of us actually slept that night. I certainly didn't. The next day continued as normal. We worked in subdued silence. We returned to the pit. We ate our meager meals of berries and fungi. I was the first to speak. My life down there wasn't great, but it was something I could get on with, something in which I could find a certain level of contentment, not any longer. So for the first time, I asked about the doors. Most of my fellows hadn't properly realized that doors were the triggers. It seemed like I was the only one who had traveled anywhere else. The underground realm was the first and only trip any of the others had made. Simon, a fellow Englishman, told me that he had once taken some items to the creatures' homes. They lived in carved caves, presumably mined out by the previous generation of human captives, and while he didn't understand their culture, they clearly had decorations. While there, he saw a large slate with a chalk face drawn on it, a human face, one that he didn't recognize, until Jenny had arrived a few days later. He hadn't mentioned this at the time, but it helped me start to put the pieces together, I think. I don't understand the curse, but I believe the creatures marked me. The other humans in that place hadn't traveled around like I did. Their first trips through a door took them to the underground. I think the woman in the coffee shop recognized that I was marked and tried to help. I think when she touched me, she disrupted the curse, randomizing my destination. And I thought back to the time I tried to help Anissa back in the Kenyan farmhouse, and the look on her face as I portaled away. I wonder what she had seen as I disappeared. This was interesting, but it didn't really help us. Then I talked about my travels, how any door or even window acted as a portal, how I had created my own, and it didn't work until I put a door into the doorway, and gradually we formed a plan. Most of the floor of the pit was made out of smooth stone, But there was a small area of earth a couple of meters away. Our captors rarely came down into the pit. They threw food down from above. We carried waste out in buckets, and they didn't need to come down to bring us up, as they would simply withhold food if we refused, as Jerome recalled from years earlier. It was a simple plan, but a slow one. Over the next few months, we smuggled tiny bits of stone, wood, and whatever else we could hide on our person. First, we built a wooden board, just small enough to cover the soil. One person would dig out soil from below the board, while the rest of us kept watch. The beetles have small eyes, and although their night vision is excellent, I don't think they can see very well at a distance, relying more on smell. So, if we were careful, we could work without being noticed, and we were careful. If we were caught at any stage of the plan, it would be game over. We worked for less than an hour each night, covering the hole with the board and hiding the board with soil. Extracted earth went little by little with our waste buckets. After some time, we hit solid rock, but the hole was now about 1.5 meters deep. It was enough. Phase 2 of the plan was riskier. Carving into the solid sections of the wood with sharp rocks made a sound a lot like the beetles' screech, and we knew they had good hearing. We only dared do a tiny bit each night, but eventually we had a frame and a door. All we needed now was a hinge. Slowly, we scraped out 3 holes along one side of the door and tied it to the frame with some braided roots we had gathered from the caves. It was done. I doubted it would hold together for long, but it didn't need to. We held a quiet celebration as much as we could down there, and Lewis carved a final message at the end of the timeline. Fuck you. Sandy volunteered to be the first to test it. For all 50 of us to make it, we would need to move fast, and this is why we decided to use a trapdoor. It would be quicker to jump down one after another than to wriggle horizontally through a doorway that size. We checked the surroundings, and seeing only a couple of beetles not paying much attention to us, we decided on our order. I was number 14. Sandy carefully uncovered the trapdoor, opened it, jumped down, and disappeared. It worked. Trying to contain our excitement, we followed through in our agreed order. As number 11 jumped in, I heard chittering from above. They had noticed something, but we could do nothing about that. We kept filing in until I jumped down. This is when I arrived in Western Africa, where I've lived for the last 7 years, and where I hope to live the rest of my natural life. 13 others had entered the portal before me, but they were nowhere to be seen. I hope, that they are living safely elsewhere, away from the clutches of those monstrous slavers. I pray every night that those behind me in line got away before the creatures reached us, but I haven't heard from them. I'm not sure how I could, unless one of them is hearing this. I still don't know how that woman in the coffee shop knew about me. Perhaps she herself had been there, in that cave, or after one, and escaped it. It would make sense, given the state of her clothes, or maybe she's something else. A psychic, perhaps. She could walk through doors, and maybe I can now too. Maybe when I left the underground realm the curse was broken, but I don't dare risk it. Maybe one day I'll see somebody else who is marked and recognize them. I could hardly warn them of the danger. Nobody would believe me, but I can touch their skin and disrupt the curse. I've escaped, but the insect things are still there, and who knows how many other colonies they have. It's hard to get exact figures, but in the United States alone, 6,000 people a year go missing and are never found. How many of them are trapped underground, enslaved by a species that regards humans as nothing more than a source of labor and food? We all love Wikipedia, don't we? A seemingly endless source of information, all consolidated on a well-formatted, visually pleasing website. And despite what your teacher might tell you, I can guarantee you that just about nobody's trying to rewrite history pages with false information. Nobody has time for that, nor does anybody care enough to do it. Beyond research and general curiosity, there's a ton of fun stuff you can do on the site. For example, there's a Wikipedia page where you start on one topic and then click on related hyperlinks until you reach the pre-specified destination page. Also, did you know that if you go to a Wikipedia page relating to any topic, click on the first hyperlink and repeat the process, you'll eventually find yourself in a loop that always directs you back to the page for philosophy. Deep stuff, really. Now, that's all fun and whatnot, but did you know that there's something else you can do on Wikipedia? A ritual of sorts. I recommend proceeding with caution. There is a certain level of risk involved when pursuing something like this. Would I recommend it? Not really. So why am I talking about it at all? Well, I'll explain later. This is what you'll need. A device with internet access, preferably something mobile like a laptop or smartphone. Make sure that none of your personal information is stored on this device. If it's a smartphone, take out the SIM card, delete all your contacts, social media apps, photos, etc. This is not an optional step. Internet access, preferably public like a library or a large crowded coffee shop. Obviously not so feasible right now, so I'd wait until the virus dies down. You can also just use your home internet, not recommended though. A weapon, bodyguard, vehicle, optional but also not at the same time. You only need these things for reasons I'll explain later, but more often than not, you won't be needing these things. 15 out of 100 times, I'd say. Still better safe than sorry. Try and pack some heat. Here's what you'll need to do. Sit down at a library, coffee shop, university campus, or any place with public Wi-Fi. Start off by visiting an extremely popular wiki page. For example, Michael Jordan, World War II, Elon Musk, Google, etc. Now, here's where you gotta exert a bit of brain power. You're gonna have to traverse from this popular page to an obscure page that has hardly been seen at all in comparison. But don't go searching up something like creepiest Wikipedia pages or most bizarre Wikipedia pages and try to get there. If those pages are on a list, then they probably receive a lot of traffic. You'll need to find a page about something truly unknown or insane, like some unheard of Romanian folk singer from the 1960s who only released 2 songs before dying in their 30s or something. Doing this is harder than you might think. The page truly has to be something that very few people are aware of or would bother to learn about. Once you've found a page that you deem suitably obscure and unseen, you'll have to click on the Wikipedia homepage, find another popular topic and repeat the process, maybe 3, 4, 5 times at the very max, but don't worry about clicking pages endlessly. You'll know that you've done it right when you come across a seemingly blank page. The wiki symbol and side options will still be there, but the page itself will be devoid of any pictures or text, except for the title of the page at the top, that is. It'll say Information Limit, followed by a string of numbers. Remember that string, you'll need it later. Also, don't close the browser. You've done it. The ritual has officially begun. At this point, you'll have to leave the location you accessed it at. For the love of God, don't just go back into your house. Get into your car or walk on foot to a remote location without internet access. You can't just be disconnected from a network. There should be no networks available to scan for at all. Make yourself comfortable and open the Information Limit page again. Hit refresh. Another page should load up despite the lack of connection. It'll be a login screen with a single prompt. Enter access point. Enter the string of numbers you memorized earlier, except for the last 2 digits. Most people who try this just type in the string as it is. Do not do this or you'll be met with a horrible fate. Pay attention and refrain from fucking it up. Once this is done correctly, you'll be directed into something that looks like the Wikipedia homepage, but just a bit different. Now, I'm not quite sure what kind of site this is or where it even originates from. A lot of people just call it the Forbidden Wiki, myself included. I need to note something of great importance here. If the page that loaded up is not in English or whatever language that you originally accessed it from, then click off immediately and go home. You shouldn't try and subject yourself to any of the images that may pop up on the pages you visit. They aren't meant for you, aren't meant for human perception. If you glance up at these images, you'll end up with a fate worse than the one you'd get if you'd entered the entire string into the prompt. And that one is bad to begin with. You're curious, but Don't take the risk. If the page is in the language you recognize, then go ahead and proceed. You'll notice that the Wikipedia symbol will now be a bit different than the one you're familiar with. It might be a different shape, a different color, different symbols perhaps. More often than not, it'll look more ominous, more sinister, I suppose. You need to keep in mind that the articles and topics you might stumble across on this site do not exist in our world. They are not something we need to be worried about. Don't stay up at night thinking about what you'll see. As far as we need to be concerned, they aren't real. From this point, you have free range to explore as you please, somewhat. Be sure not to look at more than around 15 pages, spending less than a minute on each. If you linger around forbidden knowledge for too long, they will know you're looking. And they'll be sure to look for you as well. This is information that you shouldn't be privy to, and they'll make sure it remains that way. Who are they, exactly? Anybody who has a solid answer to that question likely isn't around to divulge it. Just know that they are not from this plane of reality, that they possess far more strength and knowledge than you could ever imagine. Don't think you'll be able to evade or, God forbid, fight back against them. Even the most decorated government field agent who'd been through hell and back wouldn't come close to succeeding. Humans that try and overstep the boundaries of what they're supposed to know are nothing but pesky bugs that need to be exterminated to them. Or, in the worst case, bugs that need to be made an example out of. But don't be too scared. Like I said, just don't linger on any one page for too long and don't visit too many. If you do this, you'll more or less be able to bypass their detection. But don't think this means you're somehow getting the best of them. You need to read and analyze these forbidden articles for upwards of hours before understanding what they truly mean and the ramifications of their existence in the multiverse. With less than a minute of exposure, you'll only be able to gain a surface-level understanding of the subjects at best, and they hardly care about that. However, there is a way to legitimately bypass their detection, enabling you to look at the articles for a longer duration of time, but these involve complicated strategies that require extensive knowledge in both programming and arcane occult rituals, and even then, the risk is still astronomically high. Again, not recommended. You might be wondering why you can't just take pictures and look over them afterwards for however long you want. Well, I suppose you could, but it makes no difference. They'll still know you're looking and react accordingly. So why bother bringing any kind of weapon, you might ask? Well, it's not to fight back against them. Like I said, that's a fruitless effort. No, these weapons are for the lurkers. Sometimes, if you're unlucky, around 15% of the time, like I said, your mere digital presence on the Forbidden Wiki will alert them to your location, and it's something that can't be helped. But even though the lurkers aren't in any way affiliated with them, they do have comparable goals. They don't want you looking at that information either, but unlike them, the lurkers don't want you to have any kind of awareness of the subjects at all. You won't be able to anticipate them. They might fall out of a tree if you're in the forest. They might step out of a dark corner if you're in an abandoned building. They might crawl out of a lake. You get the gist of it. You won't see them coming. Some will be more humanoid in appearance. Some will look more unfamiliar. They will try and kill you in any way possible should you keep looking at the site. One sure way to guarantee your survival in these situations is to just close the browser, drop your device, and take off. If you do this, they'll have no reason to chase you down. However, if you do want to keep looking, the lurkers aren't impossible to dispose of. If you're armed well and have moderate combat experience, you should be able to wipe them out relatively easily and then continue exploring the site. Conversely, you could hire somebody else to deal with them on your behalf while you continue browsing. I'd recommend this option. Like I said, you can't stay on one page for too long, and if the lurkers start giving you trouble, then you might be a bit screwed. I'm not quite sure what the deal is with the lurkers either. One theory is that they're simply interdimensional agents, mercenaries, hired by a third party who wants to protect their information from outsider eyes. But then who is this third party? And why are they trying to protect the info? This is why I don't bother with the theorizing. There's simply too much that we can't know. Well, now that all that's out of the way, let me tell you about some of the pages I've come across on the Forbidden Wiki. And keep in mind that I had under a minute to glance at these, and despite having a fairly good memory, I'll only be able to describe so much. The Great Lakes Incident. The Great Lakes Incident was a naval battle that took place across all 5 Great Lakes on the Canadian-US border from 2007 to 2011. Reports about a mysterious ship rising out of the water alerted Canadian authorities in late 2010. The belligerents were of an unusual nature, able to withstand conventional weaponry, possessing multiple heads considered in between amphibian and humanoid, finally resolved using firebombs and chemical weapons. Inhabitants of the Bermuda Triangle. The beings living in these small, scattered islands are extremely hostile towards human contact, reported to be able to fly, causing trouble for aircraft traveling through, believed to have originated from a large underwater volcano. The Grand Canyon Void. The Grand Canyon Void is a hole in the ground in northwest Arizona, measuring approximately 4.5 meters in diameter. Hikers reported staring into the hole for hours on end before they were dragged away from it by park authorities. An average 12 hikers were reported to have jumped into it during the month of March, with their bodies turning up in different countries. Mr. Dream. Mr. Dream is an Australian DJ from Perth. His self-proclaimed style is known as infernal trance. People at his live shows have been reported to experience moments of incredible euphoria before disemboweling each other in the crowd. The manhunt is ongoing, with his latest show reported to have occurred in June 2019 at an underground venue in Paris. The Aykroyd Mansion. The Aykroyd Mansion is a large estate located on the outskirts of Houston, Texas, belonging to the Aykroyd family, famously known for being the founding members of the cult known as the Dawn of the Collapsing Moon. 77 attempts have been made to infiltrate the house, resulting in 584 officer casualties. Only one known member of the Aykroyd family has been neutralized. The members are known to conduct rituals involving biological transformations of the human body. These creatures react in accordance with lunar cycles, exhibiting the most violent tendencies when the moon appears early in its first quarter. Channel 51 News. Channel 51 News is a controversial news station that broadcasts on Channel 51 between 3 and 4 a.m. The reports presented on the program have been considered nonsensical and disturbing to viewers watching. Sometimes the hosts have reported incidents that have not occurred up until that point, only for these incidents to transpire 1 week after. As was the case with the Tokyo Massacre, the location the channel broadcasts out of remains impossible to pinpoint. As hard as it may be to believe, these are some examples of more normal pages on the wiki. Some of the other ones I've seen are downright fucked. The Man Inside Your Head. The man inside your head is an arcane entity that exists within your subconscious. His intentions are malicious, and a good portion of your mental capacity is used to suppress him from escaping at any given time. Don't let him escape. Eye in the Sky. The eye in the sky is a large eye measuring approximately 4,400 meters in diameter that appears in the sky every so often, usually during violent storms. When it appears, it is advised not to look at it under any circumstances. The only exception to this rule is for those who have been forsaken and absolutely need to. You'll know if you need to. The corner in your basement. The corner in your basement is that one dark spot in your basement, tucked away in that far corner. No matter how much light you shine on it, it'll never illuminate, and you'll never know what's lurking within it. You better figure out what it is soon. The Snowstorm Angel. The Snowstorm Angel is that figure you see in your backyard during heavy snowstorms. You'll think your eyes are playing tricks on you, and that your senses are somehow being distorted by the snowfall, but make no mistake. It's there. People often assume its nature to be benevolent, given its name. That assumption is incorrect. These kinds of articles are always shorter in length, In fact, what I described above was pretty much representative of the entirety of the text. These articles all include pictures as well. I regret ever looking at any of them. You might be wondering why I'm telling you about the Forbidden Wiki at all, along with how to get there. As contradictory as it may seem, this is a precautionary tale. Most people will hear this and believe it to be fake, or simply lack the time, energy, or motivation to go through with it. Good. Be one of those people. But then there are the people who don't fit that bill, the thrill seekers, so to speak. These are the ones who will look for it no matter what. Eventually, they'll find another set of instructions written by somebody else, but one that might not include a proper warning, one that doesn't tell the whole story. I'm here to give you that warning. Don't do this. I thought I was safe just browsing around. I followed all the rules. I hired hitmen off the dark web to accompany me in case the lurkers showed up. I always made sure not to overstay my welcome on any of the pages, in order to keep myself hidden from them. In reality, the Forbidden Wiki is a strange and complicated place. You may think that you've experienced enough and that you've figured out all of its tricks, but don't underestimate it. We were never meant to lay our eyes on something like this. I stumbled upon a particular page the last time I paid a visit to the site. This was the page that ruined everything. The title was simply a phone number that contained my area code. Here's the description. I remember this one verbatim. Is a number that will be calling you in a few days. You are obligated to answer his call and follow his instructions. If you refuse, he will come to you. You will only have 2 chances. Here's the thing. I live in an apartment, so I don't have a basement. I'm pretty sure there's no demonic entity living inside my head. I've never seen a giant eye in the sky. I'm in the south, so snowfall is rare and sparse at best. But until a point, the shit I've seen on the wiki has been 100% separate and disconnected from my real life. I really thought I had no cause for concern, but I did get a call. A call from a number I really hoped I wouldn't see again. I let it ring through without picking up. One last chance. Just over 2 weeks ago, on Monday the 30th of August, I turned 30, and someone had to pay the price for that. Our family, the Lees, has always been seen as eccentric by the locals. Some of us have become investors, artisans, masters of niche crafts and the like. We've lived full, happy, and creatively stimulating lives, seen to the outside world as to not have a care in the world or need for anything. But we have this life at a great cost. A ritual that must be undertaken every August 30th, known collectively as the waiting game. My family has had this tradition for over 250 years. Every member of the family above the age of 18 congregates at my family's estate and spends the 48 hours prior to the event catching up, partying, and generally enjoying themselves. They are, after all living on borrowed time. When the final hours tick down to the event, they detox, ensure they've slept well, done their business, and had plenty to hydrate. Because once the clock strikes midnight, they must all stay in one room until the clock again strikes midnight. The entire time, they must keep at least one other family member in eyeshot. No single member of the family must be unaccounted for. The parlor room is structured in such a way that we can see each other no matter where we are situated in the room. Each area is well lit, comfortable, and accommodating, which, when you deal with roughly 30 people, is a necessity. You have to understand, growing up in this environment had me thinking this was simply a normal tradition every family undertook. I saw no strangeness in spending my birthday away from my family members, that it was just bad luck my birthday fell on the tradition day. That, of course, would change after I turned 11. I remember the first time I learned of the waiting game. My mother was supposed to host my birthday party, but apologized and said she wouldn't be home in time for work. To that point in my life, Mom had always worked long hours to provide for us, and it was routine. I was crestfallen, but understood. She was an art curator and loved her job with an unbridled passion. She was my hero. The fact we shared a birthday only made our bond more special in my eyes. She was a best friend as well as my mom, and I don't know a lot of kids who can say that. I still remember the smell of lavender in her hair, and the way her eyes flickered, and the way she hugged me tight before saying goodbye.
Never forget how special you are, Theo. The fact you are here is nothing short of a miracle, and that is worth celebrating. I love you.
She kissed me on the forehead and promised us pizza when she got home to make up for it. I remember the babysitter waving her off as I got the house ready for my friends so we could play Nintendo and stay up late. But something in the pit of my stomach was uneasy, like I'd missed the step up on the stairs. When Mom didn't come home the following day, that feeling blossomed, sprouted wings, and flew into my heart, where it started breaking away at the fragile casing until it would shatter spectacularly. There was no funeral. The police seemed disinterested in finding her, and my family said very little about it to me, just that she'd gone away and that I'd understand when I was older. I was a day away from turning 18 when my great-uncle Thaddeus told me I had to come to the family estate for my birthday, that it was time. I remember being pissed because I had a date with my high school crush, but that was of little interest to him, and saying no wasn't a wise idea. So I gave in. We drove in relative silence for the majority of the journey. He kept his steely-eyed gaze on the road and furrowed his brow. The man was in his 70s, but still commanded a room with his gait. I tried to block out the feelings of teenage frustration and focus on the country road.
We miss Christina too, you know.
He grumbled from behind a thick white mustache.
Your mother was a wonderful woman. Beautiful soul, and a vision of the world like nothing I'd seen before. But with her and her Aunt Cecilia now gone, well, it's a good thing you're turning 18.
He drummed his fingers against the wheel. I said nothing, and instead chose to let my feelings swirl around inside of me as we pulled up to the Lee estate. A secluded manor house in the countryside, it sat here for nearly 3 centuries with upkeep repairs in various areas, but largely remained the same grandiose spectacle of architecture it'd been when first constructed. All members of the Lee family were born here, myself included. It was a rite of passage in a way. As we headed inside, the remnants of the party from Friday night still scattered around. A very somber atmosphere greeted me in the parlor room. Spread out amongst beanbag chairs, leather couches, armchairs, and ottomans were the entire adult Lee clan members. Among them were my great-aunt Agnes, Uncle George, Aunt Eliza, cousins Mick and Ralph, and sat in a large chair at the back was my grandpa, Sir Walter Quincy Carter Lee, a distinguished man with a usually jovial spirit, but now sat morose and deflated, as if carrying the weight of the world on his shoulders. His eyes never left mine as I awkwardly shuffled into the room. In fact, none of theirs did. 30 pairs of eyes fixated on me as I sat opposite Walter and gave him a half-hearted smile.
Theodore, I'm sure you're wondering why you're here, and since you're a man now, I will not sugarcoat it.
Walter's voice broke the silence, and much like his facial expressions, it was dripping in weariness.
The Lee family has been blessed with fortune, fame, and success in all things. We have had this for a very, very long time, but it comes at a cost. We have a contract of sorts that must be fulfilled on August 30th, every year, without fail.
He slid across an old, dried-up piece of parchment with a slew of signatures and requirements. I scanned it and felt all the moisture leave my mouth.
On this day in 1756, I, Theodore James Wellington Lee, Patriarch of the Lee family, do hereby commit our earthly bodies and eternal souls to undertake this practice until we are either no more or our obligation is deemed fulfilled. Starting in the waning days of August, we shall congregate on these grounds and be merry, cavort, and enjoy our lives as one is wont to do. But as the clock strikes midnight and hails on the 30th day of the month, we shall undertake the waiting ritual and obey these basic tenements as set out and agreed upon by both parties. Number 1. All members of the Lee family over the age of 18 must be present. Number 2. All members of the Lee family must keep at least one other member in sight at all times. Number 3. If there is a designated focus of the Lee family, they are to be stared at constantly. Number 4. Should any members of the Lee family hear voices that distract them, they are to ignore them. Number 5. Lights must be available at all times, including backup matches, should there be an issue. And number 6. Line of sight must not be broken until the clock once again chimes 12 times to usher in August 31st. I do sign my name in blood to signify the commitment to this pact, and the promise that the current and future generations of the Lee family shall continue this practice, lest we invoke the consequences of non-completion. Signed, Theodore James Wellington Lee. Witness, Elnora Micah Lee. Spouse.
In place of the alternate signature was a bizarre series of characters that I had never seen before. I'd half expected the devil himself to have put his name down, but this just made me feel uncomfortable. What the hell is this? An elaborate birthday prank? I tried to force a laugh, but my body wouldn't cooperate. Grandpa Walter shook his head.
No, lad. It's a commitment to the agreement. Your mother was our original focus person, and now that you're of age, it's you. All you must do is sit in the chair and wait it out for 24 hours. We will all be here with you. When the time is up, you can go. Your successes will come to you naturally and life will be plentiful.
He gestured to the room around him.
All of us have had great lives, and our children, your cousins, will continue this trend. Provided we do our part, here and now.
What choice did I have? I agreed, and Grandpa presented me with a different document that every member of the family had signed in blood on their 18th birthday. I did the same and was free to talk to everyone before the clock chimed midnight. Once it had, we all took our seats and the ritual began. I won't lie, it was initially still feeling like a prank that I was waiting on for the rug to be pulled out from under me, but as the first hour passed and the conversation grew sparse, I realized how seriously everyone was taking this. Imagine being sat in a chair at the back of a grand parlor, books strewn across you from side to side, the well-lit room full of your family members. Some you get on well with, others you avoid like the plague, and every single one of them is staring at you incessantly for 24 hours. About halfway through, still during the day, things would become less tense. Something about the daylight brought with it a comfort of visibility that could not be taken away, and conversations grew lively again. By the time we reached 10:30 p.m., however, tensions were high. Darkness had enveloped the room, and one of my aunts explained that this is when things can go wrong, but stopped herself from continuing any further, hands shaking. I would hear faint whispers from outside in the hall that I had brushed off as the maid or a younger family member conversing, but could never totally remove from my mind. The lights would flicker and everyone seemed to be on edge. But we made it to midnight, and on that final chime, the group erupted into cheers and congratulations to one another, myself included. It felt like we'd just come up for air for the first time in decades. Life tasted fresh, and all we wanted to do was experience it. A small but short party was had as thanks, but we were all admittedly so tired that it didn't get too far. I would bow out before 3 a.m. and sleep through the rest of the 31st, going about my life as normal as possible from that day on. Grandpa was right. My life found great success with each passing year. I would be accepted to the art school I had as my top pick. I became a recognized artist, and people all over the world knew of my work. A family of my own had eluded me, but I was a happy 29-year-old for all things considered, even if my partner resented my birthday ritual. I hadn't explained it to her yet, and didn't have plans to do so for as long as possible. Outsiders never fully understood, and it wasn't permitted to have anyone not married involved. I liked Harriet a lot, but I was not ready to go down that route anytime soon. She gave me a defeated goodbye as I left. This was the second birthday of mine she'd gotten to be a part of, and it was clearly bothering her that she couldn't indulge me in the way she wanted. I told her we'd have all the time afterwards, but this did little to assuage her frustrations.
You always keep secrets, Theo. I don't like it.
She huffed, understandably frustrated at not being let in.
How can we progress with our relationship if you keep me at arm's length? You've not even told me about your mother, and it's been nearly 2 years.
I wish I knew myself, but that's just how it is. I shrugged. This was something that hurt, but I'd had many years to process. And if we ever get married, you'll learn all about what goes on, okay? The simple prospect of even mentioning marriage put a smile on her face, and she seemed to forget all about her frustrations. She kissed me and sent me off without a second thought. The Lee estate, by this point, was largely a mix of old and new members. Cousins Mitchell, Eric, Sadie, Pippa, and Kiefer had all long since turned 18 and were now successful 20-somethings. My aunts and uncles from years prior still able to come along. Surprisingly, my grandpa was still the active patriarch. Even at 87, he had plenty of vigor and was relieved to see me pull up, ready to undertake the festivities and party. Now that I'd been doing this for 12 years, it had become a macabre routine that we loved and hated in equal measure. We ate, drank, and talked about life and love. We existed and made sure to cherish those moments. Then, as the clock struck midnight, we took our places and that familiar chill washed over all of us. I don't know what was different. Thinking about it now, something had to have been off, but when you're in a routine for so long, even an odd one like ours can begin to feel mundane. We locked all the doors, entered the parlor, and took our seats, and so it began. The first 30 minutes was of no real issue, some idle chatter here and there, but largely everyone was steeling themselves for the long day ahead. Cousin Mick was using a stress ball, whilst Cousin Ralph had a single earphone in with an audiobook on his phone. A smart decision. At 12:35 a.m., there was a smash against the window. It sounded as if a bird had flown headfirst into the glass, intent on crushing itself. We jumped, but years of experience didn't have us all staring at the window. Instead, Pippa went over within our line of sight and opened the curtains. A cracked window, but no bird. In the distance, we could see something moving, but it wasn't possible to figure out without closer inspection, and that wasn't possible. The family estate is a private land that borders on a large wooded area. We don't govern that part of the land and instead have large fences around the property that shows where our ownership begins. So why would anyone be willingly out there? Shit's weird, right? I chuckled, looking at my grandpa and expecting a nervous laugh back. Instead, he shook in his chair and kept his gaze on me, sweat pouring down his nose and his skin growing sallow.
It's just like last time, with Christina.
He breathed.
We tried to cheat the system and we're still paying for it.
Cheat the system? What the hell was he talking about? I scanned the room, and the older members of the family looked increasingly agitated and anxious. My Aunt Gertrude bordering on hysterical as she whimpered something to my Uncle Bill, pointing a shaking finger at me. He would calm her down, and we'd spend the next 2 hours in almost total silence. But when the lights began to flicker and the anxiety rose again, I felt myself needing to ask, "What's going on, Grandpa?" I breathed, the tension spreading through the group like a disease. He shifted uncomfortably, and my concern only grew. "If you don't tell me right now, I'll walk out of this building and that'll be the end of the tradition." He immediately leapt out of his seat, eyes wide and wild.
No, absolutely not. We do not need any more suffering and death in this family.
The room grew cold, and my blood along with it. Death? Mom died? The sheer pain of those words leaving my body, like the very air was being pulled from my lungs by force. He sat back into his chair, defeated.
This deal we made, it granted us everything we could want. But there is no deal in this world without a price. That price was for one of us to fail the contract's requirements each year.
There was a tension in the air, permeating through every member of the family as he spoke.
The contract never originally stipulated that we must all gather together. In fact, it actively persuaded us to elect someone to miss the proceedings, to perhaps never inform them of the deal. The trick set out was to do it on a day that would keep at least one of us apart from the rest. We would have obstacles from life or employment that would ensure at least one of us would be unable to make it each year, thus fulfilling their end of the bargain. I don't remember who came up with the idea, but your grandmother, my wife, was in heavy labor when your mother was due, and the family wanted to be there. It just seemed like we'd been thrown a line. No more death. So we decided to make it a mandatory rite of passage for the family. By some stroke of luck, your mother was born just after the stroke of midnight on the 30th, and you in the early evening on the 30th some 25 years later. For over half a century, we were able to maintain peace and tranquility.
His lip quivered and the lights flickered again.
But all debts must be repaid, especially with them.
In a brief moment, for a fraction of a second, I saw something stand in the middle of our parlor. It towered over all of us, hunched over with its bulbous head against the ceiling, red eyes fixated on me. If there was a mouth, I couldn't see it. It held up a twisted digit to its face as if to shush me before the lights flickered back on. If Grandpa or anyone else saw it, they didn't acknowledge it. I tried my best to hold my nerve and ask a question to keep my focus. What are they? I managed to muster, hoping there'd be some kind of explanation for what I saw. Maybe an old legend I could connect to them to make sense of all of this. But Grandpa just looked at me, a single tear running down his face as the proud patriarch of our family showed true fear for the first time in my life.
I don't know. Nobody does. They appeared to our ancestor, your namesake, so long ago. He said at the time they were a specter from beneath the earth. His wife insisted they came from the stars. His son was adamant they were an old Celtic legend forgotten to time. But nobody has ever truly known. But we do know one thing, Theo. When we break eye contact, when we don't fulfill our part of the bargain, bad things happen.
I heard more whispering outside, the sound of walls being knocked upon, and something unseen and gargantuan thundering around the home. It was trying to get our attention. Is that what happened to Mom? Did someone in this room fail to fulfill their part of the bargain? I felt hot rage and grief push their way up, compounded by that feeling of being upset on my birthday of all days. I looked around and my eyes settled on Aunt Gertrude, the most nervous of the bunch. She was my last aunt and Christina's eldest sister. What did you do, Auntie? She pursed her lips, and I could see the veins in her temple throbbing, trying desperately to hold her composure. But the noises were unrelenting, and nobody in the room was attempting to calm her, as if they knew this needed to happen.
I always resented your mother, Theodore. She was pretty, confident, young and full of energy. Always got the recognition from Father, the love she wanted and the life she sought. I was never satisfied with what I had, and I thought if she was gone, maybe that good fortune would shine on me. So I took some sleeping pills and passed out.
The staring felt malicious, angry, full of spite, and a hint of regret.
I don't have any ill will towards you, Theodore. But if it meant I could live the life I have now, I'd do it again. Bitch!
Pippa and Sadie piped up from the sides. Both of them loved their Aunt Christina.
All you knew, huh? Never told him? Were you even planning to?
Kiefer spat on the floor in disgust.
His family should fucking burn.
I felt my head swell, a cocktail of emotions coupled with the unseen attempts to distract us. Grandpa took my shoulders in both hands and looked at me, the saddest smile I'd ever seen on a person's face.
I let the smartest and most talented of my girls go because of tradition. Rest assured, I won't do it to you. We've seen enough death and enough loss in this family. Before your mother's birth, we would see 24 of our family taken in as many years. She stabilized us. You continued that. But keeping this from you was the wrong decision, especially at your age.
He let go, backing up to the parlor door.
So if you want to leave, to confront whatever takes us, to get your revenge on us, well, we won't stop you.
The family murmured, but didn't protest. Gertrude sobbed silently. How do I know it won't take me? My legs shook as I stood up. It was barely 3 a.m. by this point. We had so long to go.
You don't. But that is part of you making the choice instead of us. Perhaps if you are the one to leave, it'll punish us instead.
I stood there for a few minutes, deciding over my choices. How to respond to a family steeped in secrecy that would willingly send my mother and I to slaughter in order to keep proliferating. It turned out I wouldn't need to wait very long for a decision. The front door hadn't been properly locked, and Harriet came inside, blasting music and armed with a mobile strobe lighting machine. I'd told her that while we had a ritual, I'd focused instead on the partying aspect. She'd followed me here. The second she entered the house, pumping music and the lights shining through the room, they hit several of my family members in the face, breaking eye contact. And just like that, the pact was broken. I don't know if I can fully articulate what happened, but I felt a deep rumble beneath my feet. The air grew thick, and it felt as if time had slowed down. Something was stirring, and as I looked around at the family, I could see on their faces they knew it was coming for them. I looked at Grandpa, still smiling and nodding as the lights went out. I made a direct beeline out of the room with Harriet in hand, slamming the parlor door behind me and pushing my body weight against it.
What the fuck is going on, Theo?
She screamed, confused and distressed. You just killed us, all because you couldn't wait. You... I tried to find the words, to find the rage, but I was beyond that. I held her close, and we kept our heads down, hoping to make it through whatever hell was behind just a few inches of wood. I saw nothing, but I heard everything. A cacophony of shrill voices screaming, laughing, singing, and groaning in one torrent of suffering. Things were thrown around the room, possibly furniture, possibly a body. I sat against that door until daybreak this morning, when Cousin Pippa gently knocked against the door and told us to come in, that it didn't matter this year anymore. Opening the door, I saw carnage. The room was singed black from wall to wall. Most of the family were laying face down or cowering in the corner, completely unresponsive. As I scanned the room, wordless, full of anxiety and trepidation, I already knew who would be missing. Grandpa. No trace of him existed, as if he'd been wiped from existence. But, to my surprise, Gertrude had been taken too, a smear of blood next to her husband that ran across the length of the wall and ended in the corner. Her husband simply rocked back and forth, holding her green shawl. My attention was then drawn into the center of the room, to something I took with me to the car, something I have in front of me. Now that the full 24 hours have passed, and I have 364 days to decide on what to do next. The family went home, all of us fully understanding what had transpired. Harriet tried in vain to apologize to them, but each one treated her as if she was a ghost. After all, she wasn't part of the family, she wasn't part of the ritual, a part of the game. For all that I'd learned, I still didn't know what they were or where Mom and Grandpa had gone. I dropped Harriet off at home and made her swear to never talk about it. She was devastated, but understood. When she asked me what I intended to do, I simply shook my head. The contract had been amended, you see. Not that there's anything anyone here can do about it aside from listening. To know these things happen. The waiting ritual had been extended to 48 hours. All must attend. Graver consequences for those who don't. A simple note written in obsidian ink had been pinned to the top. Gertrude's signature crossed out and Harriet's name written in her place. A trade, a new debt, 2 more next year. Every night, no matter the weather, something walks down our street, whistling softly. You can only hear it if you're in the living room or the kitchen when they walk by, and it always starts at exactly 3:03. The sound is faint at first, somewhere near the beginning of the lane near the Carson place. We're towards the middle of the street, so the whistling moves past us before fading away in the direction of the cul-de-sac. When I was younger, my sister and I would sneak into the kitchen some nights to listen. Mom and Dad didn't like that, and we'd catch hell if they found us out there, but they were never too hard on us, since we always stuck to the one big rule. Don't try to look at whatever was whistling. My neighborhood is a funny place. I've lived here since I was 6, and I love it. The houses are small, but well kept. Good-sized yards, and plenty of places to roam. There are a lot of other kids here my age. I turned 13 back in October. We grew up together and would always play foursquare in the cul-de-sac or roam around from back porch to back porch in the summer. This was a good place to grow up. I'm old enough to see it. And there's only 2 strange things here. The night whistling and the good luck. The whistling never bothered me much. Like I said, I couldn't even hear it from my bedroom. But Mom and Dad don't like talking about it, so I've stopped asking questions. My dad is a strong guy, tall and calm. He has an accent since he moved to the US as a kid. His family, my grandparents, they're from the islands. That's what they call it. My dad, the only time he isn't calm is if the whistler comes up. He talks a little quicker then, eyes move faster, and he tells us not to think about it too much and to always remember the one rule. The big rule. Don't try to look outside when the whistler goes past. Not that we could look even if we wanted. See, there are shutters on the inside of every window. Thick pieces of heavy canvas that pull down from the top and latch to the bottom of the window frame. Each latch even has a small lock about the size of what you'd find on a diary. My dad locks those shutters every night before we all go to bed and keeps the key in his room. My mom, I don't know what she thinks about the whistling. I've seen her out in the living room before after 3:03. When the sound starts, I could see her if I cracked my door open just an inch to peek. She's not out there often. At least I haven't caught her much. But once or twice a month, I think she sits out there on the big red couch just listening. The whistler has the same tune every night. Remember how I said there are 2 odd things about where I live? Well, besides our night whistler, everyone in my neighborhood is really lucky. It's hard to explain, and Dad doesn't like us talking about this part much either, but good things just seem to happen to the people around here a lot. Usually it's small things, winning a radio contest or getting an unexpected promotion at work or finding some arrowheads buried in the yard. You know, the authentic kind. The weather is pretty good, and there's no crime, and everybody's gardens bloom extra bright in the fall. A million little blessings I've heard Mom say about living here. But the main reason we stay here, why we moved back here in the first place, is my sister Nola. She was born very sick, something with her lungs. We couldn't even bring her home when she was born, only visit her in the hospital. She was so small, I remember. Small even compared to the other babies. A machine had to breathe for her. We moved into our house here to be closer to the hospital. As soon as we moved here, Nola started getting better. The doctors couldn't figure it out,
They chalked it up to whatever they were doing, but we all could tell they were confused. But my parents knew, even I knew, Nola getting better was just another of the million little blessings we got for living in our neighborhood. So that's why we stayed, even after we found out that for every small miracle that happens here every day, now and then, some bad things happen. But they only happen if you look for the Whistler. See, our neighborhood has a welcoming committee. They show up with macaroni casserole and a gift basket and a manila folder whenever someone new moves in. They're very friendly. 4 people showed up when we moved in 7 years ago. The committee made small talk, gave me a Snickers bar, and took turns holding Nola. It was her first week out of the hospital, so they were extra careful. Then the committee asked to speak to my parents in private, so I was sent to my room, where I still managed to hear nearly every word. The welcoming committee told my parents about how nice the neighborhood was. Really exceptionally hard to explain kind of nice. And then they told my parents about the even harder to explain whistling that happened every morning at 3:03 and ended at the tick of 3:05. The group, our new neighbors, warned my parents that the whistling was quiet, would never harm or hurt us as long as we didn't look for what was making the sound. This part they stressed, and I pushed my ear into the door, straining to hear them. People who went looking for the Whistler had their luck change, sometimes tragically. A black cloud would hang over anyone that looked. Anything that could go wrong would. The manila envelope the committee brought over contained newspaper clippings, stories about car crashes and ruined lives, public deaths and freak accidents. "Not everyone dies," I heard the head of the committee tell my dad, "but the life goes out of them. Even if they live, there's no light in them ever again. No presence." My mom, I could tell she wasn't taking it seriously. She kept asking if this was some kind of prank they play on new neighbors. At one point, my mom got angry, accused the committee of trying to scare us out of our new home, asked them if they were racist on the account of my dad being from the islands. My dad calmed her down, told her he could tell our new neighbors were sincere and that they were just trying to help us. He explained that he grew up hearing these kinds of stories from his mom and that he knew there were strange things that walked among us. Some of these strange things were good and some were bad, but most were just different. After the committee left, my dad went out to the hardware store, bought the canvas blinds, the latches, and the locks, and installed them on every window in the house after dinner. That first night in our new house, I crept out of my room at 3 a.m., only to find my dad awake, sitting on the living room couch, holding my baby sister. My dad held up his finger in a shush motion, but patted the couch next to him. I sat, and we waited. At exactly 3:03, we heard the whistling. It came and it went, just like our neighbors said. The whistling returns each night, and we never look, and we enjoy our million little blessings every day. Nola breathes on her own, and she grows into a strong, clever girl. My dad even joined the welcoming committee. We don't get new neighbors often. Why would anyone want to leave? But when a new family moves in, my dad and the committee bring them macaroni casserole, the gift basket, and the manila folder. I can always tell by the look on my dad's face when he comes back if the family took the committee seriously or if we'd be getting new neighbors again very soon. Not long ago, the family moved in directly next to us. The previous owner, Miss Maddie, passed away at the age of 105. She'd lived a good, long life. Our neighbors seemed like they'd fit in just fine. They believed the welcoming committee and took my dad's advice about the locking shutters since they had a young child of their own. Whatever newspaper clippings were in the manila envelope, whatever evidence, my dad never let us see. But I imagine it must have been awfully convincing since our neighbors got along with no issue for the first month. One night, when our new neighbors had to leave town, they sent their son, Holden, to stay with us. He was 12, a year under me in school. I didn't know him well before that night, but as soon as his parents dropped him off after dinner, I could tell it was going to be a bad time. "Do you know who was always out there whistling every night?" Holden asked me the moment the adults left the room. The 3 of us were sitting in the den, some Disney movie playing idly on the TV. My sister and I exchanged a glance. We don't talk about it, I said. I think it's that weirdo that lives in the big yellow house in the corner, Holden said.
Mr. Tolles?
My sister asked.
No way! He's really nice!
Holden shrugged. Must be a psycho killer then. Nola tensed. We don't talk about it, I repeated. Let's go in my room and play Nintendo. We spent the next few hours playing games, eating popcorn, and then watching movies. A typical sleepover, but I could see Holden was getting antsy. After my parents had wished us a good night, locked the blinds, and gone to bed, Holden stood up from his beanbag and walked over to where Nola and I were sitting on my bed. Have you ever even tried looking? He asked. It's nearly time. Like most sleepovers, we'd conveniently ignored any suggestion of a bedtime. I was shocked to see he was right. It was almost 3 a.m. I sighed. We don't. See, I can't. I can't even try to look because my dad locks the blinds every night and hides the key. He continued, ignoring me.
So does our dad,
Nola said. No, replied Holden. No, he doesn't. You saw him do it, I said, a little sharper than I meant to sound. Holden grinned. Your dad locks the blinds, yeah, but he doesn't hide the key. He keeps it right on his keychain. So? I asked, worried I already knew what he would say next. Because I had noticed that my dad didn't bother hiding the key anymore after all these years, because he knew we took it seriously. So, after your dad locked up, but before your parents went to bed, I went to the bathroom, and on my way, I may have peeked into their room, and I may have seen your dad's keychain on his nightstand, and I maybe went and borrowed the key to the blinds. Nola and I stared, and his grin only grew wider. You're lying, I said. Holden shrugged. You can check if you want. Just open your parents' door and look. You'll see his keychain right there on the nightstand. Stay here, I told both of them. Don't move a muscle. I hurried over to my parents' room, but hesitated at the door. If Holden wasn't lying, my dad would be angry. Beyond angry. I was scared thinking about it, but more scared of an open window with the whistler right outside. I opened the door, barely an inch, and looked in, but it was too dark to see. Taking a deep breath, I walked into the room. 2 steps into the dark, and I froze. The whistling started, and I could hear it clearly, from my parents' room. I never realized, but they must have heard the sound every night since we moved into the house. They never told us. I don't think I could have slept through it. I stood there, listening to the whistling come closer, unsure whether I should turn on the light or call out for my dad. Soft sounds from the living room brought me back to reality. Nola! I yelled, running out of my parents' room. Holden and Nola were standing near the front door next to the window. Holden wasn't lying. I could see him fumbling with the lock on one of the blinds. I heard a click. He did have the key. Holden let out a quick laugh. Nola stood next to him, hunched up, afraid but maybe curious. The whistling was right outside of our house now. I think I made a sound, called out. I can't remember. Time felt frozen, the clock hands nailed to the face. But I found myself moving. I'm not fast. I've never been athletic. Somehow, though, I covered the space between myself and Nola in a moment. My eyes were locked on her, but I heard Holden pull the blind all the way down so it could release. I heard the snap of it start to raise, and I heard the whistling just on the other side of the window, but I had my arms around Nola, and I turned so she was facing away from the window. At the same time, I jammed my eyes shut, and the blinds whipped open. The whistling stopped. I felt Nola shaking in my arms. Don't look, okay? I told her. Don't turn around. We were positioned so that she was facing back towards the hallway and I was facing the window. My eyes were still closed, and I felt her nod into my shoulder. I reached out with the arm not holding Nola to try to touch Holden. My hand brushed against his arm. He was shaking worse than Nola. Holden? I asked. Silence. I reached past him and gingerly felt for the window, eyes still sealed shut. The glass was cold against my fingertips, colder than it should have been for the time of the year. I moved my hand up the window, searching for the string to the blind. The glass began to get warmer, and the further I reached, there was a gentle hum feeding back into my fingertips. I tried not to think about what might be on the other side of the window. Finally, I touched the string and yanked the blind shut. I opened my eyes.
In the dim light leaking out from the kitchen, I could make out Holden, pale and small, staring at the now closed window. "Holden?" I asked again. He turned towards me and he screamed. Everything became a flurry of emotion. Lights sparked to life in the hallway, then the living room. My parents' footsteps thudded across the hardwood floor. I didn't turn to look back at them. My eyes were glued to Holden. He was pale, had bit his lips so hard that there was a thin red line of blood running down his chin, and he'd wet himself.
What happened?
My dad asked from behind me. I managed to swivel away from Holden and look back. He looked. I'd never seen my dad scared before, but I saw it that night, in that moment. An old, ugly tear stitched on his face. A parent's fear. "Just Holden?" He mouthed to me. I nodded yes. My dad let out a sigh. He looked so relieved I nearly expected him to cheer. But then he turned to Holden and my dad's face changed. I wondered if he felt bad for feeling good that Holden was the only one that looked. There was a knock at the door. We all froze. Holden whimpered.
"Don't answer it,"
my mom said. She stood at the threshold of the hall. I always thought she was a skeptic and just humored my dad about the window and the whistler, but that night, we were all believers. I noticed that both my parents held baseball bats they must have taken from their bedroom. The knock came again, a little louder this time. "Please don't open the door," Holden whispered. My dad walked over to him and hugged him close. "We won't," my dad promised, still holding his bat. "Nothing is coming in here tonight." This time the knocking was loud enough to rattle the door. Holden screamed again, and Nola clutched her arms around my neck. My mom came over and knelt down next to us, wrapping my sister and me close.
"Call the police,"
my mom whispered to my dad. The knocking instantly stopped. My dad looked over his shoulder at us. "Do you think—" He was cut off by frantic knocking that trailed off to a polite,
"Call the police,"
something said from the other side of the door. The voice from outside sounded exactly like my mom, like a parrot repeating the words back to her.
"Call the police."
My mom pulled us closer.
"Call the police. Please stop."
I heard her whisper to herself. "I don't think calling them will help," my dad said. "How will we know when they're the ones at the door?" The knocking came back harder than before. The door shook, then it stopped. After a long moment, I heard the knocking again, but it was coming from our back door. We all turned around towards the back door, but the knocking immediately returned to the front door. Front to back to front, loud then quiet, then loud again. Suddenly the sound was coming from both doors at once, big heavy blows like a sledgehammer. Then something started rapping against all the windows in the house, and then the walls. It was like we were living inside a drum with a dozen people trying to play it at once, or we were a turtle and something was attempting to claw us out of our shell. "Stop!" Holden yelled. The knocking died. "I won't tell," Holden said, staring at the door. "I promise I won't tell anyone what I saw. Just please go away." We waited for nearly a minute, and then we heard it. A soft tap coming from the window Holden had looked through earlier. Holden started to cry, sobbing like a prisoner watching gallows being built outside their cell. My dad held him, brushing his hair, but never lied to him, never told him things would be okay. The tapping at the window went on for the rest of the night. We huddled together in the living room for I don't know how long. Eventually, my mom tried to take us kids into my room while my dad stayed to watch the door. But the second we moved into my bedroom, the knocking came back, so loud it was impossible to ignore. I was afraid the door couldn't take it. We went back into the living room and the knocking stopped. Only the tap on the window remained. None of us slept that night. The tapping stopped at around 7 a.m. That's about the time the sun comes up. We waited for another 2 hours before my dad opened the blinds from one window. He made us all go back to my parents' bedroom. I heard him open the door and then come back in. "Okay," he told us. "It's done." Holden's parents came back around lunchtime. My mom and dad walked Holden over to his house and they all went inside for quite a while. Nola and I watched from the window. She stuck to me the whole day, right at my side, sometimes holding my hand. When my parents came back, they looked grim, but wouldn't tell us what they said to Holden's family. It was a Sunday, so we all spent the day together, ordered pizza, and watched movies. That night, everyone slept in my room. Noel and my mom in the bed with me, my dad in the chair he'd pulled over. There was no knocking that night, or any night since. We didn't see much of Holden or his parents for the rest of that week, but by Tuesday, there was a moving truck in their driveway. Nola and I watched them packing up the whole afternoon after school. What sticks with me most is how tired Holden and his parents looked. All three had the same pallor, grim mouths, and lightless eyes. Even from across the street, I could tell something was very wrong. Holden and his family were gone before sunset. I remember what the original welcoming committee said to my parents when we moved in. Not everyone who looks at the Whistler dies, but even those that live have the light go out of them, and the rest of their lives are full of misfortune. A million little tragedies. I think Holden's parents must have looked, either to comfort him if they didn't believe, or share the burden if they did. I watch Nola some days, happy and young and alive, and I wonder if I'd been slower, if she'd looked out the window that night. Would I have looked too? To comfort her, to share that burden. I'm glad I don't have to find out. It's been 2 months since the night Holden stayed here. We still live in that house, in that neighborhood. We still hear our Whistler walking past every night. The blessings, the luck, the good things here are too good to leave, but we're careful. We don't have friends over to spend the night anymore, and my dad hides the key to the blinds very, very well. Not that I've gone looking. Some things you just don't need to look for. I awoke in a standing position, my eyes suddenly shooting open and my legs weakening as I began to stumble. I panicked as I felt myself falling forward, instinctively reaching out to grab the nearest thing, which happened to be the shirt of a guy standing in front of me.
"Watch it, buddy,"
he exclaimed in annoyance, although the mystery man did take hold of my arm and shoulder before helping me to steady myself.
"Are you okay?"
he asked sympathetically.
Yeah, I think so,
I replied through trembling lips as I tried to get my bearings.
"Well, just keep your cool. And whatever you do, don't step over the white lines."
I didn't understand what he meant, but then I adjusted my eyes and surveyed the scene around me. I hadn't seen the face of the man who'd helped me, but when I looked up, I could make out the back of his head in the darkness, and I realized he'd turned around after assisting me, now facing forwards. Darkness was all around me, but there was a dim illumination on the ground which I stood upon. 2 lines of white light about 3 feet apart, one to the left of me and the other on my right. I remembered what the man had told me a moment earlier, warning me to not step outside these lines. I didn't know what he meant, but somehow realized this was probably good advice. I creaked my head to one side, looking over the shoulder of the man ahead and seeing a line of people standing in front of him. A long, single-file line of shadowy figures stretching for several hundred yards up what appeared to be a slight elevation. All stood within the 2 white lines, which seemed to operate like some kind of emergency lighting, and at the top of the line of unidentified figures was a doorway of bright, almost blinding light, a literal beacon in a sea of darkness, inviting, comforting, and offering a glimmer of hope in what otherwise seemed like a dangerous situation. I didn't understand what this place was or why I was here, but in that moment, I believed the shining white light ahead was my salvation. There were dozens, maybe hundreds of people standing in the line in front of me, and I couldn't move past them without stepping outside the white lines. I shook my head, experiencing an almost crippling anxiety as my mind raced to make sense of this inexplicable situation. I opened my dry lips and struggled to speak, addressing my fearful question to the anonymous man in front of me.
What is this place? How did we get here?
He didn't turn his head to face me, but the man did respond.
"You see the white light at the front of the line?"
he asked in a surprisingly calm voice.
Yes?
"Well, look behind you."
I was terrified, but needed to know the truth. So I turned my head, making sure to keep my footing and stay within the lines as I did so. Directly behind me stood a woman about 5 feet 5 inches tall. I could barely make out her features in the dark, but in any case, her head was down, and it appeared she was unconscious. She was sleeping while standing up, just as I had been only moments before. I guessed this was the same for every person in the line, and that we'd all been unconscious when they brought us here. But who had done this to us, and why? I decided this was a question for later. I suppose I should have paid more attention to the sleeping woman behind me, and if I'd done so, I would have surely recognized the young lady. But my attention was drawn to the scene beyond her. I soon realized I was standing in the middle of a long line which stretched back for at least several hundred yards and sloped downwards. And at its end was the polar opposite to the light before me. At the very bottom of the line was a swirling vortex of crimson red, a terrifying portal to God knows where, so vile and sinister that I couldn't bear to look upon it for more than a few seconds. If the light before us offered hope and salvation, the blood-red whirlpool surely represented doom and despair, and the mere sight of it chilled me to my very bones. I turned back around, muttering a profanity under my breath as my body shook.
"It gets worse,"
the man in front of me said ominously.
"Look ahead."
I creaked my head once again and saw a terrifying scene unfolding. I guess another man had suddenly woken up like I had, but he didn't react well to his surroundings. I watched in awestruck horror as the darkened figure stumbled, swearing as he put his foot forward and stepped outside of the white lines. Someone else in the line tried to stop him, reaching out to grab the disoriented man while shouting, but the well-meaning person's efforts were in vain as the man he was trying to save ignored the warning, slapping his hand away while shouting,
"Get away from me, you damn freak!"
And then he put both feet across the line on his right-hand side and walked out into the darkness. I say dark, but I could still make out his shape once he was over the line. He was a big guy, over 6 feet in height and well-built. I guess he didn't scare easy and thought he could find a way out, but he didn't get far. I guess he was about 10 yards out before they got him. Thankfully, I couldn't see much in the dim light, and it all happened so fast. But the creatures that emerged from the black void were horrifying, imp-like demons the size of grown men, with eyes which burnt a deadly shade of red, and with claws and teeth like those of the deadliest predators. There were 3 monsters in total, moving so rapidly as they surrounded the doomed man and tore at him with their long and sharp claws. Their victim screamed in absolute terror as the monsters ripped his clothes and skin. Next, the horrified man tried to fight and make his way back to the relative safety of the line, but soon he was knocked over and seriously wounded by a deep slash along his back. Even then, he didn't give in, crawling along the hard ground as he desperately cried for help. Not one person attempted to reach him, however, as all remained frozen to their spots. And of course, he didn't make it. A moment later, one of the demons grabbed him by the legs, pulling his body away from the line as he screamed and tried in vain to dig his nails into the ground. Before long, the monsters and their victim disappeared into the darkness. Then I heard the appalling sounds of skin ripping, bones cracking, and finally what I can only assume was the noise of the monsters feasting on his still warm flesh. I retched, feeling like I was going to be sick, but nothing came up. Panic soon spread along the entire line as people reacted to the vicious killing we'd all just witnessed. Some deteriorated into screaming hysterics, whilst others fell into themselves, whimpering or quietly praying under their breath. But we were all in agreement on one point: we must not step outside of the white lines. Stepping out of the line meant certain death. While within the lines we were safe, for now at least. I shivered as I tried to come to terms with the extreme violence I'd just seen. It seemed like the temperature had suddenly dropped, or perhaps this was just my brain's perception. In any event, my mind was now racing, and I wanted to ask 100 questions at once. I noticed how the man in front of me had hardly reacted to the savage attack. It was like he'd expected it to happen. I also recalled how he'd helped me when I first woke up, but I was yet to see his face, and even now he would not turn around. He'd been the one who'd warned me about the rules, and that simple advice was probably what saved my life. Nevertheless, I had the distinct feeling that this faceless man knew more about our situation than he'd shared thus far, and so I was determined to ask him further questions. But before I got the chance, I was disturbed by a soft cry from behind me. I jumped in shock and turned around, almost accidentally putting my right foot over the line before I stopped myself. Once I'd turned, I saw the woman behind me slowly falling, and I reached out to catch her, taking hold of her slender body and helping her back up to her feet. I felt a familiarity as I held her in my arms. Perhaps it was her scent, or maybe my muscle memory. But then she lifted her head and met my eye, and I almost jumped out of my skin once I saw her face. "Sally?" I said in astonishment, as if my eyes were deceiving me.
Joshua?
She answered weakly as she opened her eyes and slowly adjusted to our new environment. I saw her dark hair tied back in a bun, her soft skin and aggressive green eyes, and I knew it was indeed her. And Sally's presence in this hellish realm brought the terror I felt to a whole new level. I held on to Sally's body as she regained her composure and continued to do so until she was able to stand on her own 2 feet. And I was still thinking of what to say as I looked into her frightened eyes, and a flood of old emotions came back to me. Some good, others bad. In the end, I could only repeat the crucial advice I'd been given, saying, "Don't step outside of the lines, Sally. Whatever you do, stay inside the lines." Sally looked up at me in confusion, and I was prepared for a stream of follow-up questions, which I likely couldn't answer. But before we got a chance to speak, the man in front of me spoke, asking,
"Did the two of you know each other?"
Yeah, I answered without thinking. "Sally and I used to date."
Interesting.
The man replied without elaborating. He was still facing forward, and so couldn't have seen Sally falling into my arms. He must have been reacting to the sound of our voices and eavesdropping on our conversation. Meanwhile, Sally adjusted to our terrifying situation, looking ahead at the light and back towards the vortex. Her reaction was much the same as mine, and I saw her face contort with horror and confusion.
"Where are we?"
she asked, looking to me for answers. "That's what I'm trying to find out," I replied, before turning back towards the man in front. "Hey, buddy, you know our names. How about you tell us yours?" The man still refused to turn his head and didn't speak for a long time, but he finally did answer my question, saying,
"You can call me Milo."
"Okay," I replied hesitantly. The name rang a bell somewhere in the back of my mind, but I didn't dwell on it. "Well, Milo, how about you tell us what's going on?"
"What makes you think I know anything?"
"I think you know more than you're letting on. You told me about the lines after all."
"Fair enough. I know some things, but not everything."
He paused before continuing.
"You wake up in this queue, standing between the white lines. You know what happens when you step outside of them?"
Sally didn't. Not yet, anyway. I was grateful she'd been spared the sight of the savage killing. "What are those things out there?" I asked, although a part of me didn't want to know the answer. Milo shrugged his shoulders, but still didn't turn around.
"Can't say for sure. They could be demons, monsters, aliens, or genetic mutations. In the end, it doesn't really matter, does it? I know they dwell in the darkness all around us and they see everything. For whatever reason, they can't step inside of the lines. We're safe from them as long as we stay in the queue. But if we enter their domain, well, they'll slaughter us without hesitation."
I turned to Sally, seeing the fear in her eyes. That's a look I hadn't seen in a long time and hoped I would never witness again. I put a hand around her shoulder to comfort her, but she pushed me away, and I was forced to remember why we'd broke up in the first place. I put this to the back of my mind, however, instead focusing on my inquisition of the faceless man in front. "So, we're trapped here?" I asked fearfully, the desperation now evident in my voice.
"Oh, no,"
Milo answered in an almost flippant tone.
"I'm afraid you don't understand. The queue won't remain stationary. When the trumpets blow, we move forward, one at a time."
When the trumpets blow? What did that mean? I thought about it for a moment before I realized the implications of what Milo was saying. You mean we moved towards the light? I asked hopefully. I knew little about our situation, but surely the white light at the top of the line was our chance at salvation.
Yeah, that's what happens. But there's a catch.
What do you mean? I demanded in angry frustration.
You'll find out soon enough,
was Milo's typically evasive response. I opened my mouth to speak again, but then I heard it. The trumpets, blaring from God knows where, a deafening and terrifying sound which blasted out from the darkness, seemingly surrounding us on all sides. Both Sally and I collapsed down to our knees, covering our ears in a futile effort to drown out the awful din. I felt the pressure building inside of my skull and thought my head was going to explode, but thankfully, the trumpet stopped after a few moments, and then the line started to move. I looked forward and saw the figure at the front of the line stepping into the light. His dark silhouette immersed as he raised his arms and cried out in glorious ecstasy, gladly allowing the portal to transport him to another realm. And with that, he was gone, freed from this nightmare, and surely now safe from the monsters that dwelt within this dark hellscape. Wow, I expressed in amazement, but, like Milo had warned us, there was a catch. Suddenly, we heard a blood-curdling scream from behind us, a cry of abject terror emitted by someone in mortal danger. I swiftly turned my neck, seeing how Sally was already facing in that direction. My eyes widened in terror as I saw the man at the back of the line, his body being physically sucked into the swirling vortex of crimson red. He continued to scream as his legs were pulled inside, and soon he was up to his waist, reaching out desperately and digging his nails into the frozen dirt beneath us. There was a woman ahead of him in the line, and to her credit, she did try to help. Reaching down, she grabbed his hand tightly, but the pull of the vortex was too great. Within minutes, she lost her grip upon him, and the man was sucked through the portal. I remember the look on his face the second before he disappeared into the abyss, his eyes so wide and his mouth frozen in a silent scream, and then he was gone. The middle-aged woman who had tried to save him suddenly cried out, as something inside her just broke.
I can't do this! I can't be here!
And before anybody got a chance to stop her, the frightened woman did the worst thing imaginable. She stepped over the white line. There was nothing we could do but watch as the poor woman attempted to run into the darkness. Inevitably, she didn't make it far. The attack didn't play out like the previous time. She wasn't set upon by a gang of savage monsters, but instead confronted by a single creature which suddenly emerged from the black abyss to block her path. The woman froze, stopping dead in her tracks as she stared into the monster's burning red eyes. She was suddenly unable to flee or fight, as if the beast had her under its terrible spell. My jaw dropped as I observed the unreal scene. For a moment, I naively thought she might be okay, and that the monster would actually let her live. But then, in a single rapid and brutal attack, the beast raised its muscular arm and thrashed out with its claw, easily cutting the woman's jugular wide open. She grabbed at her throat as blood poured from the gaping wound and soon collapsed heavily to the floor. Her body continued to thrash as she choked on her own blood, but a moment later, the beast leaned down and grabbed hold of her hair, dragging the slowly dying woman into the darkness.
Oh my God,
Sally cursed under her breath, and I couldn't utter a word. This was the second person I'd seen slaughtered by the monsters stalking the shadows, but it didn't get any easier. Frightened murmurs and the occasional scream went along the line as all present reacted to what we just witnessed. Those who hadn't seen the deaths firsthand no doubt heard about them from their neighbors in the line, and the panic spread like wildfire. Still, I noted how Milo had not reacted to all of the bloodshed. I reckoned he must have eyes on the back of his head, and perhaps he'd seen it all before. Nevertheless, our mysterious companion was able to provide an explanation of sorts.
That's the catch I was telling you about. They let one person pass into the light whenever the trumpets sound, but there's a price to pay. One goes into the light, and the vortex takes one from the back of the line. That's the way it works.
Suddenly, I felt cold all over. I was sure the temperature had dropped since I first regained consciousness, although this was the least of my worries as my exhausted brain attempted to process what Milo had just told us. I'm sure Sally was doing the same, as she remained silent for the time being, although I could hear her clicking her tongue, a habit she did when nervous or stressed. I glanced ahead and behind me, once again confirming that we stood roughly in the middle of the long, single-file line of people. If what Milo said was correct, one person would reach salvation at each trumpet blow, while one would simultaneously be sucked into oblivion or whatever lay on the far side of that portal. Assuming this twisted process continued, the line would gradually grow shorter as more people left this Shadowland. And in the end, we too would discover our fate. I felt a vile sickness in the pit of my stomach as my whole body shook. I didn't know what to say next, but it was Sally who broke the silence.
Hey Milo, that's your name, right?
She shouted over my shoulder. I saw Milo nodding in confirmation, but he still wouldn't turn to face us.
You know, you still haven't answered Joshua's question. You didn't tell us where we are and why we're here.
Like I said, I don't know everything. But I guess I've been conscious to our situation for longer than the two of you. During that time, I've come up with a couple theories.
Like what?
I could tell she was becoming increasingly impatient. We'd been split up for 2 years at this point, and hadn't spoken in nearly as long. But seeing her again in this dangerous and terrifying situation made me realize I still had feelings for her. Milo eventually replied in a matter-of-fact tone, with no emotion evident in his voice as he spoke.
Well, one possibility is that we've been kidnapped or abducted by some malicious person or persons. What's the last thing you remember before waking up here?
I tried to think, realizing there was an unexplained gap in my memory. I remember driving, I said uncertainly, and then everything went black. This didn't make sense. Had I been in an accident? If so, why didn't I recall a crash or collision?
I have the same memory.
Sally muttered nervously. I glanced back at her in confusion, only to find she wouldn't meet my eye. This revelation confused me even more. Sally and I hadn't been together. We hadn't even seen each other in 2 years. What were the odds of both of us being involved in car accidents at the same time? And all this talk reminded me of the incident which had led to our breakup in the first place. I'm sure Sally was thinking the same thing. We'd both promised to never speak of that night again.
So, if we were abducted, then who has us? And why are they doing this to us?
That's the $1,000,000 question. It could be aliens, I reckon. Or maybe it's the government running a psychological experiment. Or some sick billionaire who tortures people for fun. But of course, there is another possibility. One which is more supernatural in origin.
I stared at the back of Milo's head in astonishment, irritated that I couldn't see his face and tell whether he was serious or not. There was a tense pause while I waited for Milo to elaborate, but to my surprise, it was Sally who spoke next.
You mean that we're dead? That every person in the line is deceased and trapped between heaven and hell?
Her chilling words hung in the air as we considered the terrifying inference.
It's a possibility that's occurred to me.
Milo responded dispassionately, breathing life into the horrific theory.
So, if we really are dead, the white light means salvation, while the whirlpool means eternal damnation.
Milo didn't answer her question, but the conclusion Sally had come to seemed like an obvious one. Still, there was something which I couldn't understand. But the people at the front of the line are guaranteed to reach salvation, while those at the rear will surely get sucked into hell. Why are some saved and others doomed? I waited for an answer, but a moment later, the trumpet sounded once again, forcing us to cover our ears and making further conversation impossible. And of course, the whole ritual played out again, as a solitary figure gladly walked into the light, while the poor sap at the rear was pulled into the whirlwind, screaming in abject terror as the vortex took him. The line had become shorter, and it was now clear to everyone standing there what was going on here. The fear in the icy cold air was palpable, and soon the line behind us descended into panic and chaos. I heard shouts and screams, looking back over my shoulder to see violent scuffles breaking out, as desperate souls tried to fight their way forward and put as much distance between themselves and the vortex as they could. the results were tragically inevitable. The white lines were only 3 feet apart at most. If people had been more cooperative, they could have slipped past one another and reorganized the line in a sensible manner, but nobody wanted to be left at the back when the dust settled, and so fights broke out, desperate struggles which resulted in several people being thrown over the lines on either side. And of course, the monsters were waiting. A dozen or more demons emerged from the shadows, roaring with fury as their red eyes burned in intense hunger. The scene which followed was worse than anything we'd seen thus far, as ravenous monsters greedily tore into their near-helpless victims with claws and teeth. I couldn't bear to watch, and so turned around, but I could still hear the screams and the awful sounds of ripping and tearing. Thankfully, the massacre soon ended. I guess those at the back of the line realized it was futile to try to fight their way forward, and so they stayed within the lines where the demons couldn't reach them. But suddenly, a horrifying thought crossed my mind, and I turned to speak with my ex-girlfriend. "Sally, who's standing behind you?" I asked in a panic.
It's okay. There's a woman behind me, but she hasn't woken up yet. Her head's down and her eyes are closed.
I breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that Sally was safe, for the time being at least. "What about you, Milo?" I asked, addressing my question to the faceless man ahead of me.
Don't worry about me. I know how to look after myself.
I had little doubt this was the case, and of course, Milo was ahead of us in the line. None of us said anything for a time, but once again, our attention was drawn to the front of the line, where there was another unexpected and gut-wrenching development. We heard the sounds of an argument from 2 people at the head of the line, a man and a woman by the sounds of their voices. Their conversation was muted at first, but soon grew loud enough so that we could hear from a couple 100 yards away. I don't know whether the 2 of them knew each other outside of this hellscape, but they were having a heated discussion, with the man wanting to take action and the woman being against it. Finally, the man cried out in defiance, shouting,
"Screw it! I'm not waiting a moment longer! I'm going through!"
With that, I saw the man charging toward the white light, determined to make it into the portal. The man didn't pass through a porous membrane like the others. Instead, he charged into a wall of flames, screaming in total agony as his skin and flesh burnt fiercely, as within seconds he was engulfed by the unholy inferno, his body reduced to mere ashes. The man's female companion yelled out in grief, and the rest of the line fell into a chilling silence.
We've all got to follow the rules. There are no shortcuts.
For once, I understood what he meant, and my jaw dropped when I considered what had just occurred. The man at the head of the line had suffered an agonizing, fiery death, and all because he was impatient. If only he'd waited until the trumpets blew, he would have safely crossed over to paradise. Slowly but surely, the line moved forward. We were now 1 step closer to salvation, but no one was likely to make the same mistake. Nevertheless, the situation continued to develop in an unexpected way. We heard muttered chatter from all along the line, dozens of separate conversations, but which surely related to the same topic, survival. And then something extraordinary occurred. People began to swap places in the line voluntarily, carefully pushing past each other whilst ensuring that nobody stepped outside the lines. There weren't many changes to the pre-arranged order, but there were some, and these transfers were apparently done after mutual agreement and without the threat of violence. I was astonished, particularly when I saw the bald-headed man who now took the unenviable position at the very end of the line. But he did not seem afraid of his imminent damnation. Instead, he sat down, cross-legged on the cold ground, his form illuminated by the burning red of the vortex. I watched as he closed his eyes and remained perfectly still, as if in a deep meditation. I couldn't understand why at the time, but he seemed to have accepted his fate. And with that, the ominous trumpets blared, drowning out all other sounds as the now familiar cycle played out once again. I guess the woman at the top of the line had recovered from seeing her male companion burnt alive, because she slowly and carefully stepped into the light and safely passed through to the other side. And meanwhile, the bald-headed man at the rear maintained his monk-like composure right to the very end. He didn't fight or even scream when the vortex sucked him in, and his limp body disappeared into apparent oblivion. I shook my head in disbelief. It was clear that something significant was happening here, but I couldn't quite put my finger on what it was and how it impacted us. But Sally was quicker off the mark, which I suppose I should have expected. She'd always been smarter than me and knew how to cope in a crisis situation. I'd learned as much during the incident 2 years before. Still, as well as I thought I knew my ex-girlfriend, I never could have predicted what she'd do next.
Hey Milo, how are you holding up?
She said suddenly. I looked over my shoulder in confusion, only to see her giving me a knowing look. I'd seen that look before and knew what it meant. Sally wanted me to trust her and keep my mouth shut, and so this is what I did. I suspected she wanted Milo to turn around so she can make eye contact, but by now I knew this wouldn't happen. For whatever reason, our mysterious new friend was determined to keep his eyes facing forward.
I'm doing just fine,
he answered, a response which struck me as odd.
Why do you ask?
Sally seemed frustrated by Milo's reply, but she persevered nonetheless.
Well, I feel like the three of us are in this together. But we know nothing about you, Milo. As you know, Josh and I were in a serious relationship. Things didn't work out. But we're still close. And we share custody of our son.
I spun around in shock, opening my mouth to challenge my ex, but when I did so, she shot me a hard look and raised a finger up to her lips, silently telling me to stay quiet and go along with this. Obviously, Sally was lying. We never had a child together. We talked about it, but our relationship ended abruptly soon after the incident, and our dreams of having a family died at the same time. But now Sally was claiming we had a son together. I didn't understand why she made up this fictional child, but I soon found out.
You have a son?
Milo asked hesitantly.
Yes. His name's Kevin, and he's 2 years old. A real rascal sometimes, but he's as sweet as punch.
I was shocked by how deeply invested Sally was in this lie she'd manufactured from thin air. It was frightening how she was willing to add details to make it more convincing.
I was driving to pick Kevin up from my parents' house when this all happened. I just hope he's not too upset and wondering where his mommy is.
She let this sentence hang in the air for a moment, I guess for the maximum emotional impact. I couldn't bear to look at her and didn't wish to be part of her deception, and yet I couldn't bring myself to speak out against Sally, because I realized I still owed her a massive debt. Milo hadn't responded verbally to Sally's words, but she eventually followed up with a question.
Do you have children, Milo?
She asked purposefully. Milo's reply surprised me, but his usual cold demeanor broke down, and he suddenly became upset and angry.
No, I never had any kids. My wife and I wanted to, but we never got the chance.
I think Sally was taken aback by his emotional response, but she soon regained her composure and continued with her ruse.
I'm really sorry to hear that, Milo,
she said in what I knew was mock sympathy.
But we do have a baby boy. And in situations like this, don't you think parents should get priority?
Suddenly, I got it. I guess I was slow to understand what my ex was doing. Milo was in front of both of us in the line, so he would reach the safety of the light before we did. We might survive either way, but Sally was hedging her bets, trying to get Milo to voluntarily switch places so a loving parent could survive to get home to her child. I guess this lie was meant to help me as well, but I still didn't like it. We'd told too many lies already, and there had to be consequences for our deception. Nevertheless, I didn't say a word, instead waiting for Milo's response. But before he had an opportunity to answer, the trumpet sounded once again. As we covered our ears, the familiar pattern took place before our eyes, with one figure stepping into the light and another getting sucked into the vortex. In the aftermath, an individual broke from the line and stepped into the shadowy kill zone. I was shocked to see this figure was little more than a child, an adolescent boy with wild terror in his eyes. I didn't see whether the kid was pushed or if he ran, but he was quick on his feet and seemed determined to make a break for it. Inevitably, a gang of 3 bloodthirsty demons emerged from the shadows and grasped out at the kid with their claws, but amazingly, the kid dodged all of them, making it past the trio of monsters and sprinting into the darkness. He disappeared from sight, and for a brief moment, I thought he actually could make it to safety. But then we heard a blood-curdling scream, closely followed by the cracking of bones and the ominous sound of a huge beast biting into flesh. And I realized that the kid had fallen victim to some yet unseen horror lurking in the shadows. My heart sank in that moment, but Sally's devious plan was still very much in play. Milo predictably didn't react to the kid's violent death, but he did recall the conversation we were having before the trumpet sounded.
So, you think you should just go ahead of me because you have a kid?
He asked, his voice returning to his characteristic, emotionless tone. I remained silent, but Sally spoke up on our behalf.
Frankly, yes. I don't want to be brutal about it, but we deserve the chance to see our boy again.
But if we really are dead, then what difference does it make?
I had to admit that he had a good point there. I didn't know how Sally would respond to this direct question, which poked a massive hole in her story, but of course, she had a pre-prepared argument.
But we don't know that we're dead. Not for sure. If we have been abducted, then reaching the light could bring us home. And besides, even if we have passed away, don't you think 2 loving parents deserve to go to heaven?
I didn't know how Milo would react to this loaded question, but I certainly didn't expect what happened next, because suddenly Milo began to laugh, quietly at first, but growing ever louder. But his laughter wasn't one of mirth. Instead, it was filled with bitterness and scorn. I turned around to look upon Sally, only to find she was as baffled as I was. We had no choice but to wait until Milo finished his mad cackling and opened his mouth to speak, his voice now filled with passionate anger.
You really don't know who I am, do you? I hope there'd be some recognition, some remorse. But now I realize this is beyond you both.
I shook my head in confusion, feeling like there was something I should have picked up on, but sadly, I remained oblivious. I'm sorry, Milo, I don't understand.
You don't, huh? Well, maybe it's about time you saw my face.
And with that, he slowly began to turn around for the first time. I stood there in nervous anticipation, my entire body trembling because I suspected what we'd see would not be pleasant. And when his face was illuminated, I recoiled as my most painful memory came back to punch me in the gut. Milo's face was in actual fact a grotesque death mask, his dead eyes bulging and his forehead caked in dried blood. His skin looked like leather, and when he opened his crusty lips, green water poured from his mouth and nostrils. I heard Sally scream behind me, and I was about to follow suit, but in that moment, the trumpet sounded louder than ever this time. I fell to my knees and buried my head in my hands, but the almighty din was too intense. I felt like my head was about to explode, and then I found myself drifting out of consciousness, as suddenly my whole world went black. And then I was in another place and time, thrust back to a point in my life which I had tried my hardest to forget. Sally and I were in the car, driving along a lonely country road late at night. We were coming home from a party, and we were in high spirits. We'd both been drinking, I was driving, and surely over the limit, but I'd made this journey a dozen times before, and I thought it would be fine. I remember the 2 of us laughing over a shared joke. I glanced over to the passenger seat, looking into Sally's mischievous eyes, and feeling so much love for her in that moment. But I should have kept my eyes on the road because I didn't see the pedestrian until it was too late. A sudden panic overtook me as I slammed my foot on the brakes, but I hit the man head on. His broken body was thrown up onto the hood before it smashed against the windshield. I brought the car to a stop as the body fell heavily to the ground, and I sat, frozen, still gripping a tight hold on the steering wheel and in a state of shock. Slowly, I turned to look at Sally and saw an expression of sheer horror etched across her face.
Joshua, what have you done?
And I didn't have an answer. After some time, we exited the vehicle and went to see my victim. What we found was a bloody mess of a man, a human body broken almost beyond recognition. We were both sure he was dead. Sally and I stood there under the headlights on the side of the abandoned road, looking down at the corpse of the young man I'd just run over. And then I really started to panic. Sally, what am I going to do? I've killed a man. They'll send me to prison for this.
That's not going to happen.
Sally answered firmly, her eyes narrowing as she took control of the situation.
There are no witnesses. Nobody saw what happened.
She paused briefly, letting those words sink in.
The lake is only 5 miles from here. We can make him disappear.
I glared at her in shock and disbelief, disgusted by the suggestion. But of course, I went along with her plan. I didn't wish to face the consequences of my actions, and so I conspired with my girlfriend to cover up the crime. With some difficulty, we lifted the body and loaded it into the trunk of my car. I vividly recall seeing the man's grotesque death mask, his dead eyes looking upward into the night sky as we slammed the trunk shut and sealed him inside. We drove to the lake, exiting the car at the top of a disused dock after releasing the handbrake, watching in solemn silence as the vehicle rolled downwards and disappeared under the water's surface. Sally and I made the long walk home that night, barely speaking a word as the seriousness of our crime hit home. We reported the car stolen the next morning, Sally giving the report to a disinterested police officer who didn't ask too many questions. A few days later, we heard a missing persons report on the news. A young man who had been walking at night and never made it home. In the days and weeks which followed, I lived in a state of constant anxiety, forever fearing a knock on the door, but the cops never made the connection and didn't find the body. I guess it was about 2 months later when Sally and I were watching TV at home, and suddenly there was a press conference featuring a teary-eyed woman giving a statement with the photograph of the missing man framed behind her. She pleaded for anyone with information to come forward and wept as she begged for her husband to come home, and the missing man's name was Milo. Suddenly, my ears were filled with the sound of the trumpets, and I was brought back to the dark hellscape, except the circumstances had changed during my absence. The first thing I noticed, before I even opened my eyes, was the overbearing heat. Before, this place had been ice cold, but now the opposite was true. And simultaneously, my nostrils were filled with an awful stench of sulfur and burning flesh, making me retch in disgust. But when my eyes opened, I almost jumped out of my skin, and I started to stumble until a pair of arms grabbed me and held me up.
Remember the rules. Stay within the lines and they can't get you.
I glanced into her wide eyes, wondering if she had experienced the same gut-wrenching flashback I had during our blackout. The look of terror etched on her now drawn face told me she surely had, but this wasn't the reason she was so frightened. The demons weren't in the shadows any longer. They were standing right beside us, so close that I could smell their foul breath, which stank of rotting flesh, and see the fresh blood dripping from their sharp fangs. There were 6 of the beasts visible on either side of the white lines, appearing like soldiers standing to attention. They didn't make any attempt to attack, but the monsters shot us murderous glares through their burning red eyes, and they grinded their razor-sharp teeth and clicked their long tongues, as if eagerly anticipating the kills to come. But they couldn't get to us, not as long as we stayed in the line. And the line was much shorter now. I guess Sally and I had been out for longer than we thought as we relived our past sins, because whereas the line had once included hundreds of lost souls, now there were only 5 of us. The doorway of white light was right in front of us, while the crimson vortex lay behind us, the 2 gateways competing to drown out the darkness, but the intolerable heat and disgusting stench came from our rear. And I had no doubt that the vortex was a portal to hell itself. In the moment which followed, the terrifying process repeated, as the anonymous figure at the front of the line crossed over and the woman behind Sally screamed as the hellish whirlpool sucked her inside, and then there were only the 3 of us. In all the chaos, I'd almost forgotten about Milo, but the ghoul was still facing us, his dead eyes burning with rage as he savored his moment of retribution.
Tell me,
he snarled through his rotting maw.
Do you 2 feel any guilt? Any remorse for what you did to me? For what you took from me?
I struggled to find the words to respond as I experienced a foul, burning sensation in the back of my head. I knew I couldn't hide from this any longer.
Milo, of course we're sorry for what happened, but it was an accident. You've got to believe that.
Milo laughed bitterly once again.
An accident? Was it an accident when you bundled me into your trunk? and pushed your car into the lake? Was that an accident?
He paused briefly, his lifeless eyes narrowing.
I was still alive when I went into the water. Did you know that?
I shook my head in disbelief, muttering, "No, that's not possible."
"It's true,"
Milo confirmed with a nod.
"I slowly suffocated to death inside of that trunk, and they never found my body. My wife never got closure, never got to bring me home, and that's all because of the two of you!"
Milo was now beyond fury as he roared and charged towards Sally and I with his arms outstretched. Sally screamed, but he was already on me, his skeleton-like hands wrapping around my throat in an attempt to throttle me. I fought back with all my might, tackling Milo and shoving him to one side, and of course, he fell out of the lines. Milo released his grip on my throat as the demons grabbed hold of him, their eyes lighting up with a ravenous hunger as they dug their claws into his flesh. Milo didn't fight or scream when they took him. He merely looked up at us with sad resignation as they dragged him into the darkness. I glanced down at my own hands in disbelief, realizing that I'd killed this innocent man for the second time. The rest of the demons retreated at this point, cackling cruelly as they returned to the shadows. As I watched them go, I felt an immense guilt eating away at me, and I knew it should have been me. It was Sally who broke me from my trance, placing a firm hand on my shoulder and forcing me to look her in the eye.
"Joshua, are you doing okay?"
she asked sympathetically. I shook my head, muttering, "I'm a killer."
"You did what you had to do, Josh. You were trying to protect me. But I need your help one last time."
"What do you mean?" I shot back in confusion. She sighed deeply, probably frustrated by my lack of awareness.
"Come on, Josh. There's only 2 of us left now. What's going to happen when the trumpets sound?"
And suddenly I was up to speed. I was standing in front of Sally on the line and was closest to the white light of salvation. "You want to swap places?" I said ominously. "You want me to sacrifice myself for you?" I wondered what I thought about this idea. It certainly wasn't an appealing offer. I was terrified by the vortex and whatever hell lay beyond it. But of course I was. But would I screw over the woman I'd once loved to save my own skin? It had never crossed my mind that it would come to this, but I think Sally had always envisioned this outcome. Sally had always been one step ahead, and in the end, she had the words to persuade me. She held my hand tighter, tears in her eyes as her tone became increasingly emotional.
"I know it's a lot to ask, Josh. But remember, I saved you after the accident. You said you couldn't face prison, and I made the problem go away. I don't deserve to suffer for your sins. You know that, Josh."
I opened my mouth to respond, but we'd run out of time. The trumpets blared aloud, drowning out our conversation. I needed to make a decision right now, and I went with my heart over my head. In an instant, I grabbed hold of Sally's waist, embracing and kissing her one last time before pushing her ahead of me in the line. The terrible noise made any further words impossible, but in the last moment, Sally smiled back at me gently and mouthed, "Thank you." And as she did so, I remembered all the tenderness and love we'd once had for each other. But I couldn't escape the nagging suspicion that she'd played me. But Sally didn't wait, soon turning her back on me and confidently walking into the light. And then I felt the irresistible pull from behind me as the all-powerful vortex sucked me in. I felt my skin burning and the air leaving my lungs, and then I was gone from that place, never to return. I didn't know what exactly to expect once I regained consciousness and adjusted to my new environment. I knew it wasn't going to be a good place, but my panicked mind was filled with images of burning lakes of sulfur and sadistic demons wielding pitchforks. But the space I found myself in was quite unexpected. I was inside of a car, sitting in the driver's seat. But it wasn't just any vehicle. It was my car from 2 years prior. The same car I'd been driving on the night of the accident, the night I'd killed poor Milo for the first time. And that wasn't all. I was underwater, surrounded by dark, flowing liquid on all sides, with the only illumination coming from the light above the dashboard. I started to panic, struggling to breathe as I desperately tried to open the doors, only to find they would not budge. Next, I kicked out the windshield, which was already shattered from the night of the accident, but when I kicked the glass, I discovered it was rock hard and unbreakable. I cried out in angry frustration, slamming my fists on the wheel and hearing the muffled sound of the horn. But then I heard a chilling, deep voice from behind me.
I wouldn't bother if I were you. There's no way out.
I jumped and turned around, seeing a dark figure sitting in my back seat. I knew he hadn't been there a second before, and so he'd seemingly materialized out of thin air. The man, if that's what he was, appeared well-dressed in a finely tailored suit, seamless white shirt and black bow tie. But I couldn't see his face as it remained hidden in the shadows. Thus far, he'd only offered me what seemed like advice. Nevertheless, there was something very disturbing about his tone of voice and whole demeanor, and so I guessed this mysterious individual was no friend of mine. I felt like history was repeating itself and feared the worst, struggling to speak through trembling lips and asking, "What is this place?"
Isn't it obvious?
The shadowy figure replied. It was, of course, and I needed to face the grim reality of my situation. I'm in hell, aren't I? This is my personal hell. The Shadow Man responded with a sly chuckle before saying,
Certainly not, Joshua. This is a halfway house of sorts, and call it purgatory if you will. Believe me, you'd know if you were in hell.
I experienced a wave of emotion in that moment. Relief for sure, but as always, I was confused. I don't understand. I was sucked into the vortex. I smelt the sulfur, felt my body burning.
You made an assumption,
the man replied abruptly.
Did anyone tell you that one portal led to heaven and the other to hell?
I pondered his words for a moment, until the horrifying implications became apparent. Sally, I exclaimed. What happened to Sally? The man sighed before answering.
Sally is somewhere else. Don't worry about her now, Joshua. You won't see her again. Not for a while, anyway.
I gulped, feeling a chill as I thought of my ex-girlfriend and feared for her safety. But it seemed there wasn't anything I could do for her right now. And what about me? I muttered nervously. What will become of me? There was a lengthy, almost unbearable pause before the Shadow Man answered me.
I'll be honest with you, Joshua. You've got us in a bit of a pickle. On one side, you committed a heinous sin on the mortal plane, but then you made a noble sacrifice in the Shadowlands to save a woman you once loved. Your sacrifice was futile in the end, but you weren't to know that. We're going to need some time to consider your fate, Joshua. In the meantime, you can stay here in this watery prison of your own making.
I experienced a renewed panic and also anger, crying out before I had a chance to think. No, you can't keep me here. I won't stay. The Shadow Man's reaction was instant and furious. He leaned forward, allowing me to see his hideous eyes through the darkness, which reminded me of the vortex I'd been pulled into, mesmerizing and yet terrifying at the same time. When he spoke,
You'll do what we tell you. Do not test me, you wretched mortal. I can make all your worst nightmares come to life.
I'd never been as frightened as I was in that moment, not during my mortal existence or even in the Shadowlands. Whatever this entity was, I realized he could inflict suffering upon me that I couldn't even imagine. I had no words to respond, and so merely grabbed hold of the steering wheel and lowered my head in meek submission.
Very well,
the Shadow Man said with a smug satisfaction.
Goodbye, Joshua. Until we meet again.
I nervously glanced up into the rearview mirror and saw the entity melting away into the leather seat. And then I was alone. To this day, I remain trapped in this watery grave, staring out at the bottom of the lake, which was the scene of my worst crime. I don't know how long I've been here. All I know is that I can't leave, not unless they set me free. I assume the Shadow Man will eventually return to reveal my ultimate fate, but for now, all I have is time. I've had what seems like an eternity to come to terms with what I've done. I think about Sally often, and Milo too. Will I ever see them again? I hope so, because when all my sins and regrets are washed away, all I want to do is make amends.